Doug Capilla, a little left-hand pitcher who had a nice spring training. Bill Caudle getting a lot of work in the early weeks here. Steve Antaveras. And moving out of the bullpen and into the starting rotation for the time being, Willie Hernandez. Now here's McLaughlin. Dick Tidrow will be next. Mike Krukow, who will be starting Saturday's game. Remember, tomorrow is an open date. And the Cy Young Award winner from '79, Bruce Sutter. So there are the Cubs of 1980 appearing before their hometown fans for the first time, having played the first 5 games on the road. Rick Rushell now coming out. And that does complete it now for the 1980 edition of the Chicago Cubs. The umpires are appearing at home plate.
Chopper for more than 2 decades, Mr. Bernard Ito. Please stand.
A long-time economic relationship with Poland.
Oh, say,
one of my real dear friends in this game of baseball on making it to the Hall of Fame. Duke, we're so proud of you. After all, 407 home runs under the conditions in which you hit them is really quite an accomplishment.
Well, Jack, you know, there would have been more. The numbers would have been bigger had I not had knee surgery right at the peak of my career at the age of 31. But, you know, the wait to get into the Hall of Fame was sure worth it. And I cherish people like you congratulating me and been pulling for me all these years. And it was quite a career and a lot of peaks and valleys, but thank God more peaks than valleys.
What do you think you'd be worth today at the peak of your career?
I don't know.
What would you go in and ask for this year?
I don't know. You know, the most I ever made was around $46,000, $47,000 salary-wise. And in New York, of course, we made a lot of extra money on the side in radio and television and what have you. But I don't know. I wouldn't trade it for the money that they're getting today. I'll tell you that. The years that we had in Brooklyn.
Well, those had to be great days. Now, when Brooklyn moved, did it bother you that they moved?
Well, sure. I was from Southern California, but actually I watched football and track meets and things like that in the Coliseum in Los Angeles, and it definitely is not a place to play baseball, and I was just as lost as everybody else when they moved out there.
I remember Drysdale telling me one time, he said, with that, you know, with that cheap wall they had on the left field there at the Coliseum.
The screen, yes.
And I'll guarantee you if that was 250 feet, I'm 9 feet tall. But anyway, I walked it off. I know what it was. Anyway, Drysdale said, you know, it's such a sad thing to see at a night game here in this Coliseum, see some, you know, banjo hitter fall away from an outside pitch and then just accidentally pop one over that short wall and left. Now here Duke Snider snaps up and hits one 450 feet to center field.
It's a big
Some
out.
guy stands out there in the dark and catches it for
It's
an out.
funny now, Jack. It wasn't funny then, believe me. But Drysdale said that every time that he delivered that sidearm pitch of his, that he would scrape his knuckles against the screen in left field.
Remember the time Walter Alston caught you trying to throw a ball over the rim of the Coliseum?
Yeah,
And what did that cost you?
It cost me $200. I got it back, but it cost me.
Hi, I'm Sherry Hinton from Houston Oilers. Terry Lawrence from the...
Either, but basically the pitching can't continue to carry the club. You've got to score runs, and the potential's there. It's just a question of getting it out of the players.
Duke, you came to the wrong place.
Specials or our fish fillet dinner special. Only $1.90.
And invasion of cheeseheads as the Cubs begin a 9-game homestand tonight, the first of 3 against our new rivals in the Central. The Milwaukee Brewers invade Wrigley Field here on Cubsnet. Hello again, everybody. A beautiful night for baseball. I'm Chip Carey along with Steve Stone. Cubs come off a very disappointing road trip, just 2-6 in Minnesota and Philadelphia. That's the bad news. Good news is they're only 2 games behind the Astros, but with the homestand coming, they've got to start making up some ground now.
The Cubs have been dominant at home. They're 25-11, and in an effort to get more offense out of the bottom part of the order, Jim Riggleman has added Manny Alexander and Sandy Martinez. And hopefully, along with Henry Rodriguez, they can produce some runs at the tail end of the lineup.
With this Milwaukee team, not a lot of power, and while the Cubs worry about their bottom of the lineup,
up and never lets you down. Make it a buzz.
The record of 33-32 and 3rd in the National League Central. A great top of the order in Fernando Vina, Jeff Cirillo, Jeremy Burnitz, John Jaha back from the disabled list, Dave Nilsson in left, Marquise Grissom, a great center fielder. Then it's Jose Valentin, 4 for 11 lifetime against the Cubs. Bobby Hughes, the catcher. Cal Eldred will pitch and bat ninth for the Brew Crew.
And the RC defense for Jim Riggleman and the Cubs. Rodriguez, Brown, and Sosa left to right. Hernandez, Alexander, Morandini, and Grace in the infield. A battery of Sandy Martinez, and Kerry Wood goes to the mound in search of win number 7. The ERA at 2.92, on for the 12th start with 1 complete game. And the young man was not quite himself against Minnesota in Minnesota. He had an abscess. He didn't want to make any excuses. You could tell he wasn't feeling particularly well for that start. I believe he will be a lot better tonight. And as we told you in the opening, it all starts at the top with Vina and Cirillo.
Wood 6-3 on the year, a 292 earned run average. And as you see, the winds very, very light tonight, but a beautiful night for baseball. 67 degrees, winds out of the northeast about 6 miles per hour. This is a Milwaukee team, Steve, that does not hit a whole lot of home runs. They don't have a lot of pop. They do put the ball in play, but in winning 4 of their last 5 ball games, they have hit 8 home runs during that span. So Phil Garner's team will put the ball in play, and if you're not careful, they will take you out every now and then.
Well, they do have a big lift, Chip, and they've got Jaha and Nilsson back in the lineup. They're 2 of the guys who can hit the ball out of the ballpark. Lately, Marquise Grissom is starting to hit, and they need Jeremy Burnitz to start hitting the ball out of the park, which he hasn't done in a while.
And there you see it. The Brewers 9th in the National League in batting, 10th in runs, 9th in homers, 11th in stolen bases. This is a team that doesn't seemingly excel in anything, but they do a lot of things well enough.
They started running quite a bit in April, but unfortunately for them, the guys that run haven't been getting on base quite a bit, and Fernando Vina hasn't been the best of base runners, so when he gets on, there's a chance you can pick him off. But Vina and Valentin both can run. If they get on, then the Brewers will run, but they haven't been getting on a lot lately.
Umpires tonight, Wally Bell behind the plate, Jerry Meals at first, Bruce Fremming at second, Jerry Davis is over at third. Kerry Wood seeking his 7th win of the year, and what a way for him to celebrate his 21st birthday tomorrow if he could get a big Cub win tonight. Cubs need 1. They lost 4 of 6 on their trip to Minnesota and to Philadelphia. And this is a very, very important homestand now for the Cub team.
Well, you would think so, especially with Houston well out in front of Cincinnati tonight. Vina will now take the ball to left and left center. He used to be a dead pull hitter.
Wood's first pitch is a ball, and we're underway. 7:07 our first pitch here in Chicago. Speaking of the Astros, it is 6-0 in the bottom of the 3rd in favor of Houston at Cincinnati. That's the bad news. Good news is it's raining. Hopefully it'll continue. The 1-0 is way outside. 2 balls, no strikes from Kerry Wood.
Now you would think that Vina, knowing that Kerry Wood, being a youngster, might be psyched up with his home start, would take at least the first strike. Let's see what happens.
And there it is. Blazing fastball, 2-1.
I asked Lamar Johnson, the hitting instructor and a former teammate of mine, what has made Vina close to a 300 hitter, and he said he came up a dead pull hitter. We convinced him to use left and left center field, and he's doing it pretty well.
2 balls and a strike. He takes a shot at left, fouls it back, and out of play. Vina, a little guy, 5'9", 170 pounds. They got him from the Mets with Javier Gonzalez in a trade for Doug Henry back in 1994. And this guy's been a mainstay for them every year since 1995 at second base.
Well, Vina's only fanned 23 times in 266 at-bats, but he hasn't seen the Wood curveball yet.
That ball lined out toward left, and Henry is there, one away. Again, it's a good idea to keep Vina, Cirillo, and company off the base paths. Or Jeremy Burnitz and John Jaha have plenty of pop in the middle of this Milwaukee lineup. One out for Kerry Wood. Let's take a peek at tonight's ComEd Power Profile.
ComEd Power Profile is Kerry Wood against the Central Division. He's been close to unhittable. 3-0. 0.41 ERA in 3 games with 37 strikeouts in just 22 innings. So against the Central foes in which the Cubs compete, Kerry has been brilliant.
Speaking of brilliant, this guy is just that. Jeff Cirillo, the fine third baseman for Milwaukee, hitting .298, 6 home runs, and 24 runs batted in. This guy is gritty, he is tough, and he is a terrific ball player.
I think more than anybody else on his team, he characterizes his manager, old scrap iron Phil Garner. And there's a look at Phil, a tough major leaguer in his day.
And that went all the way to the backstop. 2 balls, no strikes. Last year, Cirillo hit .288, 10 home runs, 82 runs batted in. But played 154 games, played 158 in 1996. And Wood just missed. 3 balls, no strikes. Cirillo will take a walk. He's 7th with 43 of them in the National League.
I would think that he's going to be taking a strike. I don't think you're going to give him the 3-0 green light in the first inning.
And on 4 straight, he earns the free pass. 1 on, 1 out. And here is the one-man lumber company for the Brewers, Jeremy Burnitz. He's the only Brewer to play in all 65 games for them.
And right now, what Burnitz is doing is pulling off everything. He's trying to hit everything out of the ballpark. And he probably started doing that with the absence of Jaha and Nielsen. If you keep the ball away from him, normally you're going to be okay, and they're going to start him out with the hook.
And it missed upstairs, 1-0. You'd think for a big man, Burnitz would be a guy that would hit into a double play or 2. Well, he has hit into 1 in 242 at bats.
Well, that says a couple of things. 1, probably strikes out a lot, and 2, he hits a lot of pop-ups.
The 1-0, and that's fouled off the umpire's foot. Wally Bell.
And when you talk about strikeouts, 76 of them, and he leads the parade.
Kerry Wood has 98 strikeouts. That's the 3rd highest total in the National League, behind Schilling and Stottlemyre. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's 2-1.
That was a straight change, and I'm not sure if that's the pitch that you want to throw Burnitz until you've established your fastball. Keep the fastball away. You just might get that ground ball to the right side.
Cirillo short lead at first. The 2-1 is pulled hard, and it picks off the first base coach, and let's see if he's all right. I don't think he is.
Well, it looks
Doug
to me
Mansolino
like that rocket might have done some damage to the left arm. And Mansolino is in a tremendous amount of pain. That shows you how hard Burnitz hit the ball. And he is hurting. Watch it again, and it gets him right on the left forearm. And I think they're going to take a look at it, and could very well be broken.
He doesn't want to leave the ball game. And Phil Garner said, just spit on it, Doug. Those two guys look like they're separated at birth, don't they, Phil Garner and Doug Mansolino?
Well, I think when you take a look at what Rene Lachemann does with Mark McGwire hitting, the way he gets all the way down the line, you'll realize why. Because if a guy pulls the ball like Burnitz just did, a coach is really, with no glove on, a target.
Now let's see where he lines up now. He's still in the first base coaching box over there. Let's see if he backs up.
Yeah.
There he goes.
He's going to move back a touch.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball just missed. And the count is full now, 3-2.
Well, if you're Phil Garner now, you really run the risk of a strike him out, throw him out if you run with Cirillo. This breaking ball comes in, sweeps inside just a touch. And so let's see if they send Cirillo, who's 2 out of 4 in stolen bases.
They do. Swing and a miss. The throw on to second is a pellet. And in time, strike him out, throw him out. And the Brewers fail to score in the first. Cirillo said they never tagged me. Ball beat runner. Runner is out after a half inning. No score at Wrigley Field. And Sosa, the top three. Mark Grace, who's been stuck on 42 ribbies, the cleanup man. Henry Rodriguez, Jose Hernandez, Sandy Martinez, Manny Alexander, Kerry Wood, the pitcher, hits ninth.
And the defense for the Brewers, Nilsson, Grissom, and Burnitz left to right. Cirillo, Valentin, Vina, and Jaha, and a battery of Hughes and Eldred.
First pitch swinging, Brant Brown hits the ball right side. Vina, good range, good play, one away.
We'll take a look at Cal Eldred, 2-4 this year, on for the 15th start. No complete games. He has a fastball and a good straight change. If he gets his curveball over early in the game, then he'll stay with it. If he doesn't, he kind of discards it, and then he's a little bit easier to hit.
Eldred's won his last 2 games against the Tigers and the Royals. And Morandini takes a strike. Doug Mansolino still being attended to, and they are putting ice on that forearm to keep the swelling down. He got smoked. 0-1 to Mickey Morandini. Little squiver over the mound. Cirillo in over at third. Good play.
There was a time when a lot of people around the American League thought that Cal Eldred was going to be the next superstar. He went 11-2 in 1992, 16-16 in 93, 11-11 in 94. But then he had arm problems, and in 95 and 96 he was hampered by arm surgery. It was a Tommy John surgery, a tendon transplant, and in 26 straight games the opposition has failed to go 1-2-3. So this becomes a pretty big out for Cal Eldred and the entire Milwaukee organization. Well, that might be overstating it a touch.
No, not you. 1 ball, no strikes, but I like the way you're trying to sell the importance of that stat.
Well, it's a hyperbole.
Sosa hitting .328 on the year. 21 home runs already for Sammy. There's a drive, deep right center. Back goes Grissom. He's at the track. He's at the wall. And Sosa hits his 22nd homer of the year. And the Cubs take a 1-0 lead.
22 and 61 for Sosa, and for 27 straight games the Brewers do not record a 1-2-3 first. So odds tremendously in Sosa's favor, and Eldred, who gave up a lot of home runs last year, gives up 1 to Sosa, and it goes to the opposite field.
And folks, there's no justice in this stat. Sammy Sosa right now 6th in all-star voting in the National League. That's a gross injustice. He's got to be one of the starters for the National League All-Star team the way he's hitting the ball this year and playing all around baseball. He's been outstanding. So Sosa gives the Cubs a 1-0 lead, and Mark Grace the hitter. Mark has been stuck on 42 RBIs for the last 12 games. One reason why is because Sammy's been knocking them all in front of him. Grace hitting for a high average, 2nd in the National League at .352. And again, the top of the Cub order really getting the job done so far for Jim Riggleman. The 2-1 pitch. That ball hit hard, and he almost picked off Dan Radisson. There's something in that first base coaching box tonight.
Let's take a look at Sammy Sosa's home run. It's a fastball right down the middle. You couldn't have asked for a better pitch, and Sammy unloads. Grissom looks up. All he can do is wave bye-bye, and for Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? 385 happy feet.
The 2-2 to Grace, skips up there. And Sosa on a lovely night, dousing himself. Hope it doesn't cool you off too much, Sammy. You've been red hot for the Cubs. 1-0 in the first. Full count now to Mark Grace. A roller toward first, in between. Hop handle over there by John Jaha. He'll step on the bag. And that retires the Cubs in the first, but Sammy Sosa's 22nd homer of the year makes it 1-0 Cubs after 1. Nothing after 1. The lights are on here at the friendly confines, and we head to the second inning with Jaha Nilsson and Marquise Grissom to bat for the Brew Crew. Their first visit to Wrigley Field as a National League team. Boy, this is going to be a lot of fun, this Central Division rivalry, as the games and years move along. Wood goes to work in the second and misfires for ball 1.
Jaha had a hamstring problem, and then favoring that hamstring, he turned his foot over running between second and third. He's just off the disabled list, and he's a big bat that was missing from the lineup.
Generous strike there, and he took it for strike 1. Jaha tonight playing in only his 21st game of the year. Didn't get that.
I have a feeling that Mr. Jaha has some problems with the breaking ball. And I would think that he'd probably see another one.
2 years ago in '96, Jaha was a superstar. He took a fastball right down the middle. Second Wood strikeout, 1 away in the second.
Well, apparently both John Jaha and I were looking curveball, and he took a fastball right there. And from the Southwest Plainview camera, we'll take a look at some heat. And that's what Jaha did. That is strikeout number 100 for Kerry Wood, trailing only Curt Schilling.
1 out, bases empty for Dave Nilsson, the left fielder, hitting .310, a homer, 10 runs batted in that home run. For the Milwaukee team, 1 of 8 they've hit in the last 3 ball games. What a target Sandy gives you, doesn't he? That umpire's got to be loving life. He gets a very good look at the strike zone with him crouching so low behind the plate.
Last year, Nilsson hit 20 home runs, drove in 81, and hit .278. So this year, the average up, the power down.
Nilsson from Australia. 1 of 5 native Australians to play in the big leagues. Graham Lloyd, Craig Shipley, Mark Hutton, and Joe Quinn. The 4 other men from the land down under to make it in the bigs. The 2-1. Misses, 3 balls and a strike. Three balls and a strike. And ball 4. Second Wood walk of the game. And now Marquise Grissom, the batter. Grissom spent last year with the Indians, then came over to Milwaukee.
I don't think you're going to have to worry about Nilsson running too much. Just 1 stolen base attempt. However, he was successful.
Again, Nilsson coming off that arthroscopic procedure in his knee. He's played in only 27 games on the year, counting tonight's play. 1 ball, no strikes to Grissom.
And he's just another in the long line of good players developed by the Montreal Expos.
High pop right side. Long run for Mickey. Longer run for Sammy. Who's going to get there? It'll be Sosa in fair ground. 2 away. Boy, you think about that '94 Montreal team when the strike hit. They were blowing away the Eastern Division. And
Larry Walker
probably would have gone to the World Series.
John Wetland, Marquise Grissom, Ken Hill, all throwing the ball exceptionally well.
Facero.
Jeff Facero was there.
Boy, and how differently their fortunes might have been had the strike not taken place, had they won a World's Championship. Man, oh man. But since then, they've been pretty much a farm team for the rest of baseball because they haven't been able to keep their players.
Valentin has surprising power, but he's gotten in a mode where he's trying to hit everything out of the park. He's going to look at a change up here, and he's usually out front of these.
He took it for ball 2. Tom Gamboa told me before the game he's had this guy, managed him in winter ball a lot. You give this guy a fastball, he'll hit it out of the ballpark no matter how hard you throw it. So if you're going to give him one, keep it away from him. Wood did, but he missed. 3-0.
Now, you would think with Hughes up next that they might give Valentin the 3-0 green light. Mike Matheny was supposed to catch today, but in early batting practice, he aggravated something in the rib cage area, and so Hughes getting the start.
Swung on, belted, deep right center field. Back goes Sosa at the track, at the wall, and there's that long home run. It's 2-1 Milwaukee.
And there's the 3-0 green light, and there is home run number 9 and RBIs 26 and 27.
Like we said, this guy can hit a fastball from anybody. And he just hit his 9th homer of the year on the 3-0 pitch, and just like that, Milwaukee is back out in front. All 9 of Valentin's home runs have been hit from the port side. And there was no doubt about that when he creamed it. Here's Bobby Hughes, the young catcher. And he takes ball 1.
Well, you have to figure, Chip, and obviously Kerry Wood being a very young pitcher, you had to figure with a right-hander coming up next and Valentin a home run hitter, they would give him the 3-0 green light. And that's exactly what they did. And Valentin gets one to his liking. And even though it's a pretty good pitch, he's looking fastball, and he got it. And he's got a pretty good idea. It's gone.
And it was. So the count now 2 balls and a strike. Valentin happy as the Brewers lead it 2-1 here in the second. He went around 2-2. Hughes hitting .256. He's hit a couple of home runs on the year. And he had a good cut there.
Well, last year, Bobby Hughes at Tucson the entire season hit just 7 home runs with 51 RBIs. But despite the fact that it's a home run hitter's park, they say that he's got some pop.
It foul past third. Hughes, a big guy, 6'4", 237 pounds. Lives in North Hollywood, California, and played collegiate baseball at Loyola Marymount and USC. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He did not offer at that pitch, and now the count runs to 3-2. He went around that time, and that retires the side. 2 runs, 1 hit. The Valentin 2-run homer into the seats in right center makes it 2-1 Milwaukee. Here at the friendly confines, Steve and I will be out there later on this summer. I think July 26th is our bleacher date to broadcast the ball game out.
Is that the same day that Arnie Harris is going to lead the Take Me Out to the Ball game?
No. What do you think the Cubs have on this Milwaukee team? After all, it is their first year in the National League.
I think they know them pretty well. They played them last year in interleague play. They see them all spring, and you have advanced scouts, and so they know them as well as they know anybody.
Swing and a miss. The throw onto second, not in time. Boy, a bullet of a throw by Hughes behind the plate, and Sandy just did beat the play down at second to put himself into scoring position.
From the scoreboard camera, Sandy Martinez steals this on Eldred, who completely forgets about him. He doesn't think about a catcher running. It's not a bad throw by Hughes, but the throw is up. Sandy's in. And so now a base hit most likely will score him. Burnitz has a very good arm, however, in right, as does Grissom in center. On anything to left, you would think that they would try to be running on Nielsen. Now he's moving in left field, and Manny has got a little more power, I think, than Dave Nielsen realizes.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Popped back toward us and into the seats. And we'll do it again on a full count, 3-2.
First stolen base in the very short career of Sandy Martinez, but he got down there pretty well. I think he surprised Eldred and Hughes.
who showed off a terrific arm behind the plate. That was a bullet of a throw. But Sandy a fraction faster into second base. Count again, full, 3-2. The pitch. Swung on line, center field. It's going to drop for a hit. Grissom knocks it down, can't make the play. Sandy scores, and he slides into second in time. We're tied at 2. The lower portion does pay dividends. A 2-out single, a 2-out double ties the game here in the second inning.
Oh, this is what we highlighted at the top of the show. The juggled lineup at the bottom, and Grissom able to knock it down, but that's all he could do. And Manny Alexander tests the arm. And a good slide at second base gets him in ahead of the tag. And it's up to Kerry Wood to perhaps put the Cubs on top.
He's got 4 RBIs on the year. And a good cut, fouls it again off Wally Bell, who's taken a couple of shots off the Tootsies early in the ball game.
Probably going to be a long night for Wally, as he's a big man back there, consequently a big target.
Two-two game in the second. Wood, ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes Manny around third. He's going to score. Kerry Wood's 5th RBI makes it 3-2 Cubs. Who says the bottom half can't hit?
Kerry Wood now leads the staff in runs batted in. And this curveball hangs on the outside part of the plate. Kerry takes it right back up the middle. And just like that, the Cubs have reclaimed the lead. Here comes Manny. And so 7, 8, and 9 responsible for 2 runs and the lead.
And they're 3 out of 3 and keeps the inning alive for Brant Brown. Brant grounded his second on the first pitch he saw. Now he sends a drive in the air into center that's going to be caught by Grissom. And that retires the Cubs. But 3 straight 2-out hits. Played 2 runs, and after 2, Cubs have a 1-run lead. 3-2 our score after 2 innings. Chip Caray with Dr. Download Steve Stone starting off a 9-game homestand for the Cubs. Hopefully Kerry Wood can settle into a groove here. He has struck out 3 men. He's given up a home run. He's walked 2, but helped his own cause with that base hit in the Cubs half. From Milwaukee to see the Brewers battle the Cubs. And we're looking forward to heading up to County Stadium later on this summer. Right after the All-Star break, as a matter of fact.
I think we play them 4 times up there after the break.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Cal Eldred swings at the first ball. Grounds to short. Manny in, up. Throws him out. 1 away.
Good pickup by Mark Grace as Manny threw it in the dirt. And Mark picked it. And it's got to give you a great feeling of security with Grace at first.
So the leadoff man retired here in the Milwaukee third. And now to the top of the order they go with Fernando Vina. Vina flied out to left. 2 open up the ball game for the Brew Crew. He's got a 4-game hit streak coming into tonight's play. He is a pesky hitter.
And good news still out of Cincinnati because it's still raining, with Houston leading 6-0.
That bounced up and hit him. So Vina is awarded first base on the hit batsman.
Well, fortunately, it hit him on the curveball, and Vina able to run down there relatively unscathed. And you see it bounce. It still hit him, and even if it does bounce and you're hit, you still go to first. So they've got a decent base runner. He's got excellent speed. He's stolen 9 bases, but he's been caught 8 times, and he has consistently been picked off this year.
So Cirillo stands in. He walked his first time up. Cirillo will ground into a double play. He's bounced into 11 of those this year.
Brant Brown very deep in center field, so at this stage of development for a brand new center fielder, Brant probably figures that he can come in a little better than he can go out. And guys getting hit. Vina right there in a category you don't necessarily want to lead.
Yeah, I was going to say that would not be my favorite category. 2 balls, no strikes to Cirillo. They're back underway in Cincinnati now after a 50-minute rain delay.
Well, go into your rain dance. Maybe you can get it raining again. With Houston up 6-0, you'd just as soon not see that one go 5.
If you saw me dance, rain would be the worst or the least of our problems. The 2-0. Fastball didn't get it. 2 balls and a strike. Phillies and Pirates battling for bragging rights for Pennsylvania. 1-1 is the score in the top of the 5th in Philadelphia. Later on tonight, the Rockies battle the Giants. John Thompson against Sean Estes, both of those men with 5 victories on the year.
The Giants probably reeling after losing 3 straight to San Diego to fall 3 games back, and Mark Grace having some problems seeing.
Runner goes. Pitch is low. This peg to second is low as well and right on the bag.
Sandy Martinez now 2 for 2 in gunning down would-be base stealers, and now Vina just 50%, 9 out of 18. He thought he had it. You see him getting down the line. It's a straight steal. He never looked back. And watch it again. He tries the pop-up slide, but as you can see, he didn't have part of his anatomy on the bag before Manny tags him. He came off the bag, and that probably is why they called him out.
3 balls and a strike. Broken bat flare to left. Henry in under. Got it. Side retired. Nothing doing for the Brewers in the 3rd. To the bottom half, Cubs enjoy a 3-2 lead. With Steve Stone, Chip Carey from Wrigley Field. 3-2 is our score as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. We're very pleased to have a very distinguished guest with us up in the booth. The governor of the great state of Wisconsin, the Honorable Tommy Thompson, is here. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chip. It's a pleasure to be here, and I was just commenting, what a wonderful way to make a living and watch ball games at the same time, and you get paid for this.
Yeah, they have spoiled us. There's no doubt about that. Well, it's great to see you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and what a great night for baseball, and what a great a new kind of rivalry that's starting between the Cubs and the Brewers. It's just fantastic.
I know the fans are excited about the rivalry. I guess the folks in the executive branches of government have to have a little bit on the line in this as well.
Well, I think so. I think we need to have Jim Edgar and myself have a bet on this game and all the series from now on.
Now you haven't placed a wager yet on this game. A little friendly.
Well, I don't think Jim Edgar is really up to wagering on this game yet, but I think and eventually he will be.
Governor, I know you were instrumental in getting that brand new ballpark. When will it be done?
It's going to be ready for the spring year in 2001. It's going to be an outstanding stadium, and we can't look, we're looking forward to it. Everybody's getting behind it. It's a good thing.
Now, capacity-wise, how big a stadium will it be? And I know we're going to probably look toward one of the great facilities in baseball. Obviously, you have the advantage of looking at all of the other stadiums that have been built. How many people will it seat eventually?
I think it's going to seat about 44,000. It's just going up right now, and they're making some modifications, but it's going to be an outstanding stadium for the Brewers. It's going to be good for Milwaukee, and it's certainly going to help our rivalry between Milwaukee and Chicago now in the future. So.
Well, I think everybody is eagerly anticipating that. It's wonderful to welcome you back into the National League. And being just about 95 miles apart, it's going to make a pretty special rivalry.
I think it is, and everybody loves Wrigley Field and the Cubs, and what a wonderful way to start out that rivalry by having this beautiful evening of baseball down here at Wrigley Field. You've got a great stadium, and there's so much history involved in it. It's just a nice time to be down here.
2 balls and a strike to Sammy Sosa, who bats after Mickey Morandini struck out swinging. Sammy hit a long home run into right center to give the Cubs a quick 1-0 lead back in the 1st.
That was a powerful hit.
2 balls and a strike. There's another drive. Oh, baby, look at that ball rocket out of here. Governor, you're not allowed to leave if he keeps hitting like that. You may have to move 95 miles south.
Oh, what a hit. Oh, my Lord.
Eldred has now given up 10 home runs. And Sammy has hit 23, driven in 62. And there was no doubt about either of them.
Out onto Waveland. That ball was crushed. Now, Governor, I know you could hit a ball that far.
No, I couldn't, but I'll tell you, I thought Mark McGuire was the only one that had more than one home run in a game. That's not fair.
Oh, man.
What a hit.
Sosa with 2 long solo home runs, and the Cubs now have a 2-run lead, and Mark Grace the hitter. Well, not only have you seen the power of the Cubs, you've seen Kerry Wood. Is this the first time you've seen this young man in person?
I have, and he's a remarkable young man. He's going to be a great pitcher for the Cubs and for the league, and I'll tell you, it's nice to see somebody with that kind of talent coming up and doing so well in his first year. And I guess tomorrow's his birthday. 21 years. Isn't that amazing?
Just a couple years older than Steve Stone. Mark Grace lines that ball toward left. That ball's going to drop just foul down the left field line. And the count 2-1. Grace can't believe it. He can't believe it's foul.
Let's take another look at this, as that changeup to Sammy is absolutely crushed. Sammy knows he got every bit of it, and it disappears on the Waveland. And for Southwest Airlines, how far did it fly? Oh, that's grossly underestimated at 410 happy feet.
2 balls and a strike to the Cubs first baseman, Mark Grace.
So after a 2-4 road trip, it's awfully good to be in the friendly confines, and the Cubs are taking advantage of it.
Cubs 14 over 500 here at home. And he pulled a string there to even the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, your Brewers aren't doing too bad, Governor.
They had a nice streak at the beginning of the season. Then they had a little bad luck in May, and they're coming back.
Mark Grace with a hit into right field.
That's a nice hit. It appears that Kerry Wood is going to be the next Michael Jordan of baseball. Is that possible?
I hope you're right.
Well, Sammy, his 4th multi-homer game, his 26th of his career. And with the 4th this year, all 4 have come within the last 16 games.
Mark Grace at first. Henry Rodriguez, the batter. He flat out his first time up. Henry 1 for his last 11. The pitch from Cal Eldred is over for strike 1. Big crowd on hand welcoming the Cubs back home. First game of a 9-game homestand, and we're going to keep Governor Thompson here all 9 games the way the Cubs have started off hitting tonight. It's high 1-1. Look at this place. Almost standing room only to see Kerry Wood and the Cubs battle the Brewers. Any idea, Governor, how many fans from Wisconsin came down for this series?
Oh, I think there's close to 9,000 or 10,000, because it's just a short distance, as you've indicated, and they love to come to Wrigley Field. So it's going to just keep getting better as the rivalry continues and intensifies. But I think there's probably 10,000 Milwaukeeans and Wisconsinites down here tonight. I've met a lot of them coming up here tonight.
Oh, that's great. Henry flies out to left. There are 2 out with Mark Grace holding over at first. And the Cubs third baseman Jose Hernandez. Boy, a beautiful night. There was a chance of rain earlier, but I would say there's very little chance of that now. And last night, boy, a night for Bulls fans to remember forever. Wasn't that unbelievable? Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan was just fantastic. Carried the whole team. He's just great.
I was kind of surprised when he won the MVP of the playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of doubt, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was more stunning announcement.
And I thought Judd Bushler was going to take the last shot too. That was something. That was something. Well, 6 NBA championships for the Bulls. I'm one who hopes they come back and try to do it again one more time.
So do I. I hope they do it. It's good for the sport.
I don't know how the rest of the league feels about that, but I think you're right. Ball skips away from Hughes, and Mark Grace advances 90 feet.
I think that will probably be the 3rd wild pitch of the year, but it should have been handled by Hughes. That was a soft breaking ball that could have been blocked. It wasn't. And you see him try to smother it. Not what you'd like to do. You want to turn the glove over and just drop to your knees. And it is a wild pitch, but It should have been blocked.
But it wasn't. Grayson scoring position now where a hit could add to the Cubs' 4-2 lead. The pitch is right through there, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Sammy Sosa, 2 home runs, and yes, that ball left some contrails leaving this place too. 1-1 the count. Here it is. He lays off. It's 2-1. Well, you guys have a real treasure up in Milwaukee too, Bob Uecker.
Bob Uecker is a wonderful person, and it's always great to be on his program because he's always got a funny story to tell you, and he always is able to really get you involved in baseball. He's passionate about it.
He is indeed Mr. Baseball. One of the funniest people, one of the nicest people you'll ever want to meet in the game.
And what I like about him, Governor, is that with all of his national exposure, all the things he's done, obviously the commercials, the television shows, and everything else, he still comes back to really his roots in Milwaukee, and he stayed a local broadcaster, and I know that he's brought a lot of joy to the fans of the Brewers for many, many years.
He really has, and it's you know, it's great for us to have Bob Uecker because he really typifies the Milwaukee fan. He really identifies with them, and he's the hard-working individual that he is. I'm very happy to have him.
2 balls and a strike.
Ooh, that was good.
You're right about that. It's 2-2.
Right down the middle.
I think he might go back to the same high fastball that he used in the 2nd inning to get Jose. We'll check and see.
Runner at second. Now the pitch. Swung on, high fly into right center. Marquise Grissom is over. He's under. He's got it. And the Cubs are retired. Governor Tommy Thompson, a great pleasure to meet you. Thanks so much for stopping by.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Tonight, Sammy Sosa's hit a couple of home runs. And the Cubs lead the Brewers 4-2. A ball and a strike to Burnitz, who finally put it together, Steve, after all those years battling through the minor leagues with the Mets. Had a breakthrough year last year for Milwaukee, hitting 27 home run and knocking in 85. Wood pulled a string, got it over 1-2.
Well, Burnitz is strong enough. There's no doubt about that. But he has been trying to pull most everything, and that's why you'd like to stay away. Got him on a good curveball in the 1st inning.
Looks away. Fastball popped up into left field. Henry is over. 1 down. Big Cubs fan Robert Abel, 64 years old. Happy birthday to him. He's been battling an illness. And Tim and Becky Abraham want to send along greetings to him. And we do as well. Hope you feel better soon. And Kerry Wood making the Cubs feel better as well, as he is pitching another terrific ball game here at Wrigley Field, where he has been almost perfect. Here's Jaha. He rifles the first pitch into center. Easy play for Brown. 2 away.
Well, that's what you like to see. 1 pitch and an out. And Kerry, who threw a lot of pitches in that 2nd inning, probably would like to limit them by a 1, 2, 3, 4.
This will be his 51st pitch of the ball game. Wood coming off a game in Minnesota where he did not pitch well. Had the abscess tooth, but to his credit, he said, look, that's not an excuse. I pitched a bad ball game. He went 3 innings and a third, gave up 6 runs, only 2 of them earned. Dave Nilsson takes a strike. This guy had one of the weirdest injuries you'll ever hear. 1995, had Ross River fever, a disease he contracted in Australia when he was bitten by a mosquito. And it took him a long time to battle back from that bug bite.
Just 1 hit so far, a 3-0 fastball that left the ballpark. But the Cubs lead by 2.
The 2-1. It's outside now, 3-1. Oh, Governor Tommy Thompson, very nice man. Enjoyed getting to meet him.
And he sounds very excited about the brand new ballpark, as is everybody up north.
And there's ball 4 from Wood. He missed with a breaking ball.
Phil Regan probably going to tell Kerry Wood, look, you're 3-1 and you got a 2-run lead. Just throw a fastball outer third. See what Nielsen can do with it. He only has 1 home run this year. So you don't want to start nipping at the corners. He'd just as soon see him ahead. And it was a very short conversation, and now Phil back to the dugout.
And now to work against Marquise Grissom goes Kerry Wood here in the Milwaukee 4th inning. Bouncing ball up the middle. Manny can't make the play. It's under his glove. And into center field for a base hit. That ball had eyes right through the middle and under the glove of the Cubs shortstop.
It looked for a moment like Manny was going to be able to flag it down and maybe flip it to Mickey Morandini. It takes a hop. Manny's there, but just eludes him. And without the real good speed, Nielsen, knowing that Valentin was coming up and that he's hit the 2-run homer, decides to stay right there at second. You don't want to make the third out at third base.
Again, make sure if you throw this guy a fastball, it's in the perfect spot because he'll crush it. Pitch. Outside edge. That's a good spot. No balls in a strike.
Well, he hits the fastball down a lot better than he hits the fastball up. If you keep it above the belt, he's not going to hurt you. But if you keep it down, he will hit it a long way.
2 on, 2 out. And the count is even, a ball and a strike.
Well, Kerry so far is trying to keep the ball down by design. I'm not sure that that's the best idea.
So be careful here. The 1-1. Oh, that's almost unfair. 1-2.
Well, when you throw the ball 95, 96, and occasionally a little harder than that, and then get a straight change over the plate, you're going to get a lot of guys out front. Valentin will swing at a ball out of the zone. And so ahead 1-2, you wouldn't mind getting him out of the strike zone.
2-2. Kerry looking like he's just starting to get loose.
Well, he's thrown perceptibly harder this inning than he was the first 3.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Strike play on the outside corner. His 4th strikeout of the game retires Milwaukee in the 4th. And a man of many talents. Not only is he the Dr. Download of our broadcast crew, he also puts out a mean T-shirt.
It's really nice to have those restaurants. That's why I still have to work. They're like dependents.
Here's Sandy. He takes ball 1.
Well, the first trip through the bottom of the order was nightmarish for Cal Eldred. Let's see if the second time through can be the same.
So how many dependents do you have?
Well, depending on the buying and selling aspect of it, anywhere between 6, 8, 10, whatever.
Oh, not the whatever to to Martinez. That pitch missed.
Maybe Sandy will get the 3-0 green light and get a fastball to his liking.
It's a strike. It's 3-1. Same 2 teams tomorrow afternoon. Traxel and Woodall will lock horns in game 2. That ball again. Crushed into right center. Over Grissom's head to the wall. And Sandy's got a double. Couple of questions about Sandy at the start of the year. One, his ability to block balls in the dirt. The other was, could he hit? He's answering both of those questions.
Well, he can hit fastballs, and the only time he had some problems was when they changed speeds on him in Philadelphia. But as far as a fastball and figuring you're going to get one 3-1, Sandy is pretty strong, and he puts a charge into this. Marquise Grissom starts to his left, but suddenly realizes that this ball is going to take off well over his head, and it's a double. So a recently restructured bottom third of the order is now 4 for 4, and along with Sammy Sosa, the big reason why the Cubs have the lead in this one.
Brief meeting on the mound. It is concluded. Martinez at second. Nobody out here in the 4th for the Cubs shortstop, Manny Alexander, who drove home his 11th run. back in the 2-run Cubs second.
It was Don Rowe, the pitching coach, who went out to have a brief word with Eldred.
3 of the 4 Cub runs have been scored with 2 outs in this game. And there's strike 1. Brooke Fordyce of Cincinnati just hit a home run in the 4th inning. That's the good news. The bad news is the Astros at one point were leading them 6-0. Let's see what the tally is now.
Plenty of time left.
Swung through the fastball. It's 0-2. Manny making his 6th start of the year for the Cubs at the shortstop position. Sandy, a good lead out at second. Now the pitch. He stays alive.
Jim Riggleman was quick to point out before the ball game that he's just giving Jeff Blauser a day off. He still is his #1 and starting shortstop and will be back in the lineup tomorrow. So there's nothing wrong with Jeff. Just giving Manny a chance to get 4 at bats, so if he does have to use him off the bench or at third base, then he's a little sharper.
I think Jim's done a great job of managing his team in that regard. He has used just about everybody and in every conceivable situation.
Well, you've got 25 men, and that's the way the puzzle fits together, and you have to get them enough work to keep them sharp when you call on them.
1-2, and he was fooled that time and strikes out. 3rd Eldridge strikeout in the game. And here's Kerry Wood. His RBI single back in the second gave the Cubs a 3-2 lead.
Not bad for the man who will be 21 tomorrow to lead the pitching staff in runs batted in.
It's that ball hard to the right side, but Fernando Vina will throw him out. Runner to third with 2 away. And friends, here's your chance to learn tips from the pros on historic Wrigley Field. Be one of the first 5,000 fans to enter the gates tomorrow for your opportunity to participate in the ComEd Power of the Pros Fan Clinic. For tickets, stop by the Wrigley Field box office or call 312-831-CUBS. Phil Garner's ball club trails by 2. Brant Brown is 0 for 2. And happy birthday to the Hall of Famer, Billy Williams. Celebrating an anniversary today. Many, many more, Mr. Williams. The 1-0. Didn't mean to swing. And it's pretty big names born on June 15th. Brett Butler, Wade Boggs.
John B. Dusty Baker, who's got his Giants right in the thick of the race once again.
What a job he does every year. Last year, nobody picked him to do anything. Picked him last. They won the division.
And they would have been in pretty good shape for that big showdown with San Diego, but they lost Jeff Kent. And they lost 3 games, and that's the difference. 3 games back of a very tough San Diego team who's also fought their way through a lot of injuries.
They've won 7 straight. Dodgers continue to mystify in Los Angeles. They're 9.5 games out of first. 3 balls and a strike to the Cubs center fielder, Brant Brown. In the East, it's all Atlanta. They lead New York by 7.5 games.
Well, now if you're thinking about getting a fastball, it's a pretty good hitting situation. But it looks like the change.
3-1, runner at third, and he stays alive. Count full 3-2. And across the street, hey, we see it. How about these Cubs looking for their 40th win of the year? Cubs didn't win their 40th game last year until July 16th, the 96th game of the year. 3-2. Change hit hard and just foul. Waited back well that time, but didn't wait long enough. In the American League, how about the Yankees?
Well, Baltimore went up 3 runs, and no sooner did they get the lead against their antagonists, but the Yankees came back with 3.
They're amazing. 47-14 is New York.
And they're doing it now without Derek Jeter and Bernie Williams, 2 of the main cogs in their offense. Only a scant 10-game lead over the Red Sox, who are having a great year at 13 over, but they've just picked the wrong division.
Orlando Hernandez pitching in that game against Scott Erickson. He's 2-0. Brown hits it a ton, but on one hop to second, and he's out of luck, and so are the Cubs in the 4th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. On to the 5th we go. It's 4-2 Cubs. Home runs, Chip Caray, along with Dr. Download, Steve Stone. Everything going right for the Cubs in a very important homestand opener.
I think Caray is getting better. I thought he started out, wasn't throwing the ball quite as well as we've seen him, but now it looks like the velocity up. He still doesn't have the curve or slider that he had in previous outings, but he seems to be throwing the ball a little crisper now.
How about Sammy Sosa? Is he just on every pitch tonight or what?
Well, so far, Cal Eldred has shown him a couple of different pitches. He might be running out of pitches. He's hit a fastball out of the park. He's hit a changeup out of the park. And I think he should be looking curveball next time.
There's Sammy. And here's Bobby Hughes, the young catcher for Milwaukee. Filling in for Mike Matheny, who injured himself in early batting practice today for the Brew Crew. They expect him to be back at some point during the series. And Kerry Wood gets ahead. No balls and a strike.
The wind was blowing straight in batting practice, and right now there is no movement whatsoever. So it becomes a pretty lively ballpark.
Well, let's see if the Brewers can catch up to the smoke from Wood. And so far, Hughes has not been able to do that. He's in an 0-2 hole. To our score in the 5th. Kerry looking for his 5th punch out. It's 1-2. Kerry on the year 6-3. Trying to become the 11th Cub pitcher in history with more than 5 wins before his 21st birthday. 1-2. Some of the names on that list: Larry Corcoran in 1880, Willie McGill in 1893, Ken Holtzman in 1966 that is. There's the strikeout number 5. Dick Trott, and of course the immortal Buttons Briggs back in 1896.
Kerry shook off 3 different signs to get to the slider, and this is one of the best he's thrown today. From the Southwest Plainview camera, take a look at a wicked breaking pitch, and Hughes no match for that one.
And that brings the pitcher Cal Eldred. He grounded to short his first time and didn't get the gas. It's 0-1. Right down the middle. He is starting to loosen up. The 0-2 is low.
Well, if you take a look at the ERA of Kerry Wood, you'll realize that, like so many great pitchers in the past, he gets stronger as the game moves along, and he will deliver his 70th pitch and probably his 6th strikeout right here.
2 down. And the fans went to Kmart or Circle K or wherever to get the K signs, and they've got 6 of them punched up. 104 on the year for Wood.
And this is what I was talking about. You can get him early. You don't get much of him in the middle, and you get absolutely none of him at the end. So as he starts to loosen up, things get better and better.
Pena tries to bunt his way on. No balls, 1 strike. 2 outs, bases empty, and Vina pops it foul over the Milwaukee dugout. It's 0-2. Wood a chance now to strike out the side. He's retired the last 3 men he's faced on strikes. And now the big crowd really starting to rock and roll. Here comes the 0-2. High fly left center. Brant Brown at the edge of the track. He's got it. 3 up, 3 down in the Milwaukee fifth. On we go to the bottom half. Cubs by 2. Chicago, Illinois, 4-2 our scores. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 runs on 2 hits for Milwaukee, as Kerry Wood has been scintillating before the sellout crowd here at the friendly confines. Well, I don't know if there's a better place in the world to watch a ball game than Wrigley Field on a night like this. This is spectacular.
And we heard all the dire forecast of weather, and yet it is absolutely gorgeous, and it is a full house to watch the renewal of this game.
Mickey Morandini almost got hit.
I've got an interesting piece of email here.
Okay.
It somehow found its way to my desk.
Wonder why. The 1-0 is over for a strike.
And it says, as a former Cy Young Award winner, and I assume that that would be me, I'm curious to know how you would pitch to Chip Caray. Would it be a steady diet of sliders on the outside, or would it be chin music? And it's signed from Kuzi of Hegwich. And there is the Caray family, Susan and Summerlin and Chip. I would throw Chip anything but a cheeseburger because
nice.
I can't get that by him.
You're a wonderful human being. That's foul. 1 and 2. Well, as long as you keep buying dinner, you can pitch me any way you want, pal.
A very interesting email.
See, I knew you'd like this. Once you got into it, you'd approve. The pitch again. Just missed. It's 2 and 2. Sammy Sosa waiting on deck. He is the man of the night offensively for the Cubs.
And I don't think he can wait to get up there.
Oh, man.
Because he has unloaded a couple of times against Cal Eldred. Now, in the old days, I know where the first pitch would be. Let's see where it is after Morandini's at bat.
Got it. That's the 4th Eldred strikeout, but here comes Sammy.
That was a high fastball, and that went out into right center. And the next time up, it was the changeup, and that went out to left center.
Let's see if he can hit 3 tonight. The pitch is low. 1 ball, no strikes. You better watch where you park when you come to the friendly confines. Sosa had a cut, pops it up right side. Get out of play, ball. It's 1-1. Wow. 200 and 201 homers as a Cub tonight. And he is having another one of those potential 30 years. Sosa with 23 home runs. He's stolen 10 bases. Eldred with a 1-1 count now. Here comes the pitch. Ooh, strike. Belt high inside corner.
Well, the only pitch he hasn't tried on Sammy is a curveball. So let's see what might be forthcoming. And it is the curveball.
Uh-oh, the 1-2. He laid off. And the count is now even 2-2. Phil Garner wants Eldred to be very careful here. Base is empty. 1 out. The pitch. Chopper toward third. Cirillo can't glove it. It's foul anyway.
Well, the way that Kerry Wood has been throwing, Phil Garner knows that it's going to be tough enough to come from 2 back. But if Eldred gives many more to the Cubs, I think his young mound opponent is going to be a little too tough for him. And there is the young mound opponent tonight, Kerry Wood.
Again, the 2-2. Again, it's foul. Just past the Cubs dugout. National League scoreboard. Phillies getting great pitching again. 2-1. They lead the Pirates in the 7th. Matt Beach with 10 strikeouts. Carlton Lower was terrific yesterday.
He was just outstanding. The Cubs will have another look at him when the Phillies come to town right after the Brewers.
Again, the 2-2. Change struck him out. That, folks, was a big league pitch. Maybe the curveball, whatever it was off speed, and Sammy couldn't pull the trigger.
After a steady diet of inside fastballs, there's the hook. And that was probably the best one Eldred's thrown tonight. From the Southwest Airlines Plainview camera, take a look at a knee buckler. And there is the Southwest Airlines Plainview camera high atop beautiful Wrigley Field.
So 5 straight retired by Eldred. And Mark Grace, the hitter. He's 1 for 2 with a base hit back in the 3rd inning. Cubs lead it 4-2 here in the 5th.
You know, Chip, I don't mind when I get mail and they call you Cliff. I think that that's pretty good. But when the mayor of Wisconsin, the governor of Wisconsin comes in and calls me Pat Hughes and asks me how I like it down here, then I got to draw the line.
You have much better socks than Pat.
Yes.
2 balls and a strike.
He said, how do you like it down here? I said, well, I've been here 16 years. I like it a lot.
Well, he's a Brewer fan. You know, he's not.
Yes, indeed.
He's not in on the what's this down here in Chicago. Three balls and a strike. 3-2. Could have been worse. He could have called you Ernie.
Well, he asked how Ernie Harris was. I said he's doing just great.
Three balls, 2 strikes to Mark Grace. 2 outs, the pitch. Up the middle. Grace has a couple of knocks. His 28th multi-hit game of the year. He's 2 out of 3, and that'll bump his average up. He came in second in the National League at .352.
Mark Grace can make adjustments from at bat to at bat. He can make adjustments from pitch to pitch. And Eldred fooled him on the off-speed pitch, but at 3-2, Eldred went back to the fastball, and Mark just took it right back up the middle.
So let's see if Henry can get going here. He's 0 for 2. He's flat out twice.
Well, this is the man we have to get untracked, and Henry should get a pretty good look at Eldred. He's not deceptive because he throws right over the top, and Mark Grace at home is second only to Dante Bichette.
Pitch to Henry. Big swing, big pop, foul, back and out of play. It's 0-1. Grace, a short lead at first. The pitch skips up there, and Hughes a good body block to knock it down.
That ball bounced a good 4 feet in front of home plate. That was a tough pitch to block, and Bobby Hughes does a nice job on this one. Watch it again. That's a changeup steered right into the ground, and Mark Grace stays right at first base.
1 ball, 1 strike. Cubs lead at 4-2 here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The pitch. 1-2. Boy, he's seen a steady diet of stuff above the belt, hadn't he?
Well, that's when Henry really started having some problems, when they started staying up on him with the heat. Hughes looks over in the dugout to see if perhaps they might have a suggestion. I would think it'd be high heat again.
Oh, boy. He strikes out the side and sandwiches a 2-out hit from Grace in between. Nothing doing for the Cubs in the 5th. On we go to the 6th, leading by 2.
Solely for the private and non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Chicago National League Ball Club is strictly prohibited.
4-2 after 5 here at the friendly confines. Cubs trying to take this ball game, get back to 12 games over 500, and keep pace with the Astros, who are beating the Reds 6-1 tonight after 4 innings. Houston with a 2-game lead in the National League Central entering tonight's play.
Remember, Houston has to travel to St. Louis, I believe, so while the Cubs are home, the Astros will be on the road.
Wood against Cirillo, opening up inning number 6. How dedicated is Cirillo to his major league career? He sleeps with his bats. The 1-0 to the whole left side. Manny to his right. Gloves, grabs, guns, and he got it. Good play at short by Manny Alexander.
Manny's got a very strong arm. He plants the back foot. He's got some time, guns it across, and they get him by a full 2 steps.
Base is empty for Burnitz now. He's 0 for 2. He leads their team with 14 home runs and 47 runs batted in. It's even 1-1. You're bad.
Some high heat right by Burnitz, and that's a good spot to stay.
Oh, just blew that right by him. 1-2. Even he's got a sheepish smile. I don't think he saw that pitch.
So where'd this kid come from? And why do you guys have him?
1-2.
Sansi wants some high heat again.
Got a bat on it, popped it up lazily into left. And now to left center. Who wants it? Brant Brown calls away Henry, puts it away. Six straight retired by Wood, and there are 2 outs quickly in the 6th. Steve Traxel goes tomorrow for the Cubs. A lot of good tickets available for the afternoon game tomorrow. Brad Woodall will be the pitcher for Milwaukee. He's a young left-hander they picked up as a free agent after performing in the Atlanta organization.
Those teams highlighted in red are the teams over 500. That could change if the Cubs beat Milwaukee here tonight. And there you see the very tough Phillies coming to town after Milwaukee leaves, and the very potent Cleveland Indians right on their heels.
And so while the schedule on paper looks very favorable, not too many winning teams against the Cubs, these are games of even more importance, quite obviously, because you know the schedule's not going to be this favorable come July and August.
Well, when you flip the calendar to the second half, that's when the Cubs will have a very difficult schedule. 45 of 70 away from the friendly confines, while Houston is home primarily the last 2 months. That's why these become imperative.
3-2 now to Jaha. Kevin Foster, his first appearance at Wrigley Field here in 1998 since coming back from his injuries. And hopefully he's here to stay. The 3-2 pitch, strike 3. 7 men in a row retired. 7 strikeouts for Wood. Bottom of the 6th. 4-2 Cubs.
When you're busy, sometimes you can't answer every call. Boy, can you use a receptionist.
Mr. Kenneth Markey calling.
Take a number.
I'm Maxwell Moore.
I'm busy.
Well, instead of hiring a receptionist,
A Miss Kate Turner call. Twice.
get something better from Ameritech.
Did you say Katie?
Order caller ID now and you'll get a free display unit and free shipping and handling. Everything you need to make the most of your time.
Did you use our bank today? Did you send your kids to school? Did you find yourself at the park? Did you lose yourself at the library? At First Midwest Bank, we invest in the places, people, and businesses that keep our community strong. So chances are, some way, somehow. You used our bank today. First Midwest Bank, making life a little richer.
Help.
Now you want to...
Sport your best polyester. The Cubs and Southwest Airlines bring the disco decade of the 70s to the ballpark Tuesday, June 30th.
That's Stoney and Cher.
I like it. Sister Sledge will be performing before the game. It's
Boy,
great.
you look real good there.
You look real short, too. By the way, the best-dressed fans can win 2 round-trip airline tickets from Southwest Airlines. 312-831-CUBS. Really, we both dress like that. We just come to all the time. We just come to the games in costume.
I was going to say, the sad part about it is that's my suit.
Oh, that should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to ride the L to the ballpark wearing that stuff. That should be real interesting. Here's Dave Nielsen. Nielsen's walked a couple of times and has scored one of the two Milwaukee runs.
I can't wait to bail you out of the local pokey if you do ride looking like that.
Oh, that's great. Here's Carey's pitch, and it's a fastball right through there, 1-2. Might be one of those days where Yosh Kawano may have to save a stall for us in the locker room to let us change before the game.
Well, before our guest conductor, we've had a history of very long top of the 7th, but I think Carey might be putting an end to that string here tonight.
That's foul past third. Disco never died.
You like those shoes?
Oh, those are sweet. Well, you know, men's fashion, they say, Steve, you never throw anything away. It'll always come back into style. The pitch is over but low. 2-2.
Now, I like that look. That's a good look. And that's why you're that much taller. Take a look at those shoes. He's got 8-inch heels.
2-2 pitch. Here's a high fly to left. Boy, it was not very fun squeezing my dogs into those shoes, man. I couldn't walk right for a week. One away here in the 7th. So that should be a lot of fun. 70s night here at the ballpark. Don't forget, June 18th, this Thursday, the Cubs and their wives have a cocktail reception at Harry Carey's restaurant, benefiting women in the major leagues. Proceeds benefit the Boys and Girls Club of Chicago, Child Help USA, Dutchie Carey presiding the festivities from 7 to 9 o'clock. All kinds of great items: a Sammy Sosa autographed jersey, a Ryne Sandberg ball, Mickey Morandini glove, Kerry Wood cap, and an original painting by Rod Beck. Didn't know Rod was a painter. There are tickets still available for the event as Grissom flies toward right. And Sammy's got it. Tickets cost $125 per couple or $75 per person. For additional information, call 773-404-CUBS. Two up, two down. Woods retired 9 in a row, and the shortstop, Jose Valentin, the batter, a 2-run homer in the second, briefly gave Milwaukee a 2-1 lead.
Still only 2 hits in this ball game.
And he rifles that ball into the second deck and foul, 0-1. Cincinnati trying to chip away. They've scored another run in the bottom of the 5th inning. It's 6-2, however, in favor of the Astros. The 0-1 is high to the shortstop. A ball and a strike. You don't hear much about this guy, Valentin, with the other great shortstops in baseball, the Jeters, the Alex Rodriguez's and such. But when he's right, this guy's an outstanding man up the middle.
Well, shortstop has become a power position all over baseball, and Valentin falls into that category. He had 17 home runs last year. He'll probably better that this year.
The 2-1 is outside. 3 balls and a strike.
Very likable young man, by the way, and a good solid player.
The 3-1. Fisted, foul, out of play. Well, it's the oldest adage in baseball, or at least one of them. You want to be strong up the middle, and with Vigna and Valentin and Marquise Grissom, the Brewers certainly qualify defensively in that regard.
Valentin has made a number of throwing errors this year. He'll usually pick it and then sometimes throw it away.
3-2 pitch. And again, the crowd waits a moment longer for Gary Barnett's rendition of the 7th inning stretch.
You have to really like what Vina's done at second base. Just 4 errors all season in 66 games. And the man at third, Cirillo, has been brilliant once again. And this crowd looking for another strikeout. Or they're very excited at the prospects of Gary Barnett doing Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
And, well, they should be. Here comes the 3-2 again. Got him swinging. He struck out 8. And here's the rendition we have heard of the 7th inning stretch. Great job.
Well, that's about as good as I can do right there, Chip. I practiced for days.
That was outstanding. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here in this atmosphere and in Chicago. I tell you, there's nothing like this.
Well, Gary, tell us how you're going to handle Michigan and Ohio State at home back-to-back this year.
Well, as best we can, Steve. It's a great schedule. It's a great home schedule. We have not only do we have Michigan and Ohio State back-to-back, we also have Illinois coming to town and Purdue coming to town. We've got a 6-game home schedule and finish up out in Hawaii.
And
that's not bad duty.
No, you're going to be young this year, I know, but you figure you're going to have a pretty decent year?
We're going to be young on offense in a couple key positions, but we've got the makings of a great defense with a lot of depth. Our special team should be outstanding. I think that really our offense has got a chance to be really good mid-year and later on, and I think the schedule really works in our favor, although it's very difficult, but it's going to work in our favor.
Mickey Morandini, the batter, he sends a drive in the air to right. That's going to be caught by Jeremy Burnitz, and there's out number 2. Sammy Sosa with 2 home runs in tonight's game. Last Cub to hit 3 in a game was Sammy in June of '96 against the Phillies.
And you'll notice 2 are against Terry Mulholland, but he's not going to hit any against Terry anymore because he's in our bullpen.
Coach, when do you guys crank it up? When do you guys get started?
Our freshmen come in August the 10th, and our older kids come in the 13th, and we go to Kenosha, Wisconsin on the 14th for 3-a-days, and it's not that far away. I think it's about 55 days.
I know the guys are really looking forward to the 3-a-day practices.
Well, actually, they're not as bad as they sound. They're only about an hour and 10 minutes apiece, and if we'd gone back to 2-a-days, I think our kids would run me out of town. So we get them plenty of rest and get a lot of work out of them.
Of course, the year in '95, just a dream season for the folks at Northwestern. Do you think back at that often, or do you try to move on and think about the year ahead?
No, you can't look back. You know, if your memories get bigger than your dreams, you're in trouble. And the only thing I can really see is what a great atmosphere the Rose Bowl was in Pasadena, and I'll never forget that. And I got to go back and see it soon.
Hopefully it'll be this year, or if not this, certainly in the next couple ahead for you and your Wildcat program. That's a great turnaround. You've done a great job, and I know fans of college football everywhere in Chicago are delighted that you've decided to stay with this program.
Well, thanks, Chip. You know, this is such a great town, and the city and the university have been so good to us. And
Sammy, did he do it? Did he do it?
Did it?
Did he do it? You bet he did.
Wow.
Some fans who have a souvenir as Sammy goes long ball 3 times here tonight. And if he does not make the All-Star team, there should be an investigation. And the fans here calling for a curtain call.
I may get invited back to one of these games.
Man, oh man, 3 home runs for Sosa. And Mark Grace has the unenviable of following that, and even Sosa's pushing his mates out of the way to get the kisses and peace signs out there. Wow, 24 home runs.
63 driven in and 3 bombs tonight.
And Grace now ground ball towards second. Vina's going to throw him out, and that retires aside. Gary Barnett, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck for 1998.
Thank you very much, Chip.
A great pleasure. Sosa with 3 home runs. Oh, baby, what a night here at Wrigley Field. second. Burnitz at first. Adams on the mound. The 0-1. Evens the count, a ball and a strike.
Ooh. He's been even better than Burnitz. But he's been on the DL for a while. And let's hope the rust is not worn off yet.
2 balls and a strike.
Good pickup by Scott Service. That one could have easily gotten by, and that would have made it a much tougher at bat and another run.
Adams has pitched 10 2/3 scoreless innings. Over his last 7 games, he's won 3 of those outings. But he's fallen behind John Jaha, the first baseman of the Brewers here. A 5-3 game with the sacks full. The pitch. Uh-oh, 3-1. That first batter faced, oh so critical for a relief pitcher. The stretch now, the 3-1. Ball 4. 1-run game. 4 walks given up in the inning. RBI for Jaha. Hamlin scores. Cirillo to third. Burnitz to second. 5-4 game. And now we're going to have a pinch runner over at first for Jaha.
Now Nielsen has grounded into 7 double plays. And he got Bob Patterson loosened up. But for the moment, they're going to go with Terry Adams.
Darren Jackson's going to pinch run. Here in the 8th inning for Milwaukee. Still only 1 man out. It's a 5-4 game. And now Nielsen the hitter. He's 0 for 1 with a couple of walks and a run scored. Adams misses. 1-0. Is a strike. Trying times at Wrigley Field here. Things were zipping along most fortuitously. But then 2 leadoff walks in the 8th inning have spelled all kinds of problems. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The pitch. 2-1.
Nielsen, a pretty tough man to fan. Kerry Wood was not able to do it tonight, and he's only struck out 8 times in 85 at bats. And with bases loaded, he's only hitting .370.
The 2-1. Bouncing ball second. Can we turn 2? Out there. Relay to first. Not in time. Brewers tie the game. Adams got the ground ball, but it wasn't hit hard enough.
It also pulled Mickey Morandini to his left. And when you go this far on a chopper, it's going to be very difficult to turn 2. It's a good throw. Manny off balance, cannot make the relay in time. RBI number 11. And the walks have come back to haunt the Cubs. So Kerry Wood cannot win. The question is, can the Cubs get out of this inning with a tie?
A tough hombre in there in Marquise Grissom. Grissom 1 for 3. 2 flyouts to right and a single sandwiched in the middle. In the dirt. Service makes the stop. The Cubs, when leading after 7 this year, 32-1. But that stat in jeopardy here tonight. 5-5 game. Runners at the corners. 2 outs for Grissom. Burnitz and Nielsen aboard. The 1-0. Evens the count. Final in from Philly. Philadelphia beats Pittsburgh tonight 2-1. Beach over Lieber. Mark Leiter another save. Houston pounding the Reds 10-2 in the top of the 8th. Colorado and San Francisco just underway out on the West Coast. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's 2-1.
Well, if you don't get Grissom, you have to bring in Patterson because you have to turn around Valentin. He's not near as dangerous from the right side.
Two balls, 1 strike. Back to Adams. He's out of the jam, and the inning is over. But the Brewers score 3 times. They get 4 walks in the inning, 1 hit. Leave 2 runners aboard. To the bottom of the 8th we go, all tied at 5. Stays in the game. He'll play first base. And on the mound is the master of the changeup, veteran Doug Jones.
Jones 3-2 ERA, 4.28. He's got 12 saves, but recently he's fallen on hard times, and he started to give up the long ball. And that could bode well for the Cubs tonight because with no wind, it's a very lively night here at Wrigley Field. Jones has given up 10 home runs in 40 innings. He's got pinpoint control. He's only walked 4 men while fanning 31. But as the Cubs stopper, he came over, had a very difficult time, but he's had a lot of success with the Brewers.
Henry, the first man to face him, and he takes strike 1. Jones last appeared yesterday at Pittsburgh, worked a scoreless inning.
Last year, Jones had 36 saves, a 2.02 ERA in 75 appearances. It was a remarkable year for him, a great comeback year. But this year, he's had some trouble.
The 0-2. It's 1-2. If you're a hitter, how would you approach Jones?
I'd just wait back and look for the changeup because you figure you're going to get it.
He did. There's a drive into center. Grissom back. Hit the track. Hit the wall. Just enough room. One long, loud, disappointing out.
Henry got it just on the end of the bat, and the ballpark at the 400-foot mark was just able to hold it. Watch it again. And Henry thought he had a shot, but Grissom coasting back. Now he sets up, and he makes the catch.
So Jose Hernandez takes his turn. He's 0 for 2.
Home runs as a reliever. And the 11th might spell doom for Doug Jones.
2 balls, no strikes. Jose a triple, highlighting his night offensively tonight, back in the 6th inning. The Cubs a 3 home run game from Sammy Sosa, but it's tied at 5. There's a strike, 2-1. Kerry Wood, 7 innings and a third for the Cubs. 9 strikeouts, 6 walks, 5 runs, can't win it. The 2-1. Hit hard and through left side for a 1-out hit.
And there was the disadvantage of playing over toward the line in the late innings to take away the double. Cirillo had to make sure that Jose couldn't hit it between him and the bag, so it left a lot of room, and Jose hit it to his left for a base hit.
So Scott Service becomes the hitter. He took over when Sandy Martinez was thrown out. A good-looking night at Wrigley Field. Looks like the Swiss miss.
It does indeed.
So Service a chance to be the hero here in the 8th.
Jones throws so many changeups that Jose Hernandez might be tempted to go. And with that in mind, they pitch out.
Brewers thought so, but nothing doing. 1 ball, no strikes. The shooter Rod Beck is up in the Cub pen. if we can push across a tie-breaking run here in the 8th. The Cubs have been a comeback team all year. They've led most of the night tonight. 1-0 is low. 2 balls, no strikes.
And that's why Jones been getting in trouble. He normally has great control, as the 4 walks in 40 innings would indicate. But he's been falling behind, and when he does, the stuff is not good enough to consistently get out the opposition.
That change sputters across for a strike.
Scott thought it was a little low. Now let's see if they might use the hit and run to try to stay out of the double play. Service is very good at hitting the ball to right field. Jones doesn't throw a lot of pitches by you. And the hit and run will keep you back so you won't get ahead of the changeup because you're trying to punch the ball through the right side.
Tempers flaring between the Yankees and Baltimore. Mike Stanton just got thrown out for hitting a batter in that Baltimore Yankee game tonight. Interesting.
Maybe the rain will cool things off. It's raining in the bottom of the 7th.
2 balls, 1 strike. Good lead by Jose. He's going to pitch. He threw the bat at the ball and it bounces it into left field. First and third with 1 out. Oh, what a hit and run. Oh, what a play.
Outstanding effort by Scott Service. It was a 2-1 count, the perfect hit and run count. And Scott Service throws the bat at the ball, pulls it into the vacated shortstop position. It looked like both Vina and Valentin were going over to cover. And that's what opened the holes. And there was a lack of communication. Arnie, if you show that shot again, the same one you had, you'll find both Valentin and Vina going to the bag. Now, normally it would just be the second baseman, but you see both of them right at the bag at the same time. That gives you no infielders, essentially. And that mental mistake might do in the Brewers tonight.
First and third with 1 out. And Manny Alexander now becomes the key man in the ball game. Grissom and Burnitz have the arms in the outfield. First and third with 1 away. Manny's had another good night tonight. His second RBI of the game would give the Cubs the lead in the 8th inning. Infield in for Milwaukee with 1 out. Swinging, and it's foul past third.
Alexander does have a couple of bunts. This might not be the best time for it because it's pretty easy to call a pitch out if you're ahead 0-1.
No balls, 1 strike. A 5-5 game in the bottom of the 8th inning. Cubs have them first and third with 1 out against Doug Jones.
Bobby Hughes looking over in the dugout to find out just exactly what Phil Garner wants.
Oh, boy, great patience there. American League Final, Detroit beat Minnesota 3-2. Todd Jones finally saved the game. They beat Brad Radke, by the way, 3-2. Did the Tigers tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 on, 1 out. Pitch outs. Phil Garner trying to steal the sign here. Tom Gamboa with last-minute instructions to Jose at third. 2 balls, 1 strike. And now again time called. Well, if this is the way these games are going to be between these new National League rivals, this is going to be a great matchup. The 2-1 won't be made as Jones, the old fake to third, throw to first.
Doug Jones had such a terrible time in this ballpark as a member of the Cubs. Maybe he remembers that. This has been a tough place for him to pitch.
Swung on, high fly left. Nielsen back. There's the catch. Here's the tag. It's not going to be in time. And the Cubs have a 6-5 lead. Manny came through again. And while the sacrifice fly is going to get the headlines, the miscommunication on the hit and run, the real key in this inning.
Manny with 2 runs batted in, giving him 12. And if you're going to hit it anywhere in the outfield, hitting it to Nielsen is the place. He doesn't have a particularly strong arm. Jose Hernandez, pretty good speed. He scores easily, and the Cubs grab the lead.
And Terrell Lowry's now going to come on and bat in the pitcher's spot here in the 8th inning. 6-5, Cubs have the lead. So Lowry for Adams. Beck will come on to work the 9th. And again, Steve, the lower portion of the lineup coming through with the big plays when needed. That's been something the Cubs have been looking for with consistency all season long, and something we talked about at the top of our broadcast.
6, 7, 8, and 9 tonight for the Cubs. Have 7 hits. And that's been the big difference. Of course, the 3 home runs by Sammy Sosa didn't hurt.
So Terrell Lowry, the pinch hitter, 200 on the year. He hacks away for strike 1. Well, the next best thing to Wood getting the win would be the Cubs getting the win. And it's a 6-5 game in favor of the North Siders here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Doug Jones's troubles continue. Lowry looks to add to them here with 2 outs. 0-2. Cubs trying to go to 9-3 in a Wood start.
It's going to be the bottom third of the order in the 9th inning, starting off with Valentin. And then perhaps maybe a pinch hitter for Hughes. And Hamlin in the 9th spot.
0-2 pitch waved on and missed. And that retires the side. But the Cubs score the go-ahead run on 2 hits. Manny's sacrifice fly unties the game. It's 6-5 after 8, and here comes the shooter, Rod Beck.
The ball game as the Cubs take a 1-0 lead into the 9th, and that's the Ameritech playbook.
Brant Brown moves from center to left. Lowry stays in the game in center. And, of course, Rod Beck becomes the Cub pitcher. Beck looking for save number 17.
On for the 33rd time.
Jose Valentin, the shortstop, the man that greets him, and Beck gets ahead 0-1. Great job tonight by our crew. Our senior producer director of Cubs baseball is Arnie Harris. Tonight's game produced by John Walgren. Pete Toma, our associate producer. As Beck back to work, 0-2. Our coordinating producer Kim Fields, and the executive producer of Cubs baseball, Bob Vorwald. Our booth assistant tonight, the lovely and talented Kathy Kerr. A great job, one and all, as the Cubs 3 outs away from win number 40 on the year. Got him swinging, 1 away. That's what you like to see your relief guy do, Stoney. Come in and get ahead of people and polish them off.
1, 2, 3, and the last one is the high fastball. It's up and out of the zone, and that's where you want to stay on Valentin.
So Hughes will hit here. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, a walk, and one of the 5 Milwaukee runs scored. And that pitch from Rod sweeps away. 1 ball, no strikes. 6-5 is our score in the top of the 9th. One and 0 the count to the Brewer catcher. Chopped to third and foul. Don't forget, friends, Wednesday, Mercury Cougar Sunglasses Day at the ballpark. First 10,000 fans 21 and older attending the Cubs Brewers game get a pair of sunglasses, compliments of the 1999 Lincoln Mercury Cougar. 312-831 Cubs, the number to dial. And plenty more excitement expected not only for the game Wednesday, but for tomorrow as well, as Traxel and Woodall hook up at 1:20 Chicago time. The 1-1 pitch on the way. 1-2. It's advantage back here. The young man has never seen him. And Hughes in a 1-2 hole. Went with a fastball, and he just missed with it. Two balls, two strikes. Sinker is foul past third.
Got to be careful with this guy. He does have some surprising power at times.
But what a ball game, and what a way to open the homestand. The 2-2. He fought that ball off. Man, oh man. That was a tough pitch. Beck having to work overtime to finish off this guy. Bob Hamlin could be their final hope. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Didn't mean to swing. If you missed it, a huge night for Sosa. His second career 3-homer game. He got him swinging. A foul tip caught by Service. And Phil Gardner's going to argue about that. He's going to say the ball hit the dirt.
I think the ball did hit the dirt.
And now they're going to check it.
And they're going to check to see if it did. I'm not sure if he fouled it off, but I think the ball hit the dirt.
Oh, so they say it's a foul ball. He gets another hack.
We'll take another look at it. And again, the ball did hit the dirt. Now, the only question is, did he make contact? So he apparently heard the contact made, and on appeal to Bruce Fleming, he gives him another life.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Bouncing ball to short. Easy play there. And Manny makes it. 2 down. 37,903, and not many have left. The Cubs bidding for their 10th straight win at home. And Bob Hamlin is the final Brewer hope. He walked as a pinch hitter in the 8th. The last time the Cubs won 10 straight games at home was way back in 1978. The 0-1 to Hamlin. Hit hard to second. Mickey to an E. And the Cubs win it. Rod Beck picks up his 17th save. Terry Adams wins it. He's 6-3. Doug Jones's miseries in 98 continue. He's the loser. And Sammy Sosa with a 3-homer game tonight powers the Cubs to a thrilling, nail-biting 1-run win. 6-5 your final score here at the Friendly Confines.
Good way to kick off the homestand, and let's go get them tomorrow.
6-5 your final score tomorrow. It's Steve Traxel, Brad Woodall. But let's celebrate tonight. Cubs win it 6-5. White flag will be flying from the scoreboard right after this timeout. With his second career 3-homer game, now 24 of those on the year, 63 RBIs. The Cubs survive a miserable 8th inning to come back and win it in the bottom of the half of the 8th. 6-5 your final score. 6-12-0 for the Cubs. 3-0 for Milwaukee. They got 7 walks, scored on a bunch of those. Kerry Wood can't win it. Terry Adams did. Rod Beck his 17th save. Doug Jones 3-3. And a huge crowd of 37,903 saw it. What a rivalry this could be between the Cubs and the Brewers. Game 1 of 3 goes the Cubs' way. Back with a final word from the friendly confines of Wrigley Field right after this.
Chicago Cubs.
And if Sammy's looking in there, it's going over that scoreboard.
First one right down central, strike 1.
He went with the off-speed breaking ball.
Deep left field, and can you say 66? Sammy's got the home run lead.
Well, we told you if Lima tried to come inside with a fastball again, it was going over the scoreboard.
On his mind, he's been so pleasant with the media as he was before the Bruce Fleming getting a supply of those specially marked baseballs. Sammy's already lost one of those for him tonight. And here they are at various points during the season. Sammy way behind early, caught him in August, and as of tonight has taken the lead in this home run record race. And now with a chance to get his team even, Steve.
Going into the month of June.
McGuire 0 for 1. Sosa 0 for 1. And now Sammy bats for the second time in the ballgame. 66 home runs. Sosa has hit 57 of those home runs in his last 107 games. Prior to May the 25th, Sosa had 9 home runs on the year, while Mark McGuire had 24. Sosa caught him, passed him, and then McGuire tied him last night. Big cut foul back out of play, and all the flash balls sprinkled all over the Astrodome with every Sosa cut.
You mentioned Reynolds seems to have it going today, able to spot his fastball on both sides of the plate. Reynolds talks about working up and down as well, rather than just in and out, up and down. He's able to do that to Sosa. He may see another strikeout here. Sosa with 168 punch-outs.
Outside. And McGuire throws this one to center. There is number 68.
Ripping the rally in the 6th inning extended it from 2-0 to 4-0. So many people have brought their cameras with the automatic flash for one. Mesa with the Giants with a 3.3 earned run average. And has only given up a couple of runs.
But I also felt that, you know, you get one chance in a million to, you know, break Roger Maris's record, and that should be, you know, on your mind as well. But I tell you what, I've seen in the last couple of weeks a lot of instances where he put the team in front of his individual goals, because I've seen him where he's had counts where he could go for it, the home runs, and he wouldn't. He would take a single to right field to drive in a run or do whatever the team needed rather than going for the big fly.
2-2.
So when Sammy Sosa tells you that he is really concerned about the Cubs winning, you can believe him.
This has been a coming out party for Sosa. The whole country has discovered him this year. 3-2. And what they've discovered is a guy that you have to love.
Right. Yeah, you know, that's the shit.
That was the swing for number 67, and that was a pitch you might have done it on. Down the right field line. Carter, base hit.
See, Sammy Sosa 2-3 years ago would never have hit that pitch. That would have been a strikeout pitch. But Sammy Mesa made a good pitch away, and he just flips it down the right field line.
Sosa 2 for 4, and the MVP chant.
Well, let's take a look at this pitch. Fastball away, and look at that. He just kind of stays flat-footed. Look at that. And just used his hands, hit the ball the other way. That pitch was away from him. He didn't try to pull it. Just gets a base hit to right field. That's the difference between hitting.
That's a push. And Kent, who yesterday, after the Giants had blown their own 7-0 lead in Denver and fallen behind, Kent launched a home run in the 8th inning to tie that game. He has 31 homers and 127 runs batted in. Today, he is 0 for 3. Was hit by a pitch once. 5-2 the score. Rod Beck. In that familiar pose with the right arm, rocking back and forth. 80 miles an hour. I don't know if that's supposed to be a splitter or what.
I think that was a fastball. From the way he released it, it looked like a fastball.
Well, that is well below even where Rod has been throwing. I mean, he's been up consistently 88, 89 the last couple of years. 2 on, 2 in, 1 out. Well, they better get that bullpen. They better. Oh, man.
Well, if that first fastball was 80 miles an hour, that one was 75. And you see Dusty Baker said, man, he had a pitch to hit. That was up, which is the kind of ball you're going to get in the air. Look at that. And, man, he just misses it. But that's Rod Beck. He will come after you, even though he knows he doesn't have his best stuff. He's a battler. He's a competitor.
The Cubs limping to the finish. The Warrior Rod Beck with very little left, it is apparent.
That's all he needed.
There's one to first. Off the bag. Coming in to score is Javier. At second base, the pinch runner, Sanchez, the former Cub, came in real hard on Morandini.
Well, Beck needed to have one good pitch, and he makes the good pitch. He gets the ground ball. Sanchez has to back up because it's a tough hop. He feeds Morandini, but right there on top of him is Sanchez. Good job by Sanchez. He makes him throw the ball away.
Let's go, let us celebrate. Let's go.
The former World Series hero, who had been so strong for the Giants in the stretch. And we got a fan who has run out from the bleachers onto the field, and that's why we have the delay now. The security here at the ballpark taking care of the intruder. We're talking about Joe Carter in a big spot. This was 1993, Game 6 of the World Series.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back and gone. Joe Carter with a 3-run homer.
Well, that was Carter 5 years ago. Doesn't seem that long. And now Carter in what could be his final at bat. He will retire when this season is over. And he himself could well help determine whether or not it is final at bat. 2 down in the 9th inning. And Rod Beck trying to pull off something that's almost superhuman. Existing only on guile right now. 0-1. I mean, he's not thrown a pitch faster than 80 miles an hour yet. That was a slider. In for the Giants. It is 5-3 in the 9th inning. Well, now he had something on it, Joe.
Well, that was a waste pitch, and it was up. He was just trying to move him off the plate. Because I don't think he's going to try to get Joe Carter out with a fastball. I think he wants to get him out with a splitter or a slider.
Rod Beck needing 1 save more to put the Cubs in the playoffs as he faces the only other team he's ever pitched with in the big leagues to try and put them there.
John, that was interesting right there. That was a splitter, but he can't get up on top with the splitter. I mean, he threw that ball like 3/4, almost sidearm. He can't get on top to throw that, to get the good movement on the splitter.
J.T. Snow would be next. 2-1 to Carter. He is 0 for 3 in the game. Kent is at first.
I don't know why they're holding him on over there.
Grace right on the bag with him. And the Giants are down to their final strike.
Why would you be holding him on when his run doesn't mean anything?
One of several questions that we have about how this one is being executed. 2-2 with 2 down. Off the fence, and Grace will take it. The Cubs have won it, and they will go to the postseason.
Rich King in our studios here in Chicago looking at Wrigley Field. The Chicago Cubs are in the playoffs for the first time since 1989. And what a finish as you see Sammy Sosa being lifted up there. A big hero this year. Glenn Allen Hill. Hill had a couple of big pinch hits this year, including one against the Mets that really gave the Cubs a big win against the New York Mets. Sammy celebrating his 66 home run year, but he doesn't care about that right now. He cares about the wild card playoff. The Cubs in the playoffs again for the first time in 10 years. What a harrowing 9th inning it was as the Giants down 5-0, scored 3 times, had the tying run at the plate, but Joe Carter popped up as the Cubs just continue to celebrate out there at Wrigley. Of course, Dan Roan is standing by in that melee somewhere. We'll have him a bit later on, but Sammy the big story, 66 home runs as the Cubs wrap it up. Great job on the hill by Steve Traxel tonight. And the bullpen, you talk about a gutty effort by Rod Beck. He had pitched 2 2/3 innings yesterday as you see Mark Grace hugging there with Terry Mulholland, who again came on the pitch after pitching yesterday. Rod Beck, though, 2 2/3 yesterday, came back, had very little on his pitches, but he got the 2 big outs there in the 9th inning that won it as Rod goes off into the dugout there as the Cubs salute the fans of Wrigley Field. There's Sammy with the big wave and the big kiss. And well, those fans have to be happy. I was out there earlier in the bleachers. They were set to go for a big celebration. It's ongoing in Chicago right now because the Cubs won the game 5-3. And Dan Roan is standing by in the mess at Wrigley Field, a happy mess, we should say. Take it away, Dan Roan. Field celebrating, and they are going to have one celebration along Addison Street tonight, the Cubby Bear, and along Waveland, and all those hangouts out there. You see some of the trucks in the area, the media trucks, but we think we have Dan Roan set to go now and see if he's ready. Dan Roan, are you ready and able down there?
All right, everybody, back at Wrigley Field, the party is on. Obviously, nobody has...
There you see it. What more can you say? Reporting live from outside the friendly confines, Charles Thomas, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Okay, Charles, thanks a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of celebrating to come to. Let's go back. I think we can get inside the locker room now at Wrigley where Sammy Sosa's talking. Let's see what he has to say. A lot of celebrating.
With you with 66 home runs. The home run race is now officially over. You have 66 home runs. Now you can look back. How do you feel about 66?
But you have to know, the Mama Guaya is the man. He's the king of home run buck. They got to go to me first to get to Mark. You know that, Mark. You are number 1, but I'm number 2. I love you. And this has been unbelievable. That's something I'm not going to forget. Whatever happened in 1998, thank you for all the fans that support me here in Chicago, all over the place. I'm without words. Mark, you wanted to come out and celebrate with the fans, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you. All right, there goes Mark Grace. Says he can't even put it into words. He's going to walk around and celebrate with these fans. An unbelievable scene. And they're continuing to go wild here at Wrigley Field. There are about 10 players out here right now, Tim, running around with champagne, wanting to do it with the fans. Let's get out there and get a look at Mark Grace, who's now going out to celebrate with the bleacher fans. Mark Grace, a longtime Cub, obviously a sweet moment for him. He's waited so long for this. He was along for the ride and contributed in 1989. Let's pan down the left field side now, Chuck. You can see fans are down there. Matt Mieske is getting drawn up into the crowd right now, down by the Cub bullpen. This is a great scene to see the Cub fans getting to participate with the players in this. Here comes Scott Service, catcher Scott Service. Scott, what a scene this is to come out and celebrate with the fans.
Yeah, we really do got the best fans in all of baseball. They showed it tonight, just totally into the game. It was great, awesome. It's been a heck of a year. We've come a long way from that 0-14 start last year.
Yeah, I think so. What did you do, get in the clubhouse and decide, hey, let's get back out there?
Yeah, I might as well enjoy it with the fans. They've been with us all along. There's been a lot of diehard Cub fans out there, been suffering a long time. Let's have fun tonight, everybody in Chicago.
Now, be honest with me. When the shooter came in that 9th inning, you knew it was going to get dicey, but he'd get him out, right?
Always. He's the best.
All right, Scott Service, have fun. There goes Scott Service. Matt Mieske is now celebrating with the fans down here. I'm going to walk down and see if I can't talk to Matt as he talks to the fans and signs some autographs. Here is Matt Mieske. Congratulations for that pinch hit. Thank you. What'd you guys do? Go in the clubhouse and then decide you're going to come right back out with the fans?
Yeah, we owe it to them. They've given us so much support all year long, and we wanted to enjoy it for ourselves a little bit and then come out to give it to them.
Now, Gaetti had hit the 2-run homer. The team's ahead, and you have to come in one of the toughest situations in sports as a pinch hitter. What are you thinking?
Well, since I came back in September, I'm like 0 for 5 pinch hitting. It's a huge situation. I'm just trying to make good contact, and hopefully driving some runs. And
here you are. You're a hero.
Yeah. That's when it counts. I mean, this is the biggest game of the year, and I like to consider myself a clutch performer, and it's just a huge time and great. We needed the runs as it turned out.
Well, you might consider yourself a clutch performer. Now everybody else considers you one, too. You came through.
Well, thank you very much. It's great for the city of Chicago.
Yeah, what do you think of these fans?
Awesome. Awesome. And that's one of the loudest noises I've ever heard. I couldn't hear myself think after we won it. And they've just been so good. The second half, we just kind of steamrolled, and we fed on their energy. You know, we couldn't really play this well at home without the support we've had.
And then you get into the ninth inning. You knew the shooter was going to make it a little dicey. Nervous time.
Well, we haven't won anything easy all year, so we had to stay in line with our pattern right now and make it interesting. Anyway, everybody got their money's worth.
All right, go celebrate some more with the fans. Thanks, Matt. All right, there is Matt Mieske, one of the heroes of tonight's game. And as it turned out, he said that they needed the runs, and they did, because the Giants...
Honestly, if I wouldn't have started him, I would have still had the same confidence level. You know, that was one play in many that I'd, caught this year. So I'd put it behind me. I'm pretty strong individual as far as that is concerned. And, I had put it behind me. I wouldn't have lost any confidence if I didn't start that day.
Well, Brent, you were great. Congratulations. And now we're going to Dan Roan, who's got Sammy Sosa.
I got the man of the hour here. Sammy, I think you had a pretty good season, huh?
Yeah, I have to say, 1998 has been unbelievable, not only for me, for a lot of players, especially Mark McGwire. Hey, for me now it's different. I mean, I was waiting for that moment for a long time. I got it. We had to play extra game to go to the playoff. You believe that? So we got it. Especially we do it here in home, which is, it is unbelievable.
Well, I'll tell you what, you got to come to the next round.
Oh yeah, I get it, by the way, about it. Go ahead.
Hey, we'll let you dry off a little bit. Congratulations, buddy.
I appreciate it, boy. Chicago, you deserve the playoff. We're going to go to Atlanta. We never know what can happen. We might see in the World Series.
All right.
Sammy, how happy are you?
Sammy Sosa. Having a great time
all the way through. They entrusted you with a ball game. If you don't win that game, we're not here right now doused in champagne.
I know. At the time, I didn't really realize it, but going out there and pitching the way I did and kept us in a ball game, and then put us in a position to be here tonight. And Trax just did an unbelievable job tonight. And about Terry Mulholland coming in there after pitching yesterday. I mean, that's unbelievable. And it's been a great team effort. I mean, everybody battled and. Everybody battled their hearts out, and here we are, ready to go to Atlanta.
Well, you guys sure are the cardiac kids, and no better performance than the one in Houston for you. But how about the bats? Where'd the big hits come from?
I can't believe I waited so long to do it, but, come at a good time. It couldn't come at any worse time than
home runs that Sammy Sosa contributed. And as you mentioned, Kerry Woods, a new pitcher on the scene, and they have a lot of things to look forward to next year.
Meanwhile, the Braves look forward to either the Padres or the Astros.
Hi, boy.
That series is tied at a game apiece. They play tonight in San Diego. Kevin Brown against Mike Hampton. The unusual scheduling in that series, allowing the Padres to go with Brown twice in 3.
Expected retirement announcement. The fans.
Baseball, I think this is the year, and I just, want to commend and congratulate Don Bella on the fine job that he's done with this ball club, and just hope you guys can hold on and make this a special year. Thank you very much.
And that smiling face, of course, belongs to the one and only Andre Dawson, who now works with the Florida Marlins. And no one will forget the wonderful contributions Andre Dawson made while wearing a Cub uniform here in the late 80s. He was an amazing player on Chicago's north side. In fact, Andre Dawson threw out a ceremonial first pitch today. He will also be along to guest conduct the 7th inning stretch. So all in all, it'll be great to see.
Rightfully so, 49 home runs, so tremendous player. He looks like he can still play.
If they say that about him a lot. Here's a look at the Marlins lineup and the way they're going. They could use Andre Dawson. They are really struggling this month. Castillo leads off at second. Lee's at first. Cliff Floyd out of Chicago hits third and left. Preston Wilson in center field. Mike Lowell's maybe been the most consistent Marlin player this year. He's at third base. Kevin Millar is in right. Charles Johnson, Alex Gonzalez at shortstop, and Ryan Dempster will pitch, and he will bat ninth. But look at the Cubs' joy of Pepsi defensive lineup. Marlins really want to keep the ball away from Ricky Gutierrez. He's had a great year at shortstop. Eric Young, his double play partner up the middle with Bill Miller and Fred McGriff at the corners. Sosa, Tucker, and DeShields in the outfield. Todd Hundley gets the start tonight for Kevin Tapney, who tries to win his second consecutive game, and the Cubs offense came to life for him last time out, didn't it?
Well, yes. The one thing.
Nobody out in the Marlin first. Derek Lee, the Florida hitter. Kind of surprising to see their second baseman hitting in the #2 spot in the batting order.
Well, that is surprising, but you would think it would be more suitable for guys like Alex Gonzalez. Right there, the Cubs thinking that Castillo may be off and running very first pitch. And usually 9 out of 10 times that will happen, but you got to be able to pick your spots. You want to go in a spot where you know they have to throw a strike or maybe a breaking ball situation.
Runners going. The pitch is on the corner. The throw to second kicks off the foot of Castillo. And he steals second easily. It's his 32nd steal, but only his 3rd in the last 33 games for Florida.
Well, he picked the right time to go and on the right pitch, and it made no difference what Todd Hundley could do. This Castillo, I mean, this young man can just flat out fly. He even takes a look back, and Hundley has no chance. This ball is all the way up the first base side of second base. Speed, you cannot teach it.
Ground ball towards second. Lee gets the job done. Man at third with one man out. 15th win tonight. However, he has had very little luck against this Cub team. His first major league start came here at Wrigley Field, and the Cubs pounded him.
Well, the Canadian-born right-hander goes about 93, 94 miles per hour. Change-up slider, and that slider has been compared to Randy Johnson and Rob Dim. He's got a tremendous slider.
Line drive over the glove of Castillo into right center field, and a good start for the Cubs. That's 10 hits for Eric Young now on this homestand.
Well, you see EY hitting the ball the way he's supposed to, taking the ball to the opposite field, and that's where his strength is. Talked to him earlier. He was talking about August has always been his down month throughout his career. He's almost happy to see it coming to an end. As Luis Castillo didn't time his jump too good and glanced off the glove.
High strike to Bill Miller, who is backing away from the pitch. Strike one, your count. Bill, 3 hits and 25 at bats since coming back off the disabled list. And the Reds swinging high here over the train into left field. Cubs 2, Houston nothing.
Sammy has gone where very few players have gone in the past, over the choo-choo train. 56th home run of the year. RBIs 143 and 144. And after throwing a good breaking ball to Sammy, Reddick tried to get cute with that fastball, and Sammy leaned on it.
It went 4 levels of glass over the train. And he's gone up there a couple of times before in this park. Sosa loves hitting here at Enron. Wow! Straight away center field. Sosa. Cubs lead by 7. And Ken Griffey Jr. just turned around and watched that thing land way into the center field bleachers. 5 runs are in the 7th.
Sosa makes other players' home runs look like bunts. And why Chris Rietsma in that situation with an open base decides to challenge him with an inside fastball. We've seen all year long Sammy just turn around that fastball inner half. And Rietsma did not get that pitch in far enough.
2 balls, no strikes. So Sosa, 4 home runs against Red pitching this year. He's knocked in 16 runs against Cincinnati. 61 and 154 on the campaign. Sosa has a career high RBI total of 158 set on his MVP season in 1998. 3-2. So with 5 games left, including today's, and the Reds and Pirates, the final 2 opponents, you figure Sammy's got a great chance to fly by his own mark. Stairs thought that was the 3rd out, flips the bat away and wanted to flip the helmet away too.
New rules this year, Matt. Boy, and Sosa, look at Corky Miller. He knew that this ball was gone. You know what really impressed me about Sammy is the Cubs eliminated last year. As you see, Rietzman and Corky Miller both dropped their head. No batting practice today from either side on the field, but Sammy Sosa was down that right field line taking batting practice.
They might have to pitch to him.
I don't think they ever.
They walk. This is a guy that made them.
They're all standing, hoping number 70 comes their way. Here comes the pitch from Malicki. Swing and a foul back. 0-1. The fans are cheering their pitcher who has thrown a strike to Barry Bonds. And a miss, and it's 0-2. Bonds had a home run cut that time and came up empty. Barry Bonds last night and the night before a total of 6 swings and reached base 8 times. Here comes the 0-2 to Bonds. Drilled down the right field line, foul. Into the upper deck. Bonds way out. Oh, that pitch again. Well, here comes the 0-2 to Barry Bonds. Inside and low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, that's the first time there's been a rise out of the crowd in all history. Here comes Malicki. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. It's 2-2. It's 2 outs. Top half of the 3rd. Malicki, the right-hander, delivers to Bonds. Line drive into short right field. Craig Biggio playing in short right on the shift. Hoping now, finally, history will be made. Listen to the crowd. Rodriguez delivers to Bonds. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Balls 1 strike. Nobody out. 9th inning. A 9-2 Giant lead. Rodriguez delivers a fastball inside and high. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the young left-hander's going right at him, Soup.
Yeah, and probably borrowing a page from Billy Wagner. Why not here?
Trailing 9-2. 69 home runs for Barry Bonds. The 1-1. There it goes. There it goes. Mark McGwire has a co-owner of the home run throne. Number 70 for Bonds. Over the right center field bullpen of the Houston Astros, and now the Giants have come out to home plate, and there he is, number 70. It's been a long time coming. The entire Giant bench out mobbing Barry Bonds, his young son Nikolai, hugging his dad, kissing his dad. Dusty Baker gives him a big hug. There was no doubt about it the moment it left the bat. And now he co-owns the home run throne with Mark McGwire.
It was an absolute monster blast into the middle of the upper deck. As soon as Barry hit it, both arms were thrust in the air. The youngster Rodriguez threw him 3 fastballs in a row. He got one by him. The second one went about 400 and probably 35 to 40 feet.
Number 70. Mark McGwire has company.
Well, the fans want a curtain call. There's not going to be any stoppage of play, but Bonds comes back.
Leave it to Rickey in dramatic fashion. Bottom 3, a standing ovation for Rickey facing Luke Prokopec. Here's the call.
There's a high fly ball, left field, that ball to the wall, at the wall, and there goes another home run. And there goes a new all-time run scoring record by Rickey Henderson. Oh, doctor!
Rickey said he was going to slide into home for his teammates. That's run number 2,246, 2,998 hits, commemorating a tremendous moment. Henderson, the standing ovation, and gets congratulations from the Padres bullpen. Henderson check swing down the line. It's ruled a foul ball. First.
Today I have hit a home run, so I was very excited at that time. But it was a thrill to when I came to home plate, just to have my teammates at home plate and celebrating with me.
I thought Rickey said it.
Look out! He hits it hard! He hits it deep! Down the right field line on a hair! He's got another one! Right field! That's headed to the water!
Barry Bonds has become the 5th player in Major League history to hit 60 or more home runs in a single season.
Drilled to right, and there goes number 69 into McCovey Cove. No doubt about it. Dwyer.
With 3 games to play at Busch Stadium, the Cardinals now a 1-game lead over the Astros in the Central Division. And he's got his 62nd homer. And what a way to start the final weekend as Sosa continues to pound the baseball. RBI 155 and a 1-0 Cub lead. He has absolutely crushed left-handed pitching all year long. As Roosevelt Brown pops to short, 2 hits in 86 at bat.
Boy, you just cannot sneak that fastball by Sammy Sosa. And Williams tried to will that one.
To him. He's amazing. But again, so was Mark McGwire. I mean, I look at when Mark McGwire hit his 70 home runs, I just didn't think anyone would ever even approach that.
This begins to leave the realm of reality. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs, both off Chan-Ho Park. 72 is now the new single-season home run record.
And the first pitch time, 71, was a fastball he hit in the right center. This looks like a changeup or something off speed, and he hit it into center field. Changeup. And I mean, he had to supply all the power himself, and he hit it straight away center field. But look how focused he is. I mean, never off balance, even on a changeup, never off balance on a fastball. That has been the key to his success this year, his focus and his ability to stay back on all the pitches. I mean, look at how high this. What was the word I said? Majestic?
Majestic.
That is another majestic blast.
Friends, it's been said of baseball that just when you've gotten used to saying hello, you say goodbye. And that's how I feel today. Last night, a dear friend to all of us, Arnie Harris, passed away at the age of 67. Arnie was the unseen and unheard genius of Cubs telecast for over 38 years. For Arnie, the players, fans, crew, and broadcasters were part of his family, and Wrigley Field was his home. His career spanned the globe with the Harlem Globetrotters, the glory days with the Bulls, the Blackhawks, White Sox, and of course his beloved Chicago Cubs. And he shaped the vision of his industry and its participants for 3 generations. Arnie was a man of many loves, hat shots and Sammy's hops, white shoes and white belts, a good track tip and a bad track tip, a great deli, a cold glass of milk, Beanie Babies, and more Beanie Babies, Cubs wins, Cubs losses, and of course his place in the history of WGN in beautiful Wrigley Field. But most of all, Arnie loved his family. His lovely wife of 42 years, Arlene, his 2 sons, Craig and Lyle, his daughter-in-law, Lori, and his 2 grandchildren, Matthew Ryan and Olivia. Arnie Harris is my friend. He's my pal and my grandfather in Chicago that I never got a chance to know. I wish I had one more chance to say hello, goodbye, and I love you. Arnie, we miss you. To millions of Cubs fans, he was just Arnie, the guy calling the shots in the truck that you never got to see. Arnie Harris was a lifelong Chicagoan who started at WGN over 40 years ago. His first real break in show business came with the Harlem Globetrotters. Arnie took a job as the public address announcer for the team and toured the world with the Trotters. But it was Chicago and the Cubs that called Arnie home. After several years of doing all sorts of jobs at the station, Arnie took over the director's chair for Cubs baseball in 1964. For the next 4 decades, he showed us Cub teams in triumph and disarray, but always found a way to make the game entertaining. If anyone turned Wrigley Field into a national shrine, it was Arnie. His shots of baseball in the sunshine were must-see TV across America on the WGN Superstation. He was a fan at heart and found a way to make each game a special event. He leaves behind a wonderful family, his wife Arlene, sons Craig and Lyle, and 2 grandchildren. He was a pal to thousands, but above all, he was the ultimate Cub fan.
I'm a Cub fan. I've always been a Cub fan my whole life. And I love for them to win, and I hate for them to lose. I am a fan. I mean, if you're in the truck, and you have been over the years, and you'll hear me rooting for the Cubs. Come on, get a hit, do something. Come on, Sammy, pop one out.
Well, Ray, you're going to get your wish.
Cloudless blue sky, a panoramic shot of Wrigley Field with the bleachers filled up, and a big crowd on hand for a Cubs ball game. Arnie Harris certainly knew how to bring a lot of smiles to the fans' faces at home and to our faces and all the members of our crew as well. It was a rare treat when you got a chance to see Arnie Harris on camera, and we had that opportunity last year on, believe it or not, a Beanie Baby Day. We had a chance to talk with Arnie Harris on the Leadoff Man program, and let's relive those wonderful moments of a year ago. And joining us on the Leadoff Man is a man who's been here for 37 years of Cubs baseball, a man, a myth, the legend, Arnie Harris, who's seen just about everything that there is to see with Cubs baseball. And Arnie, how does this season rank for you with your WGN career?
Well, it's always fun for the crew, Chip, but of the 37, this might be one of the toughest because after last year, I thought, you know, we might be a little better, more improved team. Thank goodness for Sammy, because he at least you've got something to shoot all the time. But Wrigley Field is still Wrigley Field, and there's still people, and there's still kids, and there's still pretty gals, and there's still rooftops, and there's still boats. So no matter what the score is, it's still fun to come to Wrigley Field.
That's the one great thing about the game of baseball, is that it's such a timeless game, and every time you come to Wrigley Field, nothing seems to change. Has that surprised you in your 37-year tenure?
Not really. I mean, it's. I've always felt that Wrigley Field might be the #1 attraction in Chicago, particularly in the summertime, obviously. Over the years, even with teams that haven't done well, we've always had the one superstar. Ernie, when things weren't going well. Andre Dawson, when things weren't going well. Sammy now. And I think as long as you've got somebody you can focus on, and have fun with the people who are going to enjoy the game. Believe me, Chip, I've walked out of that truck many times when we've lost 2 games and feeling low and saying, boy, I'm going to walk by some people who are going to punch me out. And they're happy because they saw Ernie hit a home run. You forget, so many people come out here just to enjoy themselves. Some people plan a trip out here for months, maybe years in advance. I mean, everybody wants the Cubs to win, but if you can't win, at least have a good time. And most of the people that come to this ballpark have a good time.
Today, always a special day for you, Arnie. Today is Aurora the Polar Bear Beanie Baby Day. Now, you're getting 2 of these from John McDonough, the Cubs Vice President of Broadcasting and Marketing. How many more Beanie Babies do you expect to haul off before the day is done? You can be honest, just between us.
You know, we're pals, so I would never lie to you. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure there'll be a package in the trunk of the car somewhere.
So every kid in Skokie expect a delivery from Santa Arnie before the day is done. But 37 years of covering sports in Chicago, Arnie. You mentioned the Globetrotters, the Bulls, the Cubs. Who are some of the favorite personalities you've had a chance to run into in your broadcasting career?
Well, certainly baseball is my favorite sport. With the Bulls, that, you know, the run they had of 8 years of winning championships was great. And of course, you can't beat guys like Michael and Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman for strange personalities. But here at Wrigley, I've been lucky, Chip. Broadcasters and players, I can't think of a bad guy I've dealt with. And some of the things that stand out over the years, of course, Ernie's 500th, that was the first real big occasion I can think about. But certainly Kerry's 20 strikeouts to 1 game was brilliant. Kenny Holtzman pitching 2 no-hitters as a Cub. You can't beat that. But maybe the most single impressive thing that I can think of is Sammy's streak the last 3 years. He's going to have 180 home runs in 3 years. That's unbelievable to me.
The Cubs certainly have not had much luck the last couple of seasons. You being a Chicago guy, what would a Cubs World Series championship mean to the city, and what would it mean to you as you cap your career?
Well, it'd be great for me, but Chip, you have never seen anything. If the Cubs ever win it, shut down Chicago. That would be it. I mean, the Bears celebration was great. The Bulls celebration was great. If the White Sox win it, I'm sure it'll be great, but throw it out the window. If the Cubs win it, look out world.
And everything that you've had the great fortune of covering, all the wonderful events you've seen in your career, you've got a great family, and you've got a grandson, too. What's that like being a grandpa, Arnie?
Oh, it's great. Arlene and Lori and Craig and Matthew Ryan's here. He's going to sing today, and, you know, he's sensational. Maybe the biggest thrill I've ever gotten is I was holding him one day, and I tried to give him back to Lori and Craig, and he didn't want to leave me. And I said, Matthew, you're my guy. But it's great.
Well, we feel the same way about you, Arnie. I didn't get a chance to work with my grandfather, and I mean this sincerely. I love you as if you were he, and you've been like a grandfather and a father to me all at once, and I hope we've got many more years of good fun together.
Hey, you're terrific. You know, I've worked with 2 Hall of Fame announcers, Jack Brickhouse, and Milo Hamilton was in the Hall of Fame, and Harry Carey 3, and you're going to be number 4, pal.
We're going to have Jerome Holtzman stop by the booth a little bit later on, and there's no doubt that Arnie Harris is a Hall of Famer as a human being, and he should be in the wing at Cooperstown reserved for broadcast personalities as well, for he has meant an awful lot, not just to all of us, but hopefully to all of you and to the industry of broadcasting. Arnie Harris, there'll never be another one like you. We will continue with remembrance of our pal Arnie Harris right after this.
Follow my lead. Oh, how I need.
Hitting second in center field, number 20, Corey Patterson.
All right, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. It's a shame, for it's 1 at the old ball game. Yeah, let's get some runs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to remember the man who was the genius behind the production of Cubs television broadcasts on WGN television for 38 years. Producer-director Arnie Harris. who passed away suddenly at the end of the 2001 baseball season. And as a permanent tribute to Arnie, the Chicago Cubs are proud to display a white flag atop Wrigley Field near home plate, which features his name and WGN in blue letters. Thanks for the memories, Arnie. We'll miss you, pal. And now we direct your attention to the area behind home plate as a color guard from the headquarters United States Military Entrance Processing Joint Service Color Guard of North Chicago, Illinois, presents the colors for today's game. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, we ask that you all please rise and kindly remove your caps and join along with me, Chicago Cubs public address announcer Wayne Messmer, accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Wrigley Field Lowry organ, in the singing and playing of our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Arms up a crowd like Wayne Messmer, and everybody loves Ron Santo. He'll throw out our ceremonial first pitch when we come back.
Tonight on CIU, the Bulls and Raptors.
Amputation of his leg below the right knee. Ronnie's been with the ball club all spring long. He's worked the first 3 games of the season in Cincinnati. And today, old number 10 is going to stride out to that mound 60 feet 6 inches away. And with his buddy Randy Hundley, they will combine to throw and catch today's ceremonial first pitch. And Ronnie is a guy that's been around the game his entire life. He said this moment today has made him more nervous than anything else he has done in the game of baseball. And it really is marvelous to see Ronnie in such great shape and back out on that Wrigley Field turf, as again we join Wayne Messmer and the rest of the crew for the ceremonial first pitch here at Wrigley Field. There's the coach, Ron Santo, with Annie Fitzgerald of the Cubs marketing department. Randy Hundley's behind the plate. We're going to have a couple of ceremonial first pitches.
This Cubs legend played third base at the friendly confines from 1960 to 1973. He represented the Cubs in 9 All-Star games and was awarded 5 consecutive Gold Gloves between 1964 and 1968. Among his many accomplishments, he hit 337 home runs for the Cubs, ranking him 4th highest in club history. In 1990, he moved upstairs to the WGN radio booth as the Cubs color commentator. This May, he will be honored as the 2002 Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation Person of the Year for the Chicago chapter. Cub fans, let's welcome a warm Wrigley Field Chicago Cub salute to the greatest third baseman in Cub history, number 10, Ron Santo.
Man, there's not a dry eye in the house. That's awesome. Way to go, Ronnie. Welcome back. And a happy 2002 indeed for the coach, Ronnie Sando. Baseball's coming up next, friends. It's opening day, and it's already been remarkable. Ballpark. We haven't seen a pitch or a hit or a run score, but already, partner, emotions very high as Ron Santo came back with a vengeance.
You know, they don't come any better than coaching. To see him go out there, to come up, he was very nervous about making that throw. It bounced in, but you know what? We still love you, Coach.
Yeah, it was great. Great to see Ronnie back. He looks good. He feels great. He's playing very well. Pretty good form on that fastball, too, and Randy Hundley with a fine stop behind the plate. It's chilly day for baseball. Jason Beret, Dave Williams hook up next, starting last.
I click, and they're looking to get those games in to come May and June when it's about 65, 70 degrees here at Wrigley, and the bats can warm up. Talking about one guy whose bat is always warm, slamming Sammy Sosa.
Sosa with a couple of home runs in as many games for the Cubs. He makes his customary charge toward the bleacher fans in right. Cubs did make a roster move today, not an unexpected move. Moises Alou was placed on the 15-day disabled list, retroactive to March 31st. That calf muscle in the right leg just not responding right now, so rather than risk losing him for a longer period, the Cubs will take their medicine for 2 weeks, and Moises, they hope, will be ready to go for game 1 up at.
But he had great swings off Andy Ashby. You can see the crime dog coming around here. Ashby, oh, there's another hanging breaking ball right down Broadway, and the crime dog has struck again.
This is George Hicks speaking for the National Broadcasting Company at Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois.
Quite a crowd milling down around the box there near the Yankees dugout where sits Judge Landis this afternoon. You may be interested in some of the home run records of these Yankees.
Swinging along behind them, and behind them comes the entire squad of the Chicago Cubs, dressed in their home team uniform, white with blue stripes.
Cubs pitcher Clay Bryant.
I faced good hitters in the National League before we played the Yankees in the World Series. So I wasn't all too much about the Yankees. I know we read about them and knew about Dickey, Gehrig, and Gordon, Crissetti, and Rupp, and Selkirk, and DiMaggio, and Hendricks. But we knew about them. But we figured, and all the pitching staff, and I think the whole ball club figured we could beat them. I saw the lineup, and sure, I looked at them, and I knew they were good, but I won't say this. After the series is over, they're the greatest club I've seen in baseball. Yeah, well, like Rip Collins says we come, we saw, and we went home after 4 straight.
Yankee right fielder Tommy Henrich played on the 38 team, which featured a young Joe DiMaggio, as well as fellow Hall of Famers Lefty Gomez and Bill Dickey, and an aging Lou Gehrig.
The 1938 Yankees were the type of team that came out every day to beat you. And that's the way McCarthy wanted his ball players to act. He wanted professionalism out of his ball players. Somebody was saying, McCarthy.
The man who carried the Yankee torch after Gehrig, Donald Hoenig.
This was the ultimate ball player, not only for talent, but for style and grace. I mean, this was the...
They take us to different heights. They allow us to dream.
Zahn 0 for 2. Little pop. That one might be trouble. Nope. Alou slowing down now. He's got it. Kerry Wood. Pedro Borbon. To the wall, and it is liftoff. Sosa takes over the league lead and the major league lead with home run number 18, and it's a 5-0 game.
And right now, you talk about your 3- and 4-hole hitters, 3, 4, 5. The table setters with Corey Patterson and Bobby Hill getting on base, and Pedro Borbon unable to keep Sammy in the ballpark. And once again, it's Sammy Sosa and Kerry Wood in the same game, and Sam
home run makes it 5 against left-handed pitching this year.
Left-handers, and you realize they cannot get inside on you.
On everything, isn't he? They have thrown one here in their home ballpark. I'm trying to find out how many have
up. Berkman, Bagwell, Ward, Zahn, Ensberg, and Blum all on the pop-outs, and they know fastball is coming. You realize it's going to be there. You're looking for the fastball, but yet they cannot get on top of it. That tells you how dominating Kerry Wood fastball is this evening.
Looping fly ball into right center field.
Here's a guy that can hit the fast.
Should have been caught, and he singled cleanly into right field in the 6th inning.
Home run, 11 RBIs. Not a strikeouts as he does hits batsmen.
Well, his fastball is still moving all over the place in the strike zone.
And that's one thing that he is learning, because Roger Clemens went through the same thing early in his career. You get so fascinated by the strikeouts, but then as you get 3 years into big leagues, you start realizing, you know what, those 5-pitch innings are a lot better than trying to throw 20 and strike out the side.
Oh man, devastating breaking ball takes care of Lugo. Wood with 86 pitches through 8. Wow, what a game. Kerry Wood blanking Houston after 8.
About teams that are really impressive right now, and boy, that Minnesota Twins ball club, when you got guys like
lazy fly to left. Jose Salo, plenty of room. One man. How about a double play to end? Back toward us.
You're trying to hit a fastball that's 96, really unhittable, and you're moving at the same time. That makes it even tougher.
There's a bullet, line drive to third. Hardest hit ball of the night by Houston, but an atom ball. In golf, everyone's quiet. The ball's sitting there on the tee. And Snead nodded and said, yeah. But you know what? If we hit a well, I don't think slamming Sammy Snead did that too much, but you can see the merits of both arguments. Runner line drive center field. The importance of that, it spoils the shutout. Binky, Astro second baseman. It's now a 5-1 game. Boy, that 27th out, the toughest. That was pitch number 1.
Look, if you're going to play way back in right field on me.
This time on the road against the Astros, the win streak reaches 5. The Cubs get to 9 games under 500 at 19-28. They're within striking distance of the Astros in the National League Central Division, and they keep pace with the front-running Reds, who were victorious in Atlanta tonight. Big night for Fred McGriff and Kerry Wood. 5-1 your final. We'll take a break, come back, and wrap things up from Houston in a moment.
There's no danger away.
Well, this ballpark is like a flipped-flop version. In May. That one down the left field line, but
He's 5 out.
2.
You don't want to run into outs.
Not in this day and age of baseball.
No, not in these small ballparks. And that's why Ricky Henderson was leading the league in stolen.
3-2 pitch, runner went. It's popped into shallow right. Hill was going to cover the bag, so he has a lot of territory to cover, and he makes a fine play. Real good recovery by Bobby Hill, as stole second and scored on Craig Wilson's 2-out base hit. It's Girardi's throw in plenty of time to get Giles. I mean, that wasn't even close.
That may have been either a missed sign by either
team. Makoviak has gone on strikes. 4 of them for Pryor. Pirates run them. Looking forward to seeing them in a.
Chip, you know, Sammy's a great ball player, but I don't know about those shoes he's got.
What? What's wrong? Pull it up the middle and a shift on, and he hit it.
4th round pick for the Cubs was Samuel Rick, a catcher from Palatka High School that has been compared to Eddie Taubensee physically. The toughest position to draft because many major league catchers at one point in time make a position change.
Yes.
2-2 pitch to Baco. Runner goes. Pitch high. Hundley's throw right on the money and in time. Good tag across the bag by. See you later. Well, that ball dropped out of sight. That's 3 strikes.
And it looked like Carey just took something off the fastball. May have been a straight change.
We'll have to ask Larry Rothschild what that pitch was, because that didn't look like a fastball. I know he doesn't throw a.
That was probably a pitch he's probably been working on the bullpen sometime. He
pop back toward us, Joe.
Yeah.
Change up.
The grip right there, it almost like a split finger, but what he's doing, he's choking down on it. It's not the circle change. Looks like could be the circle change.
It means it's back in the palm, right?
Exactly. You want to throw the live action ball. You hold them the fingertips, and it had a lot of action right there.
Curveball takes care of Figueroa. Carey's faced the minimum through 3. And into the 4th we go, still scoreless.
A base hit will help him out tremendously.
Well, all the moths died out in the fire the same. They would go to Bob Jones Shoes in Kansas City, buy 6 or 7 pairs of shoes, put them in the compartment overhead on their charter flight back home. Halfway home. Oh, no. Some Alaska Airlines pilots flying around with size 10 shoes. Every year I set him up. He laughs hardest at himself. Young takes a strike. A little low, he thought. And the count evens at 1-1. Impressive tonight. Very easy, fluid mechanics. He's been in complete command with the exception of that 5th inning. But no real problem. Young broke his back. Ground ball to Hill at second. Easy play. 1 man out. Here in the 8th inning, Jeffrey Hammonds 1 for 3 with an RBI will hit next, and before he does, we'll step aside and this guy out twice tonight. Hammonds with 99 lifetime has given up 2 hits and struck out 11 in 9 scoreless rehab innings. Julio Zuleta at AAA hit 2 home runs last night. Aesop Choi a pair of hits for the Iowa Cubs. And a nice story pick of the Cubs a couple of years ago. Had some shoulder problems. They gave up 1 run in 6. Hammonds thought that one might have been low. 3 balls and a strike. Wood against Milwaukee.
Home runs, 4 RBIs off of him. Short career, and they've mostly been on breaking balls. It's always been that 1 inning where balls came back, the 2-strike breaking ball, and see ya. You caught a foul ball in the booth, didn't you?
Yeah.
But
well, you're asking a guy that loses his wallet getting into a car for crying out loud. Ball 4. Struggle with his major league command, but necessity's the mother of invention. Farnsworth's going to get the call, it appears, as Wood walks Hammonds with 1 out in. Make the move here in the 8th inning. 5-3. Cubs have the lead. 113 pitches for Kerry Wood, who struck out 6 and walked 4 tonight.
Up kissing sometimes, trying to find the right day, and something that I'm really it's a piece of wood, like everybody say, but that piece of wood made me who I am today.
So Sammy didn't want to overstate how important these bats are, but it's like a cherished family member, and it's I think that Sammy giving the bat a little too much credit. I think he knows how to use it pretty well.
It starts with talent, doesn't it? How about the bats that he used during the home run derby? What a show he put on, as we look at one right now.
Louisville slugger, 34-inch, 32-ounce, 34.5-inch, 32-ounce. Look at the knob of that bat. Slider, and that one didn't miss by much. 2-1 to Sammy Sosa. He's walked twice in this game.
An outstanding effort on the part of J.D. Drew. Timed it perfectly, had it, closed his eyes, hit the wall, gone. He did the tough part getting there. He just didn't do the simple part, holding on to that baseball. It was a great effort.
And it is gone. Number 493.
Boy, this was an absolute missile. Miguel Batista again having a hard time throwing the ball where he wants to. Hangs his slider, cutter in the middle of the plate. And Sosa just obliterates it down the left field line. Watch. Barajas wants it away. See how he moves his glove in? You can't miss with Sammy Sosa.
That home run, number 493, ties Sosa with Hall of Famer.
That is a new career high. And there's a drive deep toward right. Down the line. That ball is in the basket. And then out of the basket. Sosa can't believe it. I think that one went in the basket. Don Baylor's going to argue. That's a home run. That ball was in the basket and came out. Sandy Alomar is going to argue. Here comes Don Baylor. The ball was in the basket and ricocheted back out. Larry Young down the line didn't see it that way. And the Cubs might have just gotten robbed. Let's see if Young gets some help. At first look, it looked like it went in the basket.
Well, Larry Young's going to talk with the other umpires and have a meeting of the minds.
Yeah, it's gone.
Home run.
Sosa, 3 home runs in 3 days, and out comes Lloyd McClendon.
And you can expect that, and he's going to ask, how can you see all the way from third base when the guy from first base could not see it? As Sammy circles the bases.
So McClendon, a basket case here in the 6th. A line drive home run. And at first glance, I thought it was in and then out. McClendon continues to argue, and let's see if we can get a peek.
Well, one of the, like a cut fastball outside, and Sammy, his first 2 home runs have been to right field. And this one, looks like it hits the top of the fence.
I was wrong.
Back onto the field.
Larry Young was right the first time. It hit off the front of the basket and ricocheted back into the field of play.
Now, if it hits the top of that fence, is that a home run, or does it have to go in the basket?
Let's see if we can take one more look at it as McClendon loses the argument, and he's losing the game by 1. Watch the ball. It never ricochets onto the wall. It hits the top of the fence and comes straight down. That is not a home run. 1-2 pitch is popped away, and Sosa will stay alive. Would be their starting pitching. Ryan Jensen pitched in the opener, was not all that impressive. Ortiz threw to right field, and that ball's going to fly way out of here. Sammy Sosa, a 2-run homer the other way. He continues to pound Livan Hernandez, and the Cubs lead it by 2 here in the first.
Chip, that home run right there, that you talk about impressive. It's impressive when Barry Bond goes up there, but Barry Bond's a left-handed pull hitter. When you're a right-handed hitter and you can hit the ball as far to right field as Sammy Sosa can, that is a tremendous feat. Home run number 34, 484 for his illustrious career, but that was impressive.
Most of his homers when he's right go to right. And when Sosa's starting to see the ball well, he goes the other way with great frequency. Win number 48 on the year.
John struck out his last time up. 3-2 breaking ball from Matt Clement.
And as you said, he is impossible to walk.
Oh, he's not going to walk. I'll bet the house on that. He's not going to walk.
Your house?
No, yours.
Oh.
3-1.
Your house is a lot nicer than mine. 3-2.
What are the chances here that he'll take this pitch? None. Just trust me on this. Unless the ball bounces about 10 feet in front of the plate.
You are the analyst. I always trust you. Strike 3. And the ball game is over. Cubs win it 9-3 the final. 2 homers by Sosa. Matt Clement magnificent in the starting role. And we're off to Denver a lot happier than we've been the last 2 days here in San Francisco. New York as the Chicago Cubs begin the Dusty Baker era against the New York Mets today on Fox Sports Net Chicago. And hello again, everybody. Along with Steve Stone, Chip Carey, a very happy opening day. And Stoney, it's great to have you back in the booth. It's going to be an exciting year of Cubs baseball. And once again, hope springs eternal. This is a pretty good ball club the Cubs have put together so far.
An opening day is always something special, and no exception here in New York. This is only the second time the Cubs and the Mets have opened the season here in New York. The last time, 1980, a year that I liked. Unfortunately, the Cubs didn't win that one, and it wasn't a particularly good year for them. And last year for the Mets was a real tough time. But the Cubs looking to rebound also, Chip, and there's a lot of guys that want redeemers from last season.
And Sammy Sosa certainly chasing history from humble beginnings perhaps to the Hall of Fame. One swing away from 500 career home runs.
The question is, will he be able to get it against Tom Glavine, who's going to throw the ball away and throw a lot of changeups? And Hee-Seop Choi in the lineup because Glavine usually has more trouble with left-handers than he does with right-handers. One of the right-handers to look at today, Damian Miller, has very good numbers against Tom Glavine.
Cubs spring training record very good. They won 10 of the last 12 ball games, Stephen. While some will say spring training records don't mean anything, everything starts for real today. Winning and getting confidence in yourselves and your teammates is very important, and Dusty Baker's team certainly did that.
And one of the guys peaking at the end of the spring was Moises Alou. It was a terrible start for Moises last year. This year he's entirely healthy. He's swinging the bat very well. He sees the ball. He's driving it to right field. He's hitting it out in left. And if you're going to peak at any one time, the last week of the season is the time to do it. Look for Moises to have a big year last year. He was embarrassed by last season. And coming into this year, this is a guy that can do a whole lot of damage hitting behind Sammy Sosa in the batting order.
And talk about looking for a redeemer. A lot of New York Mets are looking for that. It was an unmitigated disaster here in New York. They finished in last place, had a huge payroll, defensive.
Coming into this game, rededicating himself to have a big year. Last year at 12-11, he threw the ball exceptionally well at times, had some control problem at times, but Carey looks to me like a guy who's just coming into his own at age 25. And the other guy has really had quite a run at it. 5 20-game seasons, 6 times he's had an ERA in the 2s. And Tom Glavine, to me, looks a little different in that Met uniform. The Mets are happy to have him because they got sick of seeing him in that Brave uniform.
Well, he's ready. Kerry Wood's ready. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Great to have you back. We're going to have starting lineups from Shea Stadium in New York as the Cubs and Mets get it going today on Fox. The Dusty Baker era begins in just a couple of minutes.
Sportsnet's coverage.
Last night, you would have thought it would have been a real tough weather day. Very rainy. In fact, some light snow showers late last night, but a cloudless blue sky over a swing of the bat from history, perhaps, with 499 career home runs. Moises Alou, the cleanup man in left. Hee-Seop Choi, the rookie first baseman. Mark Bellhorn at third. Corey Patterson in center field hit 7th. All-star Damian Miller bats 8th, and Kerry Wood will pitch and bat 9th.
And there's a look at Tom Glavine getting his opening day start, something that he Did a few times with Atlanta. 5 times the 20-game winner, 6 times an ERA in the 2s. Lifetime 242 and 143.
Crowd roaring, and we are underway. A fastball, strike one called to Mark Grudge. Right field, that's a hit. Alou scores. Bellhorn will stop at second. It's 4-0. Dusty Baker couldn't have written a better first inning script.
Tom Glavine's old team, the Atlanta Braves, are losing 4-0 in the first inning to Montreal at home. And his new team, the Mets, likewise losing 4-0 at home. The difference is Tom Glavine is not out.
And you're right, Greg Maddux having a rough day down in Atlanta. Montreal in the summer.
Well, the appeal comes tonight, and I think that he'll get one less game on the suspension and start serving it.
Through the fastball by him.
So you get ready for Piazza in the opener. He's never missed an opener. And then we'll take a look at Vance Wilson the next 2 games. But you still have to worry about this guy because his power to right center field is as good as anybody's in baseball.
I can't think of another hitter that gets as much leverage with his swing as Mike Piazza. No balls and a strike. Well, the first one 96 miles an hour. That one a little slower, 95.
Well, I think you're not going to have any trouble with Piazza at all if you keep trying to throw the ball under his hands. You'd like to keep it above the belt. You'd like to throw it under his hands. And as you see, he's down at the end of the bat. He loves the ball away. The ball inside ties him up, especially if you keep it upstairs. Right there. I think you do him a favor by throwing the breaking ball to him. I mean, you have to throw it occasionally, but to me, that's the show me pitch, and you get him out inside. As we take a look again at Damian Miller, just exactly where he wants it.
1-2.
That was the old breaky that hung a touch. Damian wanted it away after trying to break a ball. Let's see if he comes back inside with the heat.
Line left center field. Corey Patterson on the run at the track. Hauls it in. And that retires the side. He is enormously strong, but Patterson quick and outran the baseball. Nothing happening for the Mets. It's 4-0 Cubs after 1. Choi has a stand-up double, and that is his power alley, folks. If he can do that at Wrigley Field, he's going to have a whole lot of fun at the friendly confines.
That one went off the Chevy sign here, but that would be a home run at Wrigley Field. And Choi has the ability to do this because he's got very long arms and tremendous power. He actually hits this ball off the end of the bat, and he hits a rocket. So when the National League pitchers get tired of seeing him do that, that's when they'll come in, and that's the ball that he'll pull out of the ballpark. He's going to have a pretty solid year this year.
Mark Bellhorn walked his first time up. Mark, as you know,
hit this ball to the right side. You don't want to second base. Percentage was around 370.
2-2.
That side. Let's see what Piazza has in mind.
Just what you didn't want. Ground ball.
This is the typical inning against Tom Glavine, and an ideal situation for both Choi and Patterson. Glavine has problems with left-handers. He always has. And Corey Patterson making the most of it. 2 base hits, 2 runs batted in, and a throw by Cedeno that's well off the mark. Here comes Choi, and Wendell Kim has to know that he's got pretty good speed, but the throw is nowhere near the plate, and it's cut off. And the Cubs have a 3-run lead once again.
And they have their best base stealer on in Patterson. Now, care after a motorcycle accident not far from the Bank One ballpark yesterday. 8 broken ribs, cranial lacerations, and internal bleeding in a 3-vehicle accident that occurred on I-10 and the 7th Street Tunnel. So thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Clark. That ball belted deep toward right. Burnett's twisting, turning, and it's gone. A 3-run homer. Corey Patterson breaks it wide open. 10-2. 3 hits, 5 RBIs. And all the promise that this youngster has, it's on display today.
Catcher, number 27, David
This is
Miller.
not an easy day to hit the ball out of the ballpark. And when you pick up 5 runs batted in the first game, you're on your way to a pretty good year. He gets a high fastball out over the plate. And Corey shows just how strong he is as Jeremy Burnett runs up
to left center field. Cedeno can't get that one. It's gone. Another home run for Patterson. What a day. 7 RBIs for the Cubs center fielder. It's 15-2 on opening day.
Hey, don't even stop. Right to Cooperstown from here. 2 home runs, 7 driven into New York. He's got a home run to right, a home run to left center. And Mike Bassick is really enjoying this particular outing. Watch it again. Corey gets it up in what now is the wind tunnel. And he doesn't think it could possibly go out, but it just keeps on drifting. And the Cubs with a fairly comfortable 15-2 mark.
I'm going to go out on a limb. As you said, anytime they score 15, they're not going to.
You think they're in pretty good?
Patterson lost it momentarily, and how fitting is that? He makes a terrific catch to end the game. 15-2. The Cubs shellacked the Mets. It was Corey Patterson's day today, Steve. 7 RBIs, 2 home runs, and that single-handedly overpowered New York.
A very happy man walking out right there. Dusty Baker has number 1 in a Cub uniform under his belt, and it was all Corey Patterson. He did everything you'd have to do today to establish himself for a very good year. 7 runs batted in, a couple of homers, a couple of hits. And single-handedly, you would say, with a little help here and there, Corey Patterson was able to subdue the Mets today. Had some great pitching, and there's a look at Corey Patterson. Couldn't happen to a better guy. And after a tough spring, Corey Patterson had a magnificent day today.
So the Cubs tie their franchise record set in 1899 for most runs scored in a season opener. Corey Patterson, with the most RBIs since 1920, had 7 of them. He hit 2 home runs. Kerry Wood picks up the win, beating Hall of Famer to be Tom Glavine, who made his Mets debut for New York. 15-2, Gale. What a script. Dusty Baker couldn't have written a better one today.
Chip, I knew you'd have that stat.
Lasting, indelible image of Sammy's 500.
This is a man he's hit very hard. 3 lifetime homers against Sullivan. That one too far to offer. 8 hits and 23 at-bats for Sammy. The last 2 hits off of Sullivan have been over the boards.
When you're a side wheeler and you leave it over the inside part of the plate, it becomes very easy to hit.
1 ball, 1 strike. And he expanded the zone that time. He's a little anxious. 1-2.
Come, Sammy.
Base is clear. And a high fly ball belted right center field. There it goes. Number 500. Sammy Sosa earns that ticket to Cooperstown. history of this game to hit 500 homers or more. And a standing ovation in Cincinnati for Sosa, who hit a rocket to right center field.
With the pop and the hop, a no-doubt line drive. Something you'll see a few more times before it's over.
Sammy Sosa, you're on your way to Cooperstown with number 500. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Tell us about the pitch. Tell us what went through your mind when you made contact.
Well, you know, gotta give it credit to Grace. He was pitching a great game. He threw me some few pitches. Okay, can you hear me?
There you go, much better.
Yeah, so you know, and then I was, you know, pulling out just a little bit, and I said to myself, I gotta be relaxed a little bit, and I gotta go out there and make contact and go to right field. So he got me 2 strikes. He threw me a very tough pitch outside corner, and you know, and I went with the ball.
Sammy, from what you've seen of this ballpark, and obviously you've only seen it one day, you think this is going to be the type of hitter's park it was tonight?
No question about it. If you can see tonight, you know, the ball was jumping tonight. It's been like that, you know, and you know, as the hitter here gonna have a great time. I really, I can say that, and you know, the show that everybody put today was unbelievable. So you know, hopefully, and we play great game on top of that. So hopefully, we can come back tomorrow and then win.
Sammy, obviously, there are only 2 Cubs now that have hit 500 home runs. I know Mr. Cub Ernie Banks is probably somewhere watching this ball game tonight. Anything you'd like to say to him as you've joined a very exclusive Cub club?
Oh, no question. Just you know, thank God that I give me an opportunity to you know, hit number 500 today, so that way I can come back and play, you know, my game. I want to say to Ernie Banks that you know, I know he's not here, but he, you know, he's watching. And I feel great about it to be in the 500 club, and hopefully, you know, I cannot stop from now on. Just got to keep it continuing.
Sammy, I know that you wanted to hit it in New York in front of a lot of your friends, and you brought your family here to Cincinnati. Did you feel any more pressure? We're only 4 games into the season. You know you're going to get it, but was it weighing on you at all?
Well, you know, in New York, they don't give me nothing to hit. I had to say that, and you know, sometimes, you know, when everybody wants you to hit a home run every at bat, you know, sometimes, you know, it can get you a little bit if you don't have a plan to go to the plate. So I was trying to stay away from that and stick with my plan. So I got it all way. You know, today I was the only day that I can't, you know, that I went a little bit out of the strike zone and swing a little bad pitches, but you know, I just want to, you know, to get over with it.
Sammy, this was an amazing comeback by the Cubs. I don't think in seasons past a team down 7-0 on the road would have come back the way you guys did. That says an awful lot about your performance, your team's performance, and the impact that Dusty Baker has had on this team, doesn't it?
No question. We played with a lot of heart today. We never give up. You know, we have a great manager. We have a, you know, great bunch of group of people here, and I mean, even the bench, you know, came through today. So Laney hit a, you know, big home run there. So, you know, we in top of our game. That was the game today that we had to say that we fight. You know, we battle everything, and you know, I wish if we would have win today, but you know, we can say that we play hard.
You did indeed, and congratulations. We're going to show you on the monitor downstairs a videotape replay of your 500 home run. I'm sure there are many, many more to follow. And as always, Sammy, thanks for the wonderful memories. Keep it going. It was a great game tonight, all but the outcome. And we'll see if you can do it again against Cincinnati tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, Sammy. Sammy Sosa, 500 home runs. Again, our thanks to him. Sammy's family delighted. Thanks to Mark Brady and Sharon Panazzo for helping us get Sammy tonight. And Stoney, the more you see him, the more you appreciate just what an unbelievable sports icon he is, not just for Chicago, but for the baseball and professionals. Conditions are about as good as they can be for Chicago this time of year. The Cubs continue their introductions of the extra men available for today's ball game. And let's send it on down to the public address voice of the Chicago Cubs, a man who needs very little introduction, Wayne Messmer.
2003 Chicago Cubs. Leading off, playing second base, number 11, Mark Grudzielanek. Batting second at shortstop, number 8, Alex Gonzalez. Hitting third in right field, number 21, Sammy Sosa. In the cleanup spot, hitting fourth, left fielder number 18, Moises Alou. Batting fifth at first base, number 19, Hee-Seop Choi. Batting sixth in center field, number 20, Corey Patterson. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 28, Mark Bellhorn. Catching and batting eighth, number 27, Damian Miller. Batting ninth and pitching this afternoon for the Chicago Cubs, warming up down the bullpen, right-hander, number 30, Matt Clement. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2003 Chicago Cubs. To the area behind home plate as a color guard from the headquarters, United States Military Entrance Processing Command, Joint Service Color Guard, North Chicago, Illinois, presents the colors for today's game. At this time, we ask that you please rise and kindly remove your caps as we celebrate the opening of the 2003 baseball season. We'd like to take a moment and reflect on our nation's true heroes. We remember our men and women serving their country both at home and around the world. They are mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, friends and co-workers. We honor those that have made the ultimate sacrifice and the loved ones that have been left behind. Please join us for a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing and join along with me, Chicago Cubs public address announcer Wayne Messmer, accompanied by Gary Pressey at the Lowry organ, in a singing and playing of O Canada, followed by the Star-Spangled Banner. Presentation to its spokesperson, Sammy Sosa. Oscar Harada, manager of Major League Baseball for Pepsi, will present Sammy Sosa with an original painting commemorating his 500th career home run. Malcolm Farley, the official artist of Major League Baseball, painted the canvas depicting the moment last Friday when Sammy hit the 500th home run of his Major League career. Pepsi would like to congratulate Sammy Sosa for his remarkable achievement and thank him for being an outstanding spokesperson for Pepsi-Cola. Also, in honor of this great achievement, today the Cubs will fly a special 500 home run flag atop Wrigley Field. Special thanks again to Oscar Harada, as well as Keith Millerano, Vice President of Customer Development of Pepsi-Cola. Wrigley Field. Chicago Cubs, welcome back home to the finest color analyst in all of baseball. Former Cy Young Award winner, the incomparable Steve Stone. Also at this time, Cubs would like to pay a special tribute to the only 2 Cubs players to reach the 500 home run plateau. Now joining Sammy Sosa on the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to recognize 2 of the greatest players in Cub history. In his 12th year as a Cub, Sammy Sosa's 500 home runs count him among the elite players of this or any generation. Sammy's passion and enthusiasm for the game have endeared him to millions of Cub fans. Sammy holds numerous Major League, National League, and Cub records, including the most 60 home run seasons with 3, 4 consecutive seasons with over 50 home runs, and an astonishing 8 straight 100 RBI seasons, matched only by the incomparable Willie Mays and Mel Ott. Over the last 5 years, Sammy has averaged a remarkable 58 home runs per season, the highest in Major League history. Off the field, Sammy champions a number of causes, and with the opening of Sammy Sosa Inspiration Field, underprivileged youth in Chicago will receive a chance to play this great game. Ladies and gentlemen, Sammy Sosa. In 2003, Ernie Banks celebrates his 50th anniversary as a Cub. A true pioneer, he was the first African-American to play for the Cubs. Ernie's Hall of Fame career includes 512 career home runs over 19 seasons, as well as 14 All-Star Game appearances, and the first player to win back-to-back Most Valuable Player awards. Ernie's accomplishments extend beyond the playing field. Since his retirement from baseball, Ernie's been active in the community, working to help disadvantaged youth. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ernie Banks. Now it's my honor to introduce Billy Williams and Ryne Sandberg, who will present both Ernie and Sammy with these Tiffany Crystal Awards in recognition of their unique achievements and membership in the 500 Home Run Club.
I told you, Mike. I told you. All right, thanks. God damn.
You got it? Got it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we direct your attention to the Wrigley Field pitcher's mound as Sammy Sosa will toss out a ceremonial pitch to Ryne Sandberg. And Ernie Banks will throw a ceremonial first pitch to Billy Williams.
Sammy Sosa, Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, and Ryne Sandberg, Cub legends all. We're just about set for baseball on a chilly day in Chicago. It's the Cubs and the Expos. We know it's going to be exciting. We invite you to stay tuned for the home opener. It's coming up next.
The Cubs scored in double figures 4 straight games while playing at the West Side grounds. How far did this one fly for Southwest Airlines? An underestimated 390 happy feet.
3-0 counts. 8 men on base. Kerry Wood runs his mark to a perfect 3-0. Jimmy Haynes a perfect 0-4 for Cincinnati. And Alan Bennis picked up his first major league save in 2 hours and 45 minutes, and a crowd of 29,672 saw the Cubs put together a 7-3 homestand. And Steve, one of the men responsible for this big win today, is down on the field for us, Corey Patterson. Corey, congratulations. Obviously, this was a very important 10-game stretch for you all. You came through and have to feel very, very happy with the way things went, not only today, but for the last week and a half.
Well, I think so. Everybody came out ready to play today, and it was definitely a good win.
Corey, what was it about last season that enabled you to go to spring training with perhaps a little more confidence and start out this year with a pretty good idea about how the pitchers are going to work you?
Well, really, from last year, I knew I had to make some changes in the offseason, but basically what I wanted to work on was just making sure I was ready to hit every pitch, and just really making myself nice and relaxed up there, and not really focused on the result, but mainly how I feel. And I know if I feel good, then good things are going to happen.
And we've seen you use the whole field this year, and it seems to me like you're becoming a straightaway hitter. I mean, you know you can pull the ball. We know you can do that, but I think you have to feel if you use the whole field, you're going to be better off.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but when I'm up there, like I said before, I'm just trying to stay nice and relaxed and get my pitch, and wherever I hit it, that's where the ball goes.
Corey, how much of a difference is it for you, it seems, this year, with the exception of a couple of ball games where you've led off, that Dusty Baker's put you at one spot in the batting order for the most part? That's in the number 6 spot. You haven't had to lead off much. You're not hitting 3rd. You're not hitting 7th, 8th in the ball game. You're hitting in one particular spot. Does that help you simplify your approach at the plate?
Yeah, well, I think so. And you get comfortable, in the lineup. But really, in all honesty, it doesn't really matter to me. Dusty's mentioned sometimes he may change me around every now and then, but like I keep saying before, as long as I'm comfortable, it doesn't matter whether I'm batting 1st, 6th, 8th, or wherever.
Well, Corey, I know we don't want to keep it too long. It is cold, but I will ask you one more thing. Is this offensive barrage on the part of the Cubs, and you guys are 3rd in the National League in hitting, does this surprise you?
No, not really. I think Gary Matthews, Sarge, and Gene Kleins, they work with the hitters every day, and we work hard starting in spring training. And I really think this year so far is starting with the guys at the top. Mark Grudzielanek, Alex. They're getting on base, whether they're hitting the ball or taking their walk, so it's making it much easier for the guys after them.
Well, Corey, I don't know if you're much of a fan of presidential history, but it seems to me, at least for today, you're a Teddy Roosevelt-like player. Speak softly, carry a big stick. It certainly worked out that way, and let's keep it up. This is an awful lot of fun. I know for you it is, for us and for the fans, and let's go get them in Pittsburgh tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Corey Patterson, young center fielder, had a big day today. White flag time in Chicago. And the Reds are waving a white flag, too. They've had enough of this Cub attack and pitching staff. They lose 3 out of 4 in the series, as the Cubs indeed remain in first place in the National League's Central Division. We will have our Budweiser play of the game, more commentary, and all the exciting highlights. Great job tonight, as always, by our WGN crew, our producer, Pete Toma, our director, Skip Ellison, Mark Brady, the associate producer, our executive producer, Bob Vorwald. Thanks also to our AD, Melinda Jester, and our studio coordinator, Amanda Emmett. As the Cubs hopeful of polishing off the Marlins and evening up this series despite being outscored 6-1.
You don't have to worry about Encarnacion if you make a couple of good pitches to Pudge Rodriguez. They're taking away the gap in right center field. You figure Carey would be staying away, and that's where the fly ball would go if he hits it in the air.
He's one strike away from finishing.
He looked at the scoreboard and realized to just save ground, you've got to come away with a win tonight.
Two. Wow, how about that defensive swing?
Rodriguez knew that this was going to be a called third. He just laid the bat out and lives to fight another day.
An excellent pitcher's duel tonight. Kerry Wood a little bit better than Penny and the Marlin defense. The 2-2 pitch. Ball 3.
Kerry Wood is reaching back with everything he has. That one touching 99. Remember, Rodriguez with much better than average speed for a catcher. Whatever Kerry's got left, he's going to show it to you here.
Ball 4. The tying run is on, but with 2 outs.
And if you're Dusty Baker, decision time. Kerry's taking it this far. And here comes Larry Rothschild at the 124 pitch mark, so they're going to leave Kerry in this game.
So Encarnacion is aboard with 2 outs. Let's take a look as the conference begins at our 2 Budweiser plays to this point. Remember earlier in the game, Damian Miller with Encarnacion up took a foul ball off the upper rib cage. Then Paul Bacco came in. Juan Pierre thrown out trying to steal at second in the 6th for the first out. Castillo tried to steal as well. After Wood walked him, he was thrown out. Might be the first time all year those 2 have been thrown out in the same inning. Rodriguez grounded out. The Marlin threat was done, and they haven't had much luck since. But now they do have a shot, albeit a late shot. Wood has walked 5 men. He puts Rodriguez on with Encarnacion 0 for 3. The final Florida hope in a 1-0 Cub game.
The outfield has to get as deep as they can possibly get because you have to cut off the alleys. And you remember the very good speed of Rodriguez.
In the dirt.
Kerry might be running out of gas somewhat, and I know that Dusty's probably looking at those charts to see what it looks like for Borowski against Lee. And he's only faced him 3 times, 1 for 3. I'm thinking if he doesn't get Encarnacion, not going to leave Kerry in to face Lee.
Two balls, no strikes. The danger self-evident. If he reaches, a hit could tie this game. And you've got to think he will not be allowed to swing 3-0.
Well, he's going to get a fastball here. You can't afford to walk him. He's awfully strong, and again, you just as soon keep it away from him.
3 balls and a strike.
Perfect pitch on the outside corner. And look for this one to be in the high 90s, and if it's in the same spot, it'll be game over.
Rodriguez will be moving with 2 outs. Payoff. Ground ball right to Choi, and Kerry Wood, a 1-0 complete game, 2-hit masterpiece.
Well, that's why you're called the stopper. And Kerry Wood came on for his 10th win, and he let it all hang out in the 9th inning. Everything he had, he showed, made a great pitch, made sure Encarnacion hit it to the right side, and the Cubs win a huge ball game.
So Kerry Wood goes to 10-6 on the year. Brad Penny suffers the tough luck loss. He's 8-7. A 2-hour and 29-minute game saw Kerry Wood and Moises Alou, two of the big veterans on this Cub team, come out in a must-win situation and do just that. They take advantage of an unearned run. They beat the Marlins to get back to 500, Steve, and they remain 4.5 games behind the streaking Houston Astros.
Moises Alou night, Kerry Wood night, and the Cubs stay right where they started.
And we will say good night. But first, our next telecast, it's here tomorrow. Great. A 5-game hit streak for Grunzelanek, and Mike Williams does finally surrender that first hit of 2003. Charge that run to Sauerbeck.
RBI number 7 for Grunzelanek, who stayed in the game after a gritty double play at second base. Line drive bait.
You talk about another gut check performance by this Cub team here in the 9th and in the 10th. They've done it again. They've got the lead, and there's a belt deep down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone, but he pulled it out of play. That was a rocks. And then Grunzelanek puts the Cubs back in front. That's remarkable. The 0-1. Swing and a drive deep left field. Back goes Sanders, still going. It's off the base of the wall. Eric around third is going to score. It's a double for Gonzalez, and it's a 3-1 Cub game. He's got a 4-game hit streak.
When you don't pitch in 5 days.
The Cubs. Sosa, bullet up the middle. That'll score Grunzelanek. Gonzalez around third. He will score, and the Cubs bust it open in the 10th. And look at that dugout. 5-1 your score. The first he faced. 3 straight hits. Cubs with 4 in the 10th. Victory. Back to the team hotel. In Pittsburgh. And they are awfully quiet. Oh, so brilliantly. That dropped pop-up gave the Pirates hope. And look at Pryor. He's in line to win it, but he's still steaming, I think, about that base hit to Kendall in the 9th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner goes, and there's another base hit. Right now, Williams doesn't have much. Sosa's going to challenge Sanders' arm. He'll beat that play. 1st and 3rd with Ramon Martinez here. A big 4-run 10th. Ball 2 outside. Tomorrow, Sean Estes. One skied into center. That ought to be deep enough to score Sosa. Lofton gives ground, comes up cleanly. He will surrender the run. Martinez, a pinch hit, sac fly. It's 6-1. So Dusty calls upon Martinez. He drives home Sosa. And the Cubs have a 5-run lead. Looking for his first base hit. Pen, which has been so good, is imploding in the 9th and 10th innings.
The Cubs bat around here in the 10th.
Better be a big suit. I don't know where Jim's jump. Little ground ball to the left side. Makoviak fields cleanly, and a good stretch at first by Young. Wanting to call a costume store.
Well, I was going to say, costumes by design. What is that number again? I'm sure he has it on speed dial.
Joe Borowski goes to work.
Tonight. on for the 11th time, but the ERA a minuscule 0.93. And this game will belong to Mark Prior, who will move to 3-1 if Borowski can shut him down.
Makoviak, the first man he will face, and that's pumped over for a quick strike one. Boy, it's so refreshing to see a team that finds ways to win games and enjoys playing together and playing good baseball. Well, they played real good baseball that final week.
Well, also, I think they realized when they looked at the pitching staff 1 through 11, 667 baseball in the early going.
It felt like it. Win number 12, May 6th. For the Cubs. Last. Yo!
Well, Aesop gets taken out of the game, and saw a lot of 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. Almost gets picked off by.
Line drive slicing out of play. That was 16 set in 1969. And coming up, one more with the Pirates tomorrow here on WGN. Then the Padres for 3. Then we go to Colorado. And remember last year, Sammy Sosa had.
Then from way up the track.
Right through there, too. Abraham Nunez, who is 0 for 3, has yet to hit the ball out of the infield. 2 men out. And Kevin Young, the final Pittsburgh hope. Pirate fans are going to see some. The rest of our great camera crew.
Wins on the club.
Young, a fly ball to left, and the Cubs come back and win it. Boy, oh boy, this was some kind of a ball game. Mark Prior, 9 innings of 1-run baseball. Joe Borowski, a 1-2-3-10, and the G-men at the top of the order come through in a big way as the Cubs win another series. 6-1, our final score tonight.
2 pitchers on the Pirates with no ERAs coming into tonight, Sauerbeck and Williams. That's over, and the Cubs look for the sweep tomorrow and break out the bunny suit Jimmy boy.
Magnificent innings to run his mark to 3-1. Scott Sauerbeck and Mike Williams had some problems late, and the Cubs finally beat that Pittsburgh pen. He falls to 0-1. Eric Carroll and Josh Fogg linking up. Press behind Dusty Baker's boys keeps on rolling right along. Steve Stone and our entire crew, Chip Carey from Pittsburgh, a very happy Easter. Stay tuned. The WGN News is coming up next. Good night, everybody.
Takes the mound.
26 first inning runs for the Cubs so far.
Gets it there, and looks to me like he's getting a couple of inches on that corner.
So here's Jeff Rabelais. He's knocked in 3 runs in the series, had a couple of sacrifices. He was a very big part of that Pirate attack. He jumps at the first ball he sees, and Bellhorn near the Cub dugout cannot make the play, and Rabelais down a strike.
Rabelais played the entire series because Jack Wilson on the last day in Pittsburgh dove for a ball in short left field.
On 3 strikeouts in the first inning, and Jeff D'Amico to the mound to face this Dusty Baker penciled lineup. Goodwin in left, Grudzielanek at second, Corey Patterson in center field, with Choi, O'Leary, and Gonzalez comprising the middle of the attack. Bellhorn, Miller, and Pryor the lower third.
There's a look at Jeff D'Amico. He does have a big overhand curve. He uses that.
Benson over there. Here's Grudzielanek. Another thing the Cubs need to consider is trying to take a few more pitches. They've had the tendency of trying to hit 3-run home runs with every swing of the bat, and they have not had many multi-hit or multi-runner innings. On your sleeve, cap, pullover, and lots more. Aramis Ramirez looks at a strike. 1 ball. 1 strike from Pryor.
Ramirez has been taking the ball right back up the middle and hitting it to right center field. And he's been doing a good job of it lately.
He's 6 for 9 in this series after a 4-hit game yesterday. And he's going to be retired leading off the Pittsburgh second. 1 up, 1 down for Randall Simon.
Here's a guy you have to watch the first pitch because he goes up there swinging at just about everything. And because he walks begrudgingly, you don't have to consistently throw him strikes. Just 5 walks all year. But Randall had a good day yesterday.
2 hits in his first 2 at-bats, 2 runs batted in. He also walked late in the game. So Simon having a real good series, and Wisely Pryor goes out of the strike zone. He and Corey Patterson must have been separated at birth because neither one of them likes to walk. But both, despite their impatience, Steve.
Runners at the corners now with 2 outs, and the Cubs trying to break through and peck away at these pesky Pirates as Bellhorn takes that hanging curveball right back up the middle. And easily Hee-Seop Choi coasts into third base. They can take advantage of these arms with the Pirates.
Damian Miller struggling at the plate. .218 is his average. First and third with 2 out.
Yes, sir.
Closing in on 2 o'clock Central Time as Miller lines that one down the left field line, but he pulled it out of play. Strike 1.
Hey, Toots, wake up.
Babe.
You know, everybody in the stadium knew it was their day, it was their mound, and they were going to take control. When both of us looked up to a guy at home like Nolan, to have it somewhat trickle down to me and then have Kerry say that, it's a huge compliment. And what's your feeling with the matchup? It's going to be fun. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure I'm going to be nervous and excited at the same time, but you know, after that first pitch is thrown, I'm sure that the nerves will go away like they usually do, and I can go to pitch my game. When you struck out 20 against the Astros, did Roger talk to you after that? Yeah, actually, he called down in the clubhouse there after the game. First probably minute and a half of the conversation, I thought he thought it was a prank call because he couldn't believe it, and I said, yeah, it's me, man, and just told him congratulations. And that was actually a pretty big thrill for me. I think that was the first time I'd ever talked to him, and to have, you know, my idol calling me in the clubhouse after the day that I pitched was pretty cool.
I mean, you're looking at the before and then the after, and Kerry and Roger, and the now, both of them.
You go out and beat. I mean, yeah, I know he's going to get his 300th. I just hope it's not here.
This is the 3rd time that Roger Clemens has tried for number 300, and it's no easy task. He's got to face the Cubs and Sammy Sosa. Look at the numbers going for 300. The earned run average in the low 3s. 9 strikeouts away from 4,000. That is 3rd all time. But more impressive than anything, 6 Cy Young Awards, 3 with the Boston Red Sox. And once he left Boston, he won 2 in Toronto, 1 in New York. He's got all the awards in the world. This means so much to him. When I talked to him yesterday, he's got 40 family members here and friends. And Roger Clemens is ready. He was relaxed yesterday. He's ready to go today.
All right, need more reason to watch this one. If that weren't enough intrigue, these 2 teams have a pretty to do the time. He has decided to appeal his 8-game suspension, and that appeal should be heard within the next couple of days. Of course, since 1987, 4 players have been suspended for using cork bats. Albert Bell, the only player to successfully appeal his suspension. He dropped the punishment from 10 to 7 games. And Sammy, of course, has roamed the vines of Wrigley for years, but this is the very first time he has been charged a corkage fee. As we head back to Wrigley to catch up with Joe Buck and Tim McCarver. Guys, I'm a big fan of Sammy, and let's leave Oliver Stone out of this. But how does this happen? How does Sosa make this kind of mistake?
Well, that's a good question, Jeannie. I think that's a question that's being thrown around Wrigley Field and has been since Tuesday. The story with everything that's gone on here, and by the way, Joe and Tim, we'll talk about that throughout the course of this game. The story with Sammy Sosa, so complex, so many different sides that you can look at. I want to know the side that you want to start with first here before this game.
Well, I think the big question is whether Sammy Sosa knew or not that he was taking a cork bat to the plate. My answer to that is, how can a major leaguer, a guy who's a businessman, who is in business with his business partner, that's an extension of his arms not know everything about the bat? Every inch, the seams on the bat, where the knots are. It's very difficult for me to believe that Sammy Sosa did not know that he took a cork bat to the plate. It's that simple.
A lot of people have a lot of comments and opinions about him appealing his suspension. That is well within his rights to do in the collective bargaining agreement. I have absolutely...
Where they're getting ready for some good old-fashioned Texas heat. Clemens aiming at his 300th win. Kerry Wood aiming to stop his boyhood idol. But wait, there's more. Did we mention it's the Cubs and Yankees at Wrigley for their first series in 65 years? Can't wait. Neither can we, and neither can the record books. Immortality is knocking. Can the Rocket answer?
Place for the first time since the 15th of April. They're now looking up at the Houston Astros. Houston, let's see Texas. Roger Clemens grew up idolizing Nolan Ryan. Kerry Wood grew up idolizing Nolan Ryan and Roger Clemens. Kerry Wood on the mound today from Grand Prairie, Texas. He will represent the hometowners, the Chicago Cubs, matched up against his idol, trying to become the 21st pitcher in the history of Major League Baseball to win 300 games. He's from Houston. Two Texas boys going at it next. 14. It's the second oldest ballpark in the major league, second only to Fenway Park, which was built in 1912. And it has always been a wonderful spot for baseball. And now for those of us in this generation, we get a chance to see the New York Yankees play the Cubs in Chicago. And there goes Sosa. And here come the Cubs. A glorious day for baseball here in Chicago. Sosa's in right field appealing his suspension. The appeal will probably be heard this upcoming week while the Cubs are in Baltimore, and in the middle of the diamond, but not necessarily the focus of this game, is a very talented 25-year-old right-hander, 6'5", 225 Kerry Wood, who comes into this game with a record of 4-4. He is going for 50 wins in his career. It's his 7th try for 50 wins. He leads the major leagues in strikeouts, and here's the lineup he'll be facing today for the New York Yankees. A little different look, obviously, playing in a National League ballpark. Soriano leads off at second. Derek Jeter batting second and short. Jason Giambi homered yesterday. He's batting third. Jorge Posada cleans up. Robin Ventura is at third base. Then Raul Mondesi, Hideki Matsui has been moved down in the Yankee lineup. Juan Rivera is in left field, not hitting much, and Roger Clemens, who is career, at least during the regular season, 4 out of 19 at the plate. There's one of his hits, an extra base hit. That's the group facing Kerry Wood.
In Kerry Wood's 5th major league start, he struck out 20. Roger Clemens is the only other pitcher in major league history to strike out 20 in a game. Clemens did it twice. The breaking ball will be the key for Kerry Wood. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, saying that Kerry is on the cusp of stardom, but he must forget about the hitter and trust his stuff.
Randy Johnson sitting on his couch back in Phoenix saying, hey, wait a minute, I struck out 20 in 9 innings, but it wasn't a 9-inning game and 1 extra innings. So in a 9-inning game, a matchup of the only 2 pitchers in Major League Baseball history to strike out 20. And Alfonso Soriano digs his way in to start the day for New York. Only 25 years old, 3rd full season in the big leagues, and he is putting together a tremendous season.
And he'll not wait around. Notorious first ball swinger.
That had a wrinkle on the end of it. Soriano thinking that Wood would try to blow one by him to start the day, and he got a surprise. A little 12-26 surprise. Swinging at the first pitch, pop foul, backing out of play, and the count's 0-2.
It's always a great combination to throw the curveball on the first pitch and then tie him up with the fastball.
Soriano is #1 in the major leagues in hits. He scored 51 runs. That's good for 2nd in the American League. He's tied for 1st in home runs and is #1 in stolen bases in the American League. Over his head.
1-2.
It's not unusual. Kerry Wood throwing tight to batters, but that looked like a breaking ball. You can see Damian Miller sitting outside. Kerry Wood has hit 10 batters this year.
Only 82 miles an hour on our radar gun. On 1-2, strikeout number 1.
On the scouting report, we said the pitching coach, Larry Rothschild, said the breaking ball is the key. 3 of the first 4 pitches to Soriano, breaking ball. He finally got it.
I thought it was interesting as Jeter stands in, when you mentioned that Kerry Wood, according to Rothschild, gets too wrapped up in who's standing at the plate facing him. As a phenom, former Rookie of the Year, that season that he struck out 20, it was May 6th of '98 against Houston. It's Derek Jeter, who missed 36 games this season with a dislocated left shoulder. That's easy for Gonzalez. 2 up, 2 down.
Joe, I think a lot of major league hitters intimidate young pitchers. I mean, Kerry Wood will be 26 years old in 9 days, and even though he's had limited success in the major leagues, he's still intimidated. I mean, these are the New York Yankees. Think about it. This heralded franchise that's won 26 world championships and 4 in the last 7 years.
You could make the case that Kerry Wood grew up idolizing and following Derek Jeter on TV.
Sure. Roger Clemens, certainly.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. He'll be on the mound. When will it be? Can Giambi extend the inning for the Yankees, or will it be 1, 2, 3 right out of the gate for Kerry Wood? No wins since April 29. Blistering fastball, 97 miles per hour for Wood. 11 strikeouts in his last start, a 9-3 loss here to Houston on Sunday. Don't let the 4-4 record fool you, though. He has had virtually no run support. Giambi just flailing at it. It's 1-2. Good start for the kid. Out behind Houston. Gresalonic will lead it off, then Alex Gonzalez bats second. Corey Patterson, good-looking young players in center. Sammy Sosa. We'll talk a lot about Sammy today. He cleans up Moises Alou in left. Hesop Choi, the rookie first baseman. Lenny Harris, a veteran, at third. Damian Miller catching, and Kerry Wood, not bad, swinging the bat, pitching and batting ninth.
Roger Clemens will be 41 in about 3 months, and few pitchers in baseball history have maintained power over 2 decades like Clemens has.
First guy that comes to mind is his idol Nolan Ryan.
Yeah, right. He's one.
First pitch to Gresalonic, slides away for ball 1. Mark Gresalonic is the leadoff hitter really by default for the Chicago Cubs. As the 6-time Cy Young Award winner brings it home. 2-0. Is there a danger? Is there a concern with the way Clemens can get pumped up for a start? And we saw it certainly in the World Series in 2000 against the Mets, where the early innings he gets too excited, and that's the time for the Cubs to jump on it.
Yeah, that was in Game 2 of the 2000 series when Mike Piazza broke the bat. Roger Clemens threw a bat near Piazza. And I don't think I've ever seen a pitcher as pumped up as Clemens was that night.
On 2-1. Misses the inside corner. Dan Iasonia is the home plate umpire for what Clemens hopes will be a historic day.
Oh, pitchers who are pumped up don't get hit hard. They walk batters.
Into center field, a leadoff base hit for Gresalonic. Number 2 in the American League this season is the 40-year-old Roger Clemens with 82 strikeouts. He has won 6 games, and all 6 victories have been on the road.
0-3 at home. And as we said, he's maintained that power. Hard splitter, arguably the hardest splitter ever around 88, 89. And he must put that 300 milestone behind him and the Yankees. And the Yankees, they don't want a no decision out of Clemens today. They want a win, period.
A check on the runner, Gresselanek at first. The failure of Bobby Hill during the spring has forced Gresselanek not only to the second base position, but I guess you could argue into the leadoff spot. He has only one stolen base. This is not a team, and it usually isn't here at Wrigley for these Cubs, that runs very often. Another check. Jorge Posada, by Joe Torre's own evaluation, has had a much better season this year behind the plate catching this Yankee pitching staff than in years past.
And many pass balls over the years, 12 last year, to be among the leading catchers in the American League. Mariano Rivera, usually the culprit with Posada catching. But he has had some problems behind the plate, not so this year.
Don't know if these 3 consecutive throwovers were called from the bench or if it's something that Clemens did on his own, but when he got the ball back from Giambi a moment ago, he snapped at it. Then kicked at the pitching rubber, and he deals up and away, ball 1 to Alex Gonzalez.
Usually Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, will give the pitch overs to catcher Jorge Posada, who flashes the sign to Clemens. That's the thing that slowed the game of baseball down, and often, particularly if your guy's established as Clemens, you resent that. You don't want anybody telling you when to throw over. I'll do it on my own. I won 299 games. Come on.
1 ball, no strikes. Gonzalez drops down a beauty. Going to take a good play from Clemens, and he turns it in. Runner down to second with 1 out on a sacrifice 1-3.
Dusty Baker, the manager of the Cubs, playing the elements right here. He realizes he's got Kerry Wood on the mound. Cubs have not scored a lot of runs, and in 3 of his last starts, 6 starts, no runs for Kerry Wood. So Baker trying to strike early at Wrigley.
It presents an RBI chance for Corey Patterson. He really would be the best leadoff type hitter for this Cubs team, but because of the strikeouts that he piled up last season and because he's still a young player, Dusty Baker doesn't want to thrust him into that spot where he did not do well a year ago. Makes a fastball 93 miles an hour for strike 1.
Yeah, he'd be an able candidate for a leadoff hitter if the Cubs had a good lineup. But the Cubs are a good team and close to first place because of their pitching, not their lineup.
To the right side, and Soriano was over toward the hole anyway. 2 out. And it's now a runner at third with 2 down. And Sammy Sosa coming up. You see the numbers for Sosa, which have led some to believe that if he knew the bat was corked on Tuesday, he was trying to get an edge to get his swing back. He has not been hitting anything and doing a lot of that, swinging and missing this season for Chicago.
No home runs in his last 59 at-bats. May 1st, the last time Sosa homered. Now, he was on the DL for 3 weeks.
99 miles per hour from Clemens.
You'd be foolish to throw anything other than a high fastball again to Sosa.
They appeal to first, and the first base umpire, Jim Reynolds, says that Sosa checked his swing. It's 1-2, and you expect another fastball.
You keep going to the same well. The water's good. High fastball.
We had a chance to discuss Sosa during our pregame show. We will as this game wears on. Not now. Let's watch a 1-2 pitch from Clemens to Sosa. Left side. Ventura ranging. The throw. Inning over. And with help from his defense, a good start for the Hall of Famer. 1 inning complete at Wrigley. No score. Jorge Posada, Robin Ventura, and Raul Mondesi against Kerry Wood, who had 2 strikeouts in the first inning. Posada batting the cleanup spot, hitting .264. Didn't catch here yesterday, and he takes low for ball one. As Posada stands in, we'll tell you that home runs will make a difference today. Fox Sports, in partnership with CapCure, will make sure that every home run hit in today's game will help fight prostate cancer and help keep Dad in the game. $15,000 will be donated for every home run hit. 1 ball, 1 strike from Kerry Wood to Posada.
Nice tradition started several years ago. Both Joe Torre and Dusty Baker, the managers today, have had prostate cancer and highly supportive of this terrific program.
Michael Milken is a man behind the cause, and we will hear from him in the booth next inning. 2 balls and a strike. Posada, big rip. 2-2. We need to talk about the Sosa situation as you look at 2 prostate cancer survivors, Joe Torre and Dusty Baker. Sammy Sosa will forever be linked to that Tuesday night and the cork bat incident, which happened here with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in town. It will trail him wherever he goes from here on, and it has at least cast a shadow over things that have been accomplished to this point. As strikeout number 3 rings up for Kerry Wood. I think Major League Baseball is trying and was trying to give Sammy Sosa and the situation every chance it could to look as good as possible, for good reason. They tested the other 76 bats. They tested the 5 bats that are in the possession of the Hall of Fame. I'm sure all the while hoping to find nothing else in any of the bats because of what Sammy Sosa means to this game. As Ventura fouls it back, and Tim, you and I have talked about it plenty. Sammy Sosa is the game's most marketable athlete.
Right.
He plays the game with a smile on his face. He plays it up to the fans. He says all the right things. That's why it was so shocking and heartbreaking when cork was discovered in his bat here on Tuesday night.
Because everything leading up to that tainting, and I agree with you, that career is forever tainted. Time will pass, of course, and it will become less so in 5-10 years. What about the electric stuff of Kerry Wood, meanwhile?
4 strikeouts for the right-hander, and the 2 out and nobody on. A chance to strike out the side with Raul Mondesi coming up.
And Joe, that was my point before the game. Respectful of everything that Sammy has accomplished, I just do not believe, again, that he went up to the plate and didn't realize that that bat was corked. Number one, he said that he used it in bat.
We'll finish that point a bit later. This crowd into it. Two and two. You wonder if a player would cork a bat with basically his fingerprint right on the outside of it with his name emblazoned.
Throw a 3-2 curve right now, you have him. His curveball is unhittable so far.
Just fighting to get a piece of it is Raul Mondesi. I mean, just overpowering here in the first 2 innings is this sensational 25-year-old right-hander, Kerry Wood, who missed the entire 1999 season with a torn ligament in his right elbow. Trying to finish off Mondesi and the Yankees here in the second. On the infield, that's Gresselanek. And that's the end of the inning. Right now, Steve Horn in our booth, our editorial consultant, spoke to one, said that pitch that Clemens threw past Sosa last inning, that 99-mile-an-hour pitch, is the hardest pitch they've seen him throw in years.
Wow. A little extra adrenaline facing Sammy Sosa at Wrigley Field.
I would imagine. Who could blame him?
No, right.
Moises Alou at the plate on the inside corner, 93 miles per hour, and the count's 0-2. Alou, then Hesop Choi, then Lenny Harris. The third base position for the Chicago Cubs. There's kind of a vacancy sign hanging over that position, and there has been for a while here. Every organization seems to have that one spot that they have trouble filling, and third base has been it.
The Yankees and left fielders. Been a problem for them for the last 13 years.
A 1-2 pitch to Alou. Still 1-2. There is talk that and you look at Ron Santo, a guy who could end up in the Hall of Fame and should end up in the Hall of Fame.
I agree with you. 342 lifetime home runs. What a player here for the Cubs.
And just bleeds Cub blue. Radio analyst for the Chicago Cubs, working with Pat Hughes, as Alou just got a piece of it. There is talk that the Cubs may end up making a run at Mike Lowell of the Florida Marlins. If they end up with Lowell, who is putting together a fantastic first half of the season all across the board and is a tough, good player. There are many people within this division that believe because of the Cubs starting pitching, it could send them over the top and win the Central Division for them.
Yeah, if you don't have to give up one of those young right-handers like a guy like Zambrano to get Lowell. But they need extra punch. There is no question.
Alou got that off the end of the bat, and coming in is Rivera for the first out here in the second. Let's go back to the first inning in that 99-mile-an-hour pitch from Roger Clemens past the bat of Sosa. Overmatched.
Yeah, and the one Sosa put in play was 93, which points up an interesting point. High fastballs are often thrown harder than low fastballs.
Aesop Choi pops it up. Left side. Playable at the moment for Ventura, who finds it for the second out. 2 up, 2 down. Today's Sprint Virtual Manager question is, should Roger Clemens be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame with a Red Sox cap or a Yankees cap? To answer the question, use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint. Log on to foxsports.com. Keyword MLB on Fox. We'll have the results for you later on in the game. Lenny Harris now, the all-time pinch hit leader in Major League Baseball history. Takes a pitch. Breaking ball from Roger Clemens for strike one. 175 career pinch hits for Lenny Harris. Late in that strike two.
Lenny with his 1000th hit on Thursday. A big standing ovation here. An enormously popular player for the myriad teams for which he's played. Popular again here in Chicago. And in my view, on all the rosters of Major League players, this guy should be a Major League manager if he wants to be. We've said that before. Very bright, understands the situations in the clubhouse, great baseball mind. He can manage if he wants to.
And that would figure, because if your playing time is dictated by game situations, and you're sitting on the bench trying to think through a game, well, let's see, where am I going to come up? What has to happen for me to get to the plate? You're always thinking like a manager.
That's
over
a great point. That's right.
The 2-2 pitch. Too far outside, full count.
Yeah, I mean, he's been managing all these years anyway.
This crowd wants a reason to erupt, and there are a lot of Yankee fans in attendance here at Wrigley today, as Harris doesn't give them a reason to. A little fly ball into left field. Easy for Rivera, and that'll do it for Chicago in the second. We go to be here today.
I know.
You're being paid to watch the Yankees and the Cubs.
Oh, it's great.
Battle here at Wrigley Field on a perfect day weather-wise in this city. Enjoy the nightlife and come out to the ballpark and watch baseball. First pitch, a strike from Kerry Wood to Hideki Matsui, who has been a disappointment in his first year. He's coming over from Japan. What would you pay? Let's go. Fire it out there.
Well, tickets are going for $1,500, but that doesn't answer your question.
No,
I'm evading your question. I would pay probably $500 to see this game.
So you wouldn't see it then, because they're going for $1,500.
I wouldn't see it.
So you sit at home.
I'd have to watch and listen to whoever you're working with. The guy replacing me.
A ball and 2 strikes on Matsui, who has hit more ground balls, not necessarily ground ball outs, than anyone in the major leagues, 125 of them. And it's tough, Tim, to hit home runs when you hit the ball on the ground.
Yeah, and you know what Joe Torre's response to that with us before the game, obviously you know you're sitting right there, was the two-seam fastball. That in Japan they do not throw the two-seam fastball that sinks. That was a slider right there. So Matsui is having a tough time adjusting to the two-seamer. In Japan, the two-seamers are thrown lower in the strike zone. The four-seamers are thrown higher in the strike zone, so it would stand to reason that you could lift the four-seamer better. So that is the biggest problem, according to Joe Torre, that Matsui is having to adjust to. Another ground ball.
126 on the season. And for every team around the American League, and even some teams in the National League will be involved in interleague play, you've now added one line to their scouting report when they play the Yankees.
Two-seam fastball.
It is priceless, and we're glad to have you with us as Juan Rivera digs his way in. Rivera, because of the injury to Bernie Williams, out with the knee surgery. They hope to get him back sometime after the All-Star break in late July. Rivera is having to play, and the Yankees have to hope that it's not exposing Juan Rivera, who seems to be one of the big chips that this organization has if they want to make a trade later in the season to bolster the bullpen or add that left-handed bat. Ruben Sierra is not the answer, the guy that they picked up yesterday from the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, I can't see Ruben Sierra starting many games in the outfield. Joe Torre likes defense and pitching. That's what won the World Series for them in '96, '98, '99, 2000. Pitching and defense.
Ruben Sierra is the guy who called Joe Torre a liar on his way out the door in '96 because of playing time, and now he's here. As Joe Torre said, when's he going to play? When we're finished with interleague play, Giambi's going to DH because he's been playing so much first base. So Sierra won't play.
Right.
3-0 pitch. A 4-pitch walk to Juan Rivera, hitting .208. And the Yankees have their first base runner, and now Kerry Wood will match up with his boyhood idol, as Clemens, you would think, will be up there trying to get down a bunt to put Rivera into scoring position.
Usually, if you're not familiar with bunting, you jab at the ball, and I would suspect Clemens will pop it up or hit it hard to an infielder.
It can't be a very comfortable feeling to shorten up, square up, and look at Kerry Wood slinging it home at you.
Yeah, it's his first at bat since last year. That's another thing, that guys who are not used to bunting, they keep the bat in foul territory. Where's the ball going to go? Foul.
The odds are against a successful bunt here by Roger Clemens. If he gets it down, and he does, Kerry Wood will tag him for the out. So good work by Clemens. First one fouled. This one he hangs in long enough to bunt it fair down the first baseline for the sacrifice, one unassisted. Down to second and in scoring position is Juan Rivera.
Roger did bunt it hard, but he found a seam. That seam between the first baseman and the pitcher. Kerry Wood forced to field the ball. A better view right here.
You like this view better than that 1938 camera we just showed? What was that?
Yes, that was a 1938 camera, a remnant from the Homer and the Gloman days.
Runner at second, 2 out, and the batter is Alfonso Soriano, who is 9th in the American League with 42 RBIs. Didn't get it all off the end of the bat, and Moises Alou is coming to it. The inning is over. The Yankees still don't have a hit. They strand their first of the afternoon. Bottom of the third inning at Wrigley, still no score. Just up for him, 1 out.
And
every year we talk about
$20
this, and tell us exactly what transpires to raise the $20 million that you've raised.
This is our 7th year, and every home run hit in 60 ball games. Between this game today and the last game on Father's Day, Seattle and Atlanta, people pledge money for home runs. They can pledge as little as dime and as much as $10,000 a home run. And all this money goes to prostate cancer research.
With 1 out, Kerry Wood would love nothing more than to get a hit or even more against Roger Clemens. A big swing for strike one.
So this awareness effort of Major League Baseball has helped to substantially reduce the death rate in America from prostate cancer.
How much money have you raised?
We've raised just over the home run challenge about $20 million, and overall we've raised about $200 million for prostate cancer research. And I will be traveling to see 18 baseball games here.
Look at these swings by Kerry Wood. The count 1 ball 2 strikes. Now I know it's no coincidence that here we are at Wrigley, the Yankees and the Cubs, Joe Torre, Dusty Baker, two guys that I know you've leaned on heavily to get the word out about prostate cancer research.
That is correct. They've both been great spokespersons for prostate cancer research.
Kerry Wood will turn and head back to the dugout.
And I think they're both examples of, people that are healthy, vibrant, and the fact that it's a survivable disease, particularly if diagnosed early, and it's so easy to go get a blood test. And anyone can participate. And we have a pledge number, 1-800-547-CURE. Last year we had 126 home runs. We were down a little from the year 2000 when we had 160 home runs.
Gresolonic at the plate with 2 out, and the first pitch is high for ball 1. Well, Michael, thanks for stopping by and
I appreciate it.
giving us the update.
We want to thank you. We want to thank News Corp, Fox, and Major League Baseball for all the awareness that you've created to reduce prostate cancer deaths.
Thank you, Michael. Little high and tight to the leadoff man, Mark Gresolonic. He singled his first time up. That's the way the game started. Then a bunt by Alex Gonzalez got Gresolonic down to second. Corey Patterson with a ground out. Sosa grounded out. Took a good play from Ventura to keep a run off the board. Now a 2-0 pitch. Gresolonic hits it into center on a line, and there is Matsui. That'll do it for the Cubs in the third. We go to the 4th inning. Kerry Wood back to the hill. The Yankees don't have a hit yet. There's still no score. Is out. The sky is blue. The wind is blowing in from right, and the rooftops are full. Derek Jeter trying any way he can to get on base. Shows bunt and takes ball 1. Jeter, Giambi, and Posada. For New York, there's no score, and the Yankees look for their first hit.
Any place standing, standable, or sittable to view this game is taken.
Jeter did not hold up. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's across Waveland. It runs along left center field. That's strike 2. Sheffield runs along right and right center. And no matter where you are, there are people down on the street waiting for a home run ball. There are people up above trying to stretch out and see some part of the action from a rooftop. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Another strikeout. That's 5 on the day for Kerry Wood. Match up with Roger Clemens, and so far it's Kerry Wood that's racking up the strikeouts, as you, beginning of our telecast, thought might happen.
Yeah, Kerry on May 6th, 1998, in only his 5th major league start, he struck out 20 against the Houston Astros, a 1-hitter allowing 2 base runners. Neither he hit a batter, and there was a single in that game. But he did not walk anybody. And when Clemens struck out 20 for the Boston Red Sox against Detroit, he didn't walk anybody in either game. Remarkable.
Giambi trying to go up and get it, and a pop-up, and Kerry Wood's hoping somebody says, I got it. And it's Hee-Seop Choi as the 2 collide. Kerry Wood and Hee-Seop Choi, and Choi went down hard.
Oh boy, he hit his head, lost his cap and hit his head right on the other side of the foul line between home and third. The catcher, Damian Miller, did not see the ball. And keep in mind, the catcher is the only infielder that doesn't have glasses, other than, of course, the pitcher. Sunglasses. Oh boy.
pull back and not get too close to the scene along the third base line. Immediately, Hee-Seop Choi went unconscious, and everybody's standing there with hands on hips, just praying that he'll be okay.
After the catcher couldn't make the play, now Wood gets in the way of Choi, but the way I saw it, it was when Choi came down and the head going back and falling back. A whiplash effect right there.
It happened in that hard dirt area as opposed to the grass, which certainly makes a difference. Wood was hoping he would hear "I've got it." Finally he did, and then it looked like the ball moved a little bit. Wood got back into the play with the wind blowing from our right to our left. The ball moved just at the end, and Kerry Wood kind of jumped back into the play. That's when he collided with Hee-Seop Choi. And then Hee-Seop Choi hit the ground.
Don't think the injury came there, but right there. Hee-Seop is a very big man. He weighs 240 pounds. And it looked like the back of his head took the brunt of the body.
You can see him responding. The eyes are closed, but it looked like he was responding to questioning he's getting from the Cubs training staff. There are doctors down on the field now. And there's obviously no need to speculate from up in the booth. We'll just sit and watch with you and hope and pray that he'll be all right. Kerry Wood is now walking off the field and is going to, well, we'll see what he's going to do. Take a moment. Wipe off. I mean, Kerry Wood was involved in the collision as well. He came down. But I believe he came down, and I was looking more at Choi. It looked like Wood came down more on the grass.
Yeah.
Kevin Kennedy is standing by down in the dugout. Well, can you add anything to the conversation, Kevin?
No, I mean, obviously I can't get on the field, but Mike Mussina just came up to me. They're not sure what hit Hee-Seop Choi, whether it was the elbow, and I'm looking at the video. It looks like either Kerry Wood's hand or his head, and he went back. But nobody here is, no, even the Yankees are all trying to ask me, and they don't know what happened either.
Team physician Dr. Steven Adams is one of the doctors attending to Hee-Seop Choi, along with the training staff for the Cubs, and they will be ultra careful. As you look one more time, there's Wood landing in the grass, and the head and neck of Hee-Seop Choi coming down on that hard dirt along the third baseline. I mean, immediately Lenny Harris called for help.
If you're wondering why Lenny Harris, the third baseman, didn't make that play since the ball was between third and home, was, Joe, as you alluded to, the wind blowing from right field toward the Cubs dugout took that ball between home plate and the pitcher's mound to the third base side. Otherwise, Harris has the best play. The catcher, Damian Miller, did not see the ball, so he was ruled out immediately. And when Wood saw that, then only he and Choi had a chance for it. And it was Choi, the taller of the two, who made the play.
It really was, in retrospect, a terrific play by Hee-Seop Choi just to get there, find it, kind of lunging after the ball made the catch, and then he and Wood came together and Choi went down. So now they're going to open up the Wagon Gate area down the right field line and bring an ambulance straight onto Wrigley Field. You're obviously dealing with a head and neck area. If you look at Andy MacPhail,
president of the Chicago Cubs team. And with this type injury, with the way Hee-Seop Choi came down, they will be so careful as they attempt to move him into that ambulance.
I think the Yankees are familiar with a very serious injury this year. Derek Jeter injured in mid-April on a play at third base, separating his left shoulder. So the Yankees have seen this before with the ambulance on the field. That happened at Sky Dome in Toronto.
Come into a game like this, Tim, and you think about what's going to happen on Saturday and everything that happened on Tuesday, and talking about Sosa with the cork bat and Roger Clemens going for win number 300. Then something like this happens and it puts it all back into perspective.
Not that we needed that, Joe. I remember after your father passed last summer, we did a game at Wrigley Field, and we were informed about 15 minutes before the scheduled game time that Darryl Kyle had died in his hotel room, and that was the last game that we were supposed to do at Wrigley Field. And now this.
Baker handing a baseball inside the ambulance as this crowd was chanting Hee-Seop Choi's name, and now Kerry Wood is back out on the field with most of his teammates, and Wood, I'm sure, will be allowed as long as he needs to compose himself and get ready to face Jorge Posada with 2 out in the 4th inning.
You know, Joe, when you alluded to Kerry Wood and his involvement in that, suggesting that perhaps there could have been an injury to him, I didn't even think about that initially. The play once again, because Wood goes into Choi, and perhaps Hee-Seop took a blow from Wood and the ground, certainly off balanced. But because Hee-Seop wasn't moving, I didn't think of Kerry, but looks after one more view of that play that Kerry could have been at least shaken up on the play. Appears to be okay.
So Eric Karros will take over at first base for Hee-Seop Choi. So our thoughts and prayers are with Choi as that ambulance goes inside, ready to exit the field. Kerry Wood says he's ready to go, but he stands there with his hands on his hips looking at the ambulance, and Karros gets loose, ready to play baseball again after the ambulance exits.
Looks as though the attendants of the ambulance perhaps could be in the rear with Hee-Seop, because right now I don't see anyone in the driver's seat.
this game is taking.
There's a firehouse right across the street. An ambulance belongs to the Chicago Fire Department. And it got here fast. Making way out on the street, opening up the gates, and now off it goes. And as soon as we learn anything about the condition of Hee-Seop Choi, we will get it to you immediately. Firehouse. So the ambulance has headed out. Kerry Wood says a prayer and is ready to go back and pitch. Jorge Posada will be the hitter for the Yankees. Blemish on the record of Kerry Wood so far is the 1-out 4-pitch walk to Juan Rivera. Other than that, Kerry Wood has been dominating these Yankee hitters. The Yankees come in only 9th in the American League with a team batting average of .269. On the outside corner for a strike to Posada, who struck out his first time up. Always get that odd feeling after something like that happens, just sitting and watching a sporting event, let alone, I'm sure, if you're Kerry Wood trying now to refocus and get your attention back on a hitter at the plate. A guy who has hit 13 home runs this season. The count goes to 1-2.
And of all things, pitching a no-hitter here in the 4th inning.
Ball and 2 strikes. Another strikeout for Kerry Wood. He has 6 on the afternoon. The Yankees go in order. Cubs coming up, including Sosa. No score. 4th inning. Our Radio Shack trivia question. Which team does Roger Clemens have the most wins against? Which player has he struck out the most? And our Radio Shack trivia question answer: 28 wins against the Angels. They struck out Greg Vaughn 25 times. Vaughn, who has been released and has since signed with Colorado this past week, as Patterson grounds out to second. 2 up, 2 down, and that'll bring in Sosa with the bases empty. Sammy Sosa has gone 36 days since his last home run. He hit his first major league home run with Texas at Fenway Park against Roger Clemens, who toward the end of a long week he faces here at Wrigley Field.
Clemens featured 4 fastballs against Sosa in his first at bat.
And he features one here, 92 miles an hour, strike 1. Sosa spent about 3 weeks on the disabled list with an injured toe, as Sosa lines one to Soriano and the inning is over. Now the Cubs go in order. Roger Clemens a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 5th here at Wrigley Field. Ventura will lead it off. In with the Mets. That's on the outside corner. 7 strikeouts for Kerry Wood.
It is so difficult for a left-handed batter to try to fight off the fastballs and then get the backdoor breaking ball. Just can't pull the trigger that quickly. By design, breaking ball on the outside corner to get Ventura.
So now with 1 out, Raul Mondesi stands in. I know from our little chat with Joe Torre before the game that you have been impressed watching from afar the effort that Mondesi is giving the Yankees this season as that pitch misses low and away.
I don't think Raul Mondesi has played the best ball of his year of his career. After all, he's a bit older now, but I have never seen the effort put forth by Mondesi prior to this year throughout his career. An enormously talented, gifted outfielder with a great arm, power, built like a tank, could run like the wind.
Check swing for strike 2.
There are those in Los Angeles who think that Mondesi flaunted a lot of that, did not live up to capabilities. It's always a hard thing to pinpoint, but this year, I'll tell you, he is playing very, very hard for Joe Torre and the Yankees.
Ball and 2 strikes, and that just missed Mondesi. Able to get out of the way, 2-2. Intentional or not, that will be in the mind of Mondesi as he digs his way in gingerly on a 2-2 pitch facing Kerry Wood, who has hit 10 batters this season.
A lot of times Kerry, his breaking ball breaks so much he hits hitters.
Now it's a full count.
I remember watching a game between the Cardinals and the Cubs, first time the Cardinals came in here, where he hit Fernando Vina with about a 56-foot breaking ball, and Vina swung at the ball.
Hit him in the ankle.
Yeah, so it was a strike and not a hit batsman.
Mondesi fouls it back toward us. Well, Mondesi's stock had dropped so far that he was basically given to the Yankees by Toronto.
Yeah.
And so he has put forth more effort this season, and the Yankees have needed him with the way this team has hit. After a tremendous 18-3 start, they're 17-22 since. 2 out, 8 strikeouts for Wood. We talk about hitting this season. How about hitting today? The in-game box score is brought to you by Subway. Soriano has a strikeout. Jeter 1. Giambi 1. Posada 2. Same for Ventura. Mondesi adds 1 here. And the only man to reach was Juan Rivera in the 3rd inning on a 1-out walk. And then a good bunt by Clemens to get one down fair against Kerry Wood. 2 out. Nobody on. Here's Matsui. Strike 1. 50 home runs a year ago for the Yomiuri Giants. So far he has hit 4.
Joe, this is such an atypical game. I don't care where whether the wind's blowing in or not. It is a rare occurrence at Wrigley Field to be halfway through the game with only 1 hit by both sides.
And not just 1 hit, but look at these at-bats and look at these swings.
Terrible, and understandably terrible against the stuff that these 2 guys are featuring today. Hitters have been hapless.
.84-mile-an-hour breaking ball, and it's hooked foul. So this crowd, after that scare with Hee-Seop Choi, trying to work its way back into the action. Two balls, 2 strikes.
That was close.
Close. That was a swing.
That was a swing. I thought so. I thought he went through. A tightly wrapped breaking ball out of the strike zone. Yankees get a break.
You talk about a defensive swing, and it's not just Matsui. Whoever has been in the batter's box for the Yankees today against Kerry Wood has had a tough time just putting the bat on the ball. Looking for strikeout number 9.
Ripped into right field. That ball's got a chance to go. 1-0 Yankees. The first hit of the day is the first run of the day for the Yankees. A 2-out home run after the check swing that went the Yankees' way. Matsui gets another chance and makes the most of it.
That's what Dusty Baker was looking down at third base umpire Laz Diaz. Furious. That was a 3-2 breaking ball. And remember earlier we talked about Joe Torre's admittance that Hideki Matsui was having trouble with the two-seam fastball. He is grounded out more than any other major leaguer this year. He gets a breaking ball and puts the Yankees on top.
Now Rivera flies to Sosa in right. At least 4 breaking balls in that sequence that I can remember, including that sat there, and Matsui goes deep at Wrigley Field. But that happened only because this was not called a swing, and consequently strike 3. A few pitches later, the home run for Matsui, number 5 on the year, and the Yankees strike first. The Yankee hitters saying, all right, Rocket, there you go, big man. There's your run. 1-0 as Clemens makes his bid for career victory number 300. Moises Alou first up. Breaking ball for a strike. Karros will follow, and then Lenny Harris. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is a rather young umpiring crew working this series between the Yankees and the Cubs. 1 ball, 1 strike. That includes Dan Iasonia behind the plate as the count goes to 1-2.
Joe, I happened to see the game yesterday, as you did. A lot of people in Chicago so interested in this series, but it does not look to me like Moises Alou is swinging the bat properly. Looks like he's hurt.
Second strikeout for Clemens.
Had a base hit in yesterday's game, but that is not the Moises Alou that we are used to seeing. His swings have been poor. Noticed it even the first time up. Of course, both pitchers are throwing awfully hard, and they can make you look like that. But Alou in particular, even yesterday, looked like he was swinging the bat hurt.
Now with 1 out, nobody on, here's Eric Karros. Late on that swing and a pop-up. It is drifting foul, and it drops untouched. There's a good effort by Mondesi, more of what you're talking about. Roger Clemens trying to get through the 5th inning with a lead. It's Karros now, Lenny Harris on deck.
Dangerous play. Most mounds that are in the field of play are dangerous. Mondesi trying to avoid the little rise in the mound. That, of course, where pitchers warm up. Bullpenners, starting pitchers.
Just here hit it from Roger Clemens, and Karros couldn't. 0-2.
Catch Me If You Can. Like a good name of the movie.
Yeah. With 1 out and the base is empty, no balls, 2 strikes. One and 2. Roger Clemens lost to the Red Sox in New York on May 26th. Lost on Sunday, or at least got a no decision. Lost the chance to win his 300th. The Yankees won it in 17 innings, 10-9, as that is a foul ball. And Clemens had allowed 14 runs in his last 2 starts. A different sort of Roger Clemens here today.
Had a 6-run lead last Sunday in Detroit. That was a game that the Yankees came back to win after blowing that lead. They won it in the 17th inning against the Tigers. Then they went to Cincinnati, lost the first 2 games. They won Thursday night in Cincinnati. Here Clemens is again trying to once again win 300.
His third try. Early win has the most. Took him 8. A splitter to make it 2 balls, 2 strikes. Clemens' best year in the big leagues, 1986, 24-4. Cy Young Award winner, his first of 6, and the MVP that season as well. Here's a 2-2 from number 22. It's low. It's a full count. There's the resume for the future Hall of Famer. He didn't get the World Series titles until he joined the Yankees. He was the pitcher in Game 4, and they beat the Braves in '99. That's 2 out, and that's back-to-back strikeouts and 3 on the afternoon for Roger Clemens. Tomorrow, the scene shifts to Pocono for exciting NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Dale Jarrett looks to defend his title against the best drivers in the world in the Pocono 500, presented by Subway. NASCAR returns to Fox tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. Lenny Harris takes a strike. Harris flied out to left his first time up. Now it's 0-2, and Clemens could strike out the side. Roger Clemens looking for his 4th strikeout. He came into the game 9 strikeouts shy of becoming just the 3rd pitcher in Major League Baseball history to reach 4,000 in his career. Harris didn't go.
There is no way that Laz Diaz was going to punch out Lenny Harris then. Not after the disputed call last time. And I'm trying to be as fair as I can. I mean, Laz Diaz is a human being. The Matsui thing, he homers after the check swing. I didn't think Harris went around. I thought that was a good call. Not so with Matsui. I thought he went around as you did.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Harris now, as Dusty Baker did. He thought Matsui was finished. He thought the Yankees were finished hitting in the top of this 5th inning. A couple of pitches later, Matsui hit his 5th Yankee home run. 2-2 pitch. Another strikeout. That's 4 on the day. Clemens now 5 shy of 4,000 in his career. 1-0 Yankees after 5 at Wrigley.
Ted? Hey man, remember how Ted was talking about his new acting job, but he was a little hazy on the details?
Right up here, baby.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Pickle Boy.
I'm so glad I got to see this.
Happy to help.
Introducing Picture Mail That Talks from Sprint. Share it when it happens.
Every stomach needs a first aid kit for all those unexpected bites and burns and cuts and scrapes and spills and other stomach irritations. Pepto-Bismol is first aid for stomachs. As it coats, it relieves most any stomach problem, not just a few like these other leading medicines. Pepto-Bismol. In any emergency, it's first aid for heartburn, diarrhea, nausea, indigestion, and upset stomachs.
What a good feeling, a great sensation. Oh, you and me, baby, a good combination. Ah, suck it to me, 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 suck it to me. Ooh, baby, I started, yes I did, but I can't stop it.
The Italian Job is the best movie of the summer. The New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, People Magazine are all cheering you. It has a great cast, great action, and great fun. Ebert and Wolper give it 2 thumbs up. 4 stars. The Italian Job. Rated PG-13. Now play.
The Braun Synchro gives you Braun's closest shave ever. And its automatic self-cleaning system leaves your shaver so clean, it feels like new every day. Braun, designed to make a difference.
Lori thinks her boyfriend is cheating on her, so she's hired a gorgeous model to test his fidelity.
Nicole, going out with me?
Yeah, drinks. Everything's fine with me.
Busted, the new series, Anything for Love, premieres Monday, June 16th on Fox.
We move into the 6th inning here at Wrigley Field, and Roger Clemens is at the plate. Clemens dropped down a very good sacrifice bunt his first time. Now he's up there trying to catch up to Kerry Wood, who has struck out 8. 6th inning, 1-0 Yankees on the home run by Matsui. Clemens and Soriano, then Jeter. 0-2. With everything that's going on the field, we barely scratched the surface with the Sosa situation.
Yeah.
Hardly talked about Joe Torre and the ups and downs he's gone through personally and professionally with this Yankee situation, as 9 strikeouts now are on the board for Kerry Wood. And with 1 out, nobody on, Alfonso Soriano walks in. The only reason I brought up earlier about the barrel of the bat having thing other than at least what Wood possesses, a blow you away fastball that counts 1-2.
Some hitters, because of that big swing, take a long time to get to the strike zone. Ruben Sierra is one of those types of hitters.
279 career home runs. Back with the Yankees, takes ball 2. 2-2. 3 home runs this season with Texas. Sitting 263, 9 doubles. Batting for Acevedo, who went 2/3 of an inning. 1 run on 1 big hit. That's a base hit through the right side. Matsui will hold at second. It's 2 on with 1 out. So Sierra comes through for Joe Torre off the bench. And it's our GMC game summary, brought to you by GMC Professional Grade. In the top of the 8th inning, now the Yankees have a golden opportunity with 2 on and 1 out. The top of the order coming up. The numbers for Clemens, who right now is on the hook with a loss if the Yankees don't rally. Now we're going to have a pinch runner. The numbers for Wood, who's trying to get through 8. Matchup of 2 Texans, one 25 years old, one 40 years old. And the 25-year-old is still in the game. Gibson will take over at first base as a pinch runner. It's 2 on with 1 out. And a strike on the inside corner to Soriano.
Joe, if I'm the Cubs, this is the one guy I do not want to see up here. He is one of the most dangerous, explosive hitters in baseball. The ball just fires off his bat.
Tied for first in the American League with his 18 home runs. Tied with Delgado. 0-2. The rankings in the American League this year for Soriano. Number 1 in hits in the major leagues. Tied for, or rather first in steals. Tied for first in the home run department. Total bases. 9th in RBIs. Tying runs are on.
Key here is not throwing a strike.
1-2, 97 miles per hour from Wood.
Soriano, perhaps as much as anybody in the game, you can toy with him once you go 0-2. Stay out of the strike zone, and your chances are going to be better.
Clemens threw 84 pitches. Wood well up over 100. 2 on, 1 out. And Soriano flies 1 to center. Coming in is Alou. 2 out. Patterson, the center fielder, broke back after seeing that big swing. And Patterson thrilled to see Alou coming in to sweep in for the catch.
Center and right field here at Wrigley Field. Very difficult sun fields. It's number 1 now that Candlestick Park has been relegated to a football stadium. Candlestick used to be the toughest from right and center, but now it's Wrigley Field.
Now it's Derek Jeter, the 2nd youngest Yankee captain ever, second only to Thurman Munson. named back in 1976. Tying runs are on. 2 out. Strike 1.
I'm a little bit surprised that Lenny Harris is still in the ball game for defense, and I'm also surprised to see him on the line. Derek Jeter does not. If there's anybody in baseball, you got to give him the line. Derek Jeter hits the ball to right center and right field. I think Lenny's too close to the line at third.
Too far inside, a ball and a strike. Giambi is on deck. And Mike Remlinger is getting loose, the left-hander for the Cubs in their bullpen. Jeter with 2 on, 2 out. Strike 2. And with Kerry Wood due up first in the bottom of this 8th, this could be his final batter. And this crowd wants to see his 12th strikeout. Two and 2. And by the way, a terrific block by Damian Miller to keep the tying run out of scoring position.
Yeah, the runner on second getting to third, not nearly as important as the runner on first getting to second.
Full count and the runners will go. This, you would have to believe, is Kerry Wood's last batter of the day, no matter what. Bases loaded, and now the decision. Dusty Baker just pointed down to the bullpen, but is still in the dugout for the moment. Kerry Wood is coming out.
Probably a double switch with Ramon Martinez going to third and batting ninth. And Remlinger in the game.
A 1-2 count on Jeter, and Wood lets him get away, and now Kerry Wood will have to go sit and watch his setup relief try to end the inning and keep the lead. Bases loaded, 2 out. Remlinger coming in. Martinez taking over at third. And the big left-handed slugger Jason Giambi coming up for the New York Yankees. Dewey back in the 5th, which until the bottom of the 7th was good enough for a Yankee lead. Now it's the slugger for the Yankees, Jason Giambi, dealing with Mike Remlinger. Sacks jam, 2 out. Strike 1. Remlinger is the type pitcher that the Yankees, after they let Stanton leave the ball club, really don't have, and that is a matchup lefty. Remlinger is that type for this situation with Giambi.
He's also very adept at getting right-handers and left-handers out. Oh, 2. just showing him that pitch under the armpits, getting back away from the plate. I would think he'd go back outside with the fastball here. Back in.
2-2. Standing down at second. Go ahead run on at first for the Yankees, who have Giambi at the plate. He homered yesterday. He has 14 on the year. From 0-2 to 3-2.
He's got to throw him a fastball here. Predictable pitch. Giambi with good power the other way. He had a home run in yesterday's game.
Who cares what's in a hot dog? When diverse, cast-aside elements come together to form something great, that's the American way. No, sir. Far better to ask yourself, what are you made of? What spice do you add to the national knockwurst? What flavor do you contribute to the high life?
Let's say this is you, and this is your auto insurance company. You've always gotten along okay, but let's say this is Allstate. Ooh, looks better than what you got now, huh? Well, qualified drivers who call Allstate for a free auto quote can get a company this good for this kind of price, maybe less. The choice is pretty simple, don't you think? So call Allstate now for an auto quote and find out how you're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey, Gina, so where do you suppose he was going? I think he's sitting at home and he says to himself, today's the day. Today I go for a little ride.
See, this just makes my day.
And that just made my day.
Introducing Picture Mail That Talks from Sprint. And now share all the pictures you want and get a PCS Vision Picture phone for $99.99 after $100 savings. Share it when it happens.
This summer, smart kid like you gotta have a plan. Journey to a whole new world.
You brought him home?
He's not a criminal mastermind. He's a kid who has nowhere to go.
What do you think of Newport?
I think I could get in less trouble where I'm from.
You have no idea.
The OC, coming soon to Fox.
Fox Saturday Baseball brought to you by Sprint, introducing PCS Vision, clearly a whole new way to look at wireless. By Old Spice, spice things up. By Allstate, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by Miller High Life, to live simply, proudly, boldly, manly, this is the High Life. Ramon Martinez, who took over in the double switch, will lead it off for the Cubs against Jeff Weaver, the third pitcher of the day, and now working out of the bullpen for the Yankees, losing his starter's spot after his last effort last weekend in Detroit. Martinez homered here yesterday. Very good, useful utility player is Ramon Martinez, who Dusty Baker had with the Giants. Changed up, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. What a day at Wrigley. 2-2.
Joe, I saw that scorecard, and I remember Pat Piper, who was here for about 70 years. He was the public address announcer. Made the lineups every day. He was also the ball man. Used to bring the balls up to the umpire, so he had a dual purpose. People familiar with Wrigley Field over the years can remember Pat Piper saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, get your pencils and scorecards ready."
Weaver. That one got away and almost got Martinez, and it's a full count. They see a load of ability in Jeff Weaver, but turning it into victories and consistent pitching has been tough.
Or your point earlier, what Joe Torre told us, that Contreras will be in the bullpen and a big asset to them once Weaver is straightened out.
And really, that's been one of the issues between George Steinbrenner and Joe Torre, Jose Contreras, and how it was handled when they sent him out. Joe Torre telling him initially that he was just going back to AAA. Then word came from Tampa he was going down to Florida. Joe Torre was embarrassed. Felt like he had lied to the player as Jeter in the hole. That ball hits off Ventura's glove. Jeter goes to get it. And Martinez is on with what likely is a hit. And it is. Moments ago, Jason Giambi dealing with Mike Remlinger with the bases loaded. A 3-2 pitch in this. Runner at first, nobody out here, and Gresolonic at the plate. Yankees expect the bunt just to finish on Contreras and Joe Torre. The perception is that George Steinbrenner said, we're paying this guy $8 million a year for 4 years. He's got electric stuff. I want to see him in the rotation. Well, he eventually got into the rotation last Friday and was outstanding in a win over the Tigers. He won his last time out in Cincinnati as the bunt is good by Gresolonic. The sacrifice is good. 1-4. Down to second is Martinez. We give you our Pepsi All-Star ballot update. National League first. And right now it looks like this. Bonds, Guerrero, who just was put on the disabled list with a herniated disc in his back, and Sosa, Roland, Renneria, Kent, Bagwell on the infield, and Ivan Rodriguez behind the plate. Right now leading in their categories with the votes. Ball one up and away to Alex Gonzalez.
Ivan Rodriguez has the luxury of catching one of the finest young arms I have seen in the major leagues in a long, long time. That's Dontrell Willis, the left-hander who's 4-1 for the Marlins. Boy, do I love to watch him pitch.
And you alerted me to the fact that he used to be in the Cubs organization.
Yeah, came over in the Al Fonseca deal.
Who, by the way, is no longer the closer here with the Cubs. It's Joe Borowski who's getting loose, and he will take over. That's ball 3-0 with Corey Patterson on deck. Gonzalez, a sacrifice bunt, 2 groundouts.
You know, for George Steinbrenner and the partners of the Yankees to think by just having the highest payroll in baseball.
That's fair down the right field line, and it will add to the Chicago lead. In to score is Gresolonic on an RBI double by Alex Gonzalez.
And the Cubs tack on here in the 8th inning to take a 3-run lead. RBI double off Jeff Weaver after the infield hit by Martinez. But to wrap up that point, just because you have the highest payroll in baseball doesn't mean it's a laydown. That guys are going to just give you the pennant. You don't win the pennant at a bank or on Wall Street on a financial sheet. You win it between the lines, and the Yankees are not playing well right now.
And between the lines, Joe Torre is going to make another pitching change. Weaver is going to exit. It's a 3-run Cub lead.
Now,
For the first time ever, the league that wins the All-Star game will earn home field advantage in the World Series. The stakes are raised. The intensity is back. The 2003 All-Star game only on Fox. This time, it counts. Fox Tuesday, the creators of American Idol continue their nationwide talent search for tomorrow's superstar. Now, as the 20 finalists are chosen, the contest is heating up.
'Cause I'm over you.
And the parents are melting down. American Juniors, hosted by Ryan Seacrest at 8 Fox Tuesday. This is Eddie.
Trust me.
This is England.
What are you doing this weekend?
Hopefully you.
England meet Eddie.
Wanker.
Brett.
I hate you.
I hate you too.
Wimp.
New York's finest is on the case in London, and now his new roommate is on his.
This has been on all week. I feel like I know these apes.
Hasn't been that long since you broke away.
Scotland Yard is about to get yanked.
I'm Eddie. How you like me so far?
He and Eddie, all new at 9, 8 Central, Fox Tuesday. Fox tonight, crackheads attack cops.
Freeze, or I'll put a hole in you.
And citizens fight back.
You guys have them tied up? Yeah. Outstanding.
Cops. Then revisit a terrifying day in law enforcement history as a crazed gunman pins down police.
Call for backup!
And only a bold and dangerous plan could save them.
I did think I was going to die.
See the incredible acts of courage that ended a harrowing siege. And all new America's Most Wanted. It all starts at 8 tonight on Fox. Fox Monday. For the first time on television, find out your IQ live. Discover if your intelligence is above average, gifted, or a genius. How does your IQ compare to this group of teachers, these construction workers, or this bevy of blondes? Do you have the guts to find out? Test the nation. What's your IQ? Monday at 8, 7 Central on Fox.
Chris Hammond takes over, and Corey Patterson swings over the top of the pitch, strike one. Said earlier that the Yankees really don't have that matchup left-hander when Remlinger came in, because sometimes Hammond, because of his changeup, is tougher against right-handed batters.
That's right.
1 ball, 1 strike. Juan Acevedo hanging his head in the dugout. He has not moved since being replaced in this game. Strike 2 on a huge swing by Patterson. 1-2 with Sosa on deck.
Well, that was a head hanger that he gave up to Eric Karros, a high fastball, the first pitch of the ball game. Karros put the Cubs on top 3-1.
It's now 4-1. A hit by Martinez, a sacrifice bunt. I had said Grzelcyk scored. It was Martinez who crossed the plate. The RBI double by Alex Gonzalez, and now a 1-2 pitch to Patterson. It's popped up. A changeup that worked against a lefty. Posada has it for the second out. Now Sosa will be the hitter. So you know, the Yankees bullpen has allowed 44% of inherited runners to score, which is the 3rd highest number in the major leagues. Kansas City and Boston higher. The major league average is just over 34%, and the Yankees at 44%. So that's a spot, even with a $180 million payroll, that needs to be improved. With 2 outs, Sosa takes the ball up and away.
It's so alarming that what Yankee fans are comparing it to is the bullpen, as you mentioned earlier, the bullpen the Yankees have had in the past years. Jeff Nelson, who's now with Seattle. Mike Stanton now with the Mets, even though Stanton is ailing.
That's toward the middle. Jeter can't keep it on the infield. In to score is Gonzalez. Another run and an RBI for Sosa. And it's 5-1 Chicago in the 8th. Two hits and now an RBI today for Sosa.
That's a ball in past years that Derek Jeter would have dived for. But remember, he separated his shoulder early in the season, and that does not allow him to get the extension that Jeter is used to getting. That's a ball that he at least dives for and keeps on the infield to prevent the run from scoring. But not so coming back from that separated shoulder.
a swing and a miss. So Hammond adds to that percentage as he allows an inherited runner to score, and that's a 2-run frame. A third of an inning for Weaver. 1 ball, 1 strike. Posada, Ventura, and Mondesi will bat for New York in the 9th inning. Should end the inning. Jeter with a flip, and that'll do it. It sends this game, a beautiful Saturday in Chicago, to the 9th. A matchup of Roger Clemens and Kerry Wood at the start. Battle of the bullpens late. The Cubs are on top 5-1.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
When you can get the best of wireless without a contract, that's M Life. Go Phone, only from AT&T Wireless.
The guys are counting on me.
Gotta go.
Just one night.
Just one night. Nice pants.
Nice pants.
Nice pants.
Hi. Nice pants. What have they been?
The one and only Docker Stain Defender. See?
Going a full 12 rounds is all about stamina. That's why I like high endurance from Old Spice. No deodorant protects better. And it lasts longer because it evaporates more slowly. Want proof? If you're not convinced, Old Spice will buy you a stick of your old stuff. Let me put it this way. High endurance lasts longer than I do. But I'm working on that.
And start your day with new body wash and body spray from Old Spice. Spice things up.
On American Juniors, 20 finalists are chosen. And as the contest heats up,
this is a competition. There is a lot at stake.
The parents melt down. American Juniors at 8/7 Central, Fox, Tuesday.
Back at Wrigley, 9th inning, Joe Borowski, who was pitching in Mexico a couple of years ago, has elevated himself into the closer spot, taking over for Alfonseca. He was the guy Dusty Baker went to, and Alfonseca was injured at the beginning of the year. Look at these numbers. Why wouldn't you stay with him? With 10 saves and a 1.67 ERA.
Prior to this year, he had 2 major league saves.
In for a strike. It's 0-2 on Posada. Borowski was going to give it up, go into line of work that members of his family, including his father, had gone into, and that was fighting fires. He was going to be a firefighter, came back, pitched in Mexico, worked his way back, was in the minor leagues with the Cubs, had a great year last year, and he's stayed with it here in 2003.
Either way, he's putting out fires.
This one and this type just on the field trying to get the final 3 outs of a game, and he's done well for Dusty Baker. On 0-2 with Ventura next in a 5-1 game. That's ball 1. MLB.com has the widest selection of items for the team you love. Shop MLB.com, the official site to play. Kerry Wood threw 120 pitches on the afternoon. That was good for 7 2/3 innings. He allowed 1 run, 3 hits, walked 3. Left with the bases loaded, and Remlinger came on to strike out Giambi, leading by 2 on a 3-2 pitch. Another foul by Posada. The duel at Wrigley. And by the way, for Clemens, the word is his next scheduled start, as he again will be trying to win his 300th game. It'll be his 4th attempt at it. He'll also be trying to get to the 4,000 strikeout plateau. He came in needing 9, and he struck out 5. Posada hits that one to deep left center field. That ball's got a chance. It's gone. Home run, Posada. And it's 5-2 Chicago in the 9th. As they do here at Wrigley, that souvenir is thrown back onto the field. And to finish the thought on Clemens, he is scheduled to pitch Friday, right now, going into the game, Friday at Yankee Stadium against St. Louis. You and I will be there next Saturday for the Cardinals and the Yankees. A 1964 flavor for you. Staying with a backhand is the shortstop Gonzalez. 1 out. So next Saturday, Fox Saturday Baseball continues with exciting interleague play. Albert Pujols is hitting .390. He and the Cardinals take on the Yankees, and the Braves battle the Mariners. The Dodgers meet Cleveland. It all begins with This Week in Baseball at 11:30 Eastern, 8:30 Pacific, followed by NFL Europe's World Bowl, and then Fox Saturday Baseball at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. So we'll start later because of the World Bowl, 3 Eastern next week. We'll be at Yankee Stadium for the Cardinals and the Yankees.
One added thing about Roger Clemens, keep in mind, and Joe, you said that earlier in the game, Roger has not won at Yankee Stadium this year. 6-0 on the road, 0-3 at Yankee Stadium.
An 84 pitch day left in the 7th, and watched his 1-run lead leave seconds later on a home run hit by Karras against Juan Acevedo, as Mondesi, who is without a contract next season, gets a base hit. It's 1 on with 1 out, and Matsui is coming up.
Damian Miller, the catcher, out to talk to Joe Borowski. Dusty Baker does not have anybody warming up right now, but I would think somebody should get up. Because Joe Borowski, I mean, after all, he is not the closer caliber of Mariano Rivera. Nor, in my opinion, has he pitched himself into that early in the first 2 months of the season.
Now with 1 on 1 out, we're handed an interesting note. Matsui takes the ball high. The word is that Roger Clemens will not be addressing the media following this game because of an upper respiratory infection, which I'm sure will be cited as one of, if not the main reason why he was pulled out of this game in the 7th inning, which is something we talked about at the time. If he said, "This is all I've got, I'm ready to come out," then you make the move.
Or was wheezing or something of that nature.
If not, who knows if it happened or not. If not, that move will be second guessed until he next pitches, most likely on Friday in the Bronx. Now the count's gone to 3-0 on Matsui, and if the Yankees can get one more base runner, they'll have a chance with a tying run at the plate, and it's hard to believe no one's getting loose.
It is hard to believe nobody is up in the Cubs bullpen.
3-1 on Hideki Matsui, who has homered and singled the Yankees, and the Yankee fans hope he figures it out at the plate. Came in hitting .259. To the right side and through for a base hit, and now the Yankees will bring the tying run to the plate. Alfonseca will start to get loose for Chicago. He was warming last inning, so it shouldn't take him long to get ready, as Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, will come out and visit with Borowski, as there is still drama left in this game. Juan Rivera will be the hitter, and Todd Zeile has come into the on-deck circle with a pitcher's spot due up after Rivera. home run, a ground out, back-to-back singles. The tying run will be at the plate in the person of Juan Rivera, who has not homered this season. 0 for 2 today and hitting below 200. He came in at 208. Getting his playing time because of the knee injury suffered by Bernie Williams. They moved Matsui into center and they put Rivera in left. First and third, one out. No swing. Ball one.
Now Rivera held up. Watch how he drags the bat head through. The hands came through, but the bat head stayed back. That's close. Closer than I thought, really.
1 ball, no strikes. First and third, one out. 1-1. Al Fonseca started the season as the closer for Dusty Baker. As you look at what the Yankees have done this season when trailing after 6 innings compared to what they had accomplished 2001 and 2002. Rivera in the hole 1 and 2. Al Fonseca started the season on the disabled list. A right hamstring pull. He's back healthy and warming up for the Cubs in their bullpen. As Borowski faces Rivera with 1 out. 2 and 2. Todd Zeile, a one-time Cub, waits to hit next. Appeal. Now they will. No swing, says the first base umpire in his 4th year, Jim Reynolds.
Now you've got to throw a strike right here. You've got to challenge a guy struggling like Rivera instead of leaving it up to a more experienced, good clutch hitter like Todd Zeile, who's on deck. I don't send the runner right here. Line drive ends the game.
Not going, struck him out, 2 out. Now the tying run will be represented at the plate by Todd Zeile.
Karros is going in front of first base, trying to find out by Dusty Baker what he wants him to do. In my view, you just play behind Matsui. You have a 3-run lead with 2 runners on. Zeile is a guy who can rifle the ball down the right field side. So it looks to me like you ought to guard the line instead of holding Matsui on. Baker chooses not to do that.
First and third, 2 out. Zeile, who rarely swings at the first pitch, comes up empty.
Almost never.
Todd Zeile came up in the Cardinal organization, traded to the Cubs in '95, the same day St. Louis fired Joe Torre as their manager. Way late, strike 2. Yesterday, the last time these two teams met in the World Series in 1938. The Chicago Cubs, if they can hang on and win, will beat the New York Yankees for the first time. 2-2. No further word on Hee-Sop Choi, who left with the head injury. He was conscious. Taken to Illinois Masonic Hospital. And it was Karras who took over for him, who hit the go-ahead home run in the 7th. 2-2 to Zeal. Into right field. That ball, if it's fair, will drop for a hit. It is foul.
When that ball was first hit, I thought that ball was fair from our angle. But it just drifted foul. About 2 feet or so. Hit off the end of the bat. Don Zeal will have to get a new piece of lumber. I think, yeah. Just foul. Two umpires down the right field line today.
Karras called it before Jim Reynolds. 1st and 3rd, 2 out, tying run at the plate for New York. And a 2-2 count on Todd Zeal. Back to Borowski. The Cubs have defeated the Yankees. Karras with the biggest swing of the bat today, and it was Kerry Wood winning his 5th as Roger Clemens lost his 4th and missed his chance for the 3rd time to win the 300th game of his Hall of Fame career. No doubt the great feat of the game brought to you by Dr. Scholl's. The swing of the bat by Eric Karras on the first pitch from Juan Acevedo. Come to a ballpark, you have an anticipated matchup. You never know what you're going to see, and I think we saw about what we expected from Kerry Wood and Roger Clemens.
Yeah, I think so too, Joe, and a very important thing, not only did Roger Clemens lose the game, but he didn't win the game today, so the Yankees have to go through this another 5 days.
Let's go down to the field and check in with Kevin Kennedy.
Tough day today, obviously. Any update on, first of all, Hee-Sop Choi?
Well, from what I heard, they said that he was alert, he was talking. They just had to run some tests for precautionary reasons. But you know, our thoughts are with Hee-Sop. I mean, if you saw that injury, that's something that obviously it looked horrific on the field, and you know, hopefully he's going to rebound and be okay.
That's great news, Eric. And the irony of it all is you come up and really get the game-winning home run. Did you think you were going to face Roger Clemens in that situation?
You know, I wasn't sure. I know they'd gone out a couple of hitters earlier and talked to him. It looked like he was laboring a bit with Moises. You know, I'm sure Joe Torre had a good reason. I don't know what the reason was. You know, but I was prepared to hit off of Clemens or whoever they brought in.
How was Clemens' stuff today as far as what you saw up there?
Well, I mean, my first at-bat, well, my only at-bat off him, he threw me a couple fastballs to start off with and then the forkball. And forkball, when he's throwing that thing and throwing it over, I mean, that's an unhittable pitch. And, you know, I'm saying they should outlaw that darn thing because it's not fun, but he had good stuff today.
How did you guys feel with the matchup of Kerry Wood, a young Texan, going for his 50th win versus Roger Clemens coming into this series?
Well, I mean, it had all the hype. You know, Kerry's got great stuff. He's got electric stuff, and, you know, he had thrown a 1 or 2 hitter up until he was taken out. And, you know, he's a guy that can dominate any day, and we knew we were going up against a guy that could dominate as well. And there weren't going to be a lot of hits, and you know, whatever team made the fewest mistakes was going to come out on top.
Thanks so much, Eric. Congratulations. All right, Joe, let's go upstairs.
Thanks to Eric Karras. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us today. For Tim McCarver, I'm Joe Buck, the coordinating producer of Baseball on Fox, and the producer of today's game, Michael Weissman. Our director, John Moore, the associate director, Larry Lancaster, and the broadcast associate, Eric Billigmeyer. Some of many who brought you this game from Wrigley Field. A beautiful afternoon in Chicago. On the north side, the Cubs have now defeated the New York Yankees. That swing by Karras, a big part of it. Wood over his boyhood hero, Roger Clemens, today. What more do you want? Let's go out to L.A. and Jeannie Zalasko.
What more do we want? We're looking for cash, guys. Thank you. Today, of course, home runs making a difference. Fox Sports and partners.
Shake up a few Cardinal fans defensively. Patterson a roller to the right side. Tino had better hurry. He didn't get it. And Corey Patterson, I think, hurt his knee. Trying to avoid the collision at first. Patterson and Martinez and Klein got to the bag, and Corey Patterson has hurt his left knee.
Well, Dusty Baker coming out, and that is a terrible sight for Cub fans. Corey Patterson having a phenomenal season. We can only hope that somewhere along the line he just tweaked it, because right now it doesn't look good. Dave Tumbas out there. It's set up to be a most unusual play.
You see the lunge by Martinez. Corey avoiding the tag.
And he hit the base awkwardly, and I think that's what happened.
Looked like it hyperextended more than anything else. And you just hope that there was no pop or anything like that. On a bang play at first, Patterson goes down in a heap and immediately grabs the left knee. And that is just an awful play. A kid that really was coming into his own this season, had a shot at the All-Star team, perhaps in the National League, and hustling as he always did.
To catch up to, and that's where most of the National League pitchers have pitched him.
For their outfield, it's darkening by the minutes. It is an official game. Hot shot. Lowell dives and makes a great play.
Well, that's a two-base hit, and that shows you that
in the first two games of this series, and that play, no exception. Here's Sosa.
Thinking about hitting the ball out of the park, and hopefully he'll get one down. Let's see if Willis misses with it.
Good news. We'll see if Bonds had anything to do with the Giants' first two strikes. Didn't miss by much. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, that's the first time I've seen one of the Cub hitters step out to try to change the rhythm of Willis. Let's see if it works.
3-2, high leg kick and a high fly ball out of play. We'll see how patient the umpires are. 3-2 pitch, scoreless game, and again strikes.
Good at bat by Sosa as he's getting
fisted down the right field line. That might drop in fair play. It will. Encarnacion doesn't hesitate. Neither does Sammy. A sliding double. Hustle play for Sosa, and that's a big one. Man in scoring position, only one out with Karros, Hernandez, and Hubbard coming up.
That was a great piece. Had a good arm, but he also knew he was going away from the throw. And as soon as he hit first base, he accelerated, putting the pressure on Encarnacion, knowing that one run here might win this game. And Sosa, thinking 2 bases all the way, really turns it on. And this is a good look at.
Could give the Cubs a lead. And with the bad weather upon us, we might have a rain-shortened decision today. And 2.
And don't lose the fact that Sammy fouled off 5 or 6 pitches in that sequence to stay alive. So we talked about the Cubs 1 game back, needing Sosa to come alive the second half of this season. Let's see if now with Karros and Hernandez they can cash it in. Then you want it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And about the footing, we'll carry on, I would think. 2-2. Fisted. The 2-2. Ground ball toward Lowell, and he plays it off to the side. Here comes Sammy to third. He had to hold with the play in front of him. That time Lowell laid that ball.
That's got to be an error. All you got to do is take a step to your left, and it's a base hit.
Runners at contact. You've got Jose Hernandez in the box. A fly ball. You figure if any depth will be deep enough to score Sosa, especially with the wet baseball. And Jose's got to shorten his stroke here and put the ball in play, hopefully in the air to the outfield.
Turn if he hits the ball on the ground.
Fly ball out of play. That one gets away, but not far enough. And a wise decision by Sosa not to venture down the line too far, because that man, 2 balls, 2 strikes. First and third, 1 out, scoreless 6th inning. in a deluge at Wrigley. 2-2 pitch. Good 2-2 pitch. Struck him out.
Just a tremendous slider and great presence, and that is it. They've got to call an end to it.
Willis can make the All-Star team. 1 ball, 1 strike. He didn't make the All-Star team that year either.
Well, that time it did hit him.
So the bases will be loaded for Damian. For the one sitting behind, retrieve both of them.
To say, what exactly are we doing here?
Let's get the rosin bag from the bullpen. So Alan Leveralt will go out and test his arm. And like Cade McNown, overshoots the receiver. Outs in our 6th inning of a scoreless ball game in Chicago. Cubs can win this one to pull into a tie in the division. Fly ball, first pitch, rocketed to center. Pierre on the run, has great range, and he tracks it down.
Probably a better than average fastball.
First time all year Moises is hit in the number 3 spot.
From the Chicago Cubs with Dusty Baker leading it. Jim Henry did a nice job putting a good team together. And that pitching staff, I'll tell you what, it's tough, and it's going to be even tougher, obviously, when you get Mark Pryor back in there.
Well, but it's not an easy road. That Central Division is tough this year. All right, time now to go out to Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati and bring in the Cubs broadcast team of Chip Carey and Steve Stone. Happy opening day, fellas. I know the players, have been anxious for this day. So have you. Spring training starts to wear on you a little bit. What's the biggest adjustment players have to make on this day?
Well, let's ask the player. I would imagine, Steve, first and foremost, these games finally mean something, and despite a 30-degree temperature difference, they won't be thinking about that. They'll be thinking about winning games that have very big importance in the National League Central.
The Cubs realize it's going to be a long road with Houston and St. Louis, pretty good teams, shaping up as a 3-team race, and the team that gets out more quickly than the others is a team that's going to have a big advantage. And the Cubs, looking at April, realize that they have some teams that they're probably better than. The question is going out and proving it, and Kerry Wood had a magnificent spring. He should carry it over today.
And as you guys know, he's dominated the Cincinnati Reds throughout his career. He's 10-2 lifetime against Cincinnati. Corey Lytle, a man that's being counted on to gobble up a lot of innings, goes for Cincinnati. We can't wait to get started. There's nothing like opening day, especially so we're in Cincinnati, the home of the oldest professional franchise, and the Cubs will try to beat up on them today.
Not too long now, Chip. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to the call. We'll see you for the start of the game.
You that a guy just barely over 500 is the #1 guy in the rotation for this team that only spent $46 million on their payroll. My key, Dave, is a guy coming off a year where not much went right for him. Adam Dunn. In fact, in 2 years in the major leagues, he struck out almost 150 times a year average. This is a guy that had a great spring under Chris Chambliss. He shortened his swing, and he hit the ball very well in the spring, and that's the guy you got to contend with, especially if you're a right-handed starter, which Kerry Wood is. Dunn has tremendous power, the potential to hit 40 home runs and drive in 100. If you control Dunn, you should be in pretty good shape.
Okay, Steve, we'll look out for that. Thanks a lot, and we'll see you for the start of the game as well.
Okay, Gail, bye.
Let's take a look at the Cubs opening day lineup now. Very similar to last year with a couple of new additions. Mark Grudzielanek returns at second and will lead off. Corey Patterson back from a torn ACL in center field and batting second. Sammy Sosa, Moises Alou, Aramis Ramirez, 3-4-5. The new addition, Derek Lee at first, batting sixth. Alex Gonzalez is back, and Michael Barrett is the new guy behind the dish. And Dave, looking at the heart of this order, it starts with Sammy, and he's got about 3 guys behind him who can drive in 100 runs or more.
I like this lineup. And Sammy, coming off a year where he lost 25 games, not in there, you expect big numbers from him. And as you recall, last year, his 500th home run at the Great American Ballpark. I don't care how well the Cubs did last year. Still, the whole key for this offense is the numbers that Sammy puts up. He puts up big numbers. It makes the entire lineup that much better. He swings the bat well. Corey Patterson sees better pitches at the top. And behind him, Alou will swing with men on base. And then you have some new guys. Boy, Derek Lee hitting behind Sammy Sosa, and these 3 wore out the Reds last year.
Oh, they spell danger, Dave. Grud bats the best against Cincy with a 382 average. What's more important to note here are the runs produced by these 3 guys. 26 runs combined. Sammy playing long ball with the Reds. He hit his 500th career home run in Cincinnati 1 year ago, April 4th. One of many good times the Cubs shared in the Queen City last year. Time now for some more memorable moments. Let's head out out to Great American Ballpark and bring in our very own Mitch Robinson. Mitch, I can feel the excitement through the television, and since